have NPC's Deputy Commissioner who boasts of a diverse experience that spans both the public and private sectors. In the public sector, she has served as a lawyer at the Philippine Competition Commission's PCC Legal Services Division and later became the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Commissioner. She also served as a highly technical consultant for the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Cybercrime Coordinating and Investigating Council. In the private sector, she has extensive experience in commercial and corporate practice. With focus on information technology, she advised top local and foreign businesses in various capacities, including as Chief Legal Counsel and as a corporate partner of a law firm. Before her appointment to the Philippines privacy body, she served as a partner at M and Associates, a law firm founded by First Lady Luis Liza Araneta Marcos. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch this video of the Deputy Privacy Commissioner of the National Privacy Commission, Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus.
And fellow privacy advocates, I am honored to welcome you all as we celebrate the Privacy Awareness Week, an important event that highlights the significance of protecting personal data privacy rights of the Filipino people. This year, our theme focuses on empowering data protection officers and protecting data privacy rights of Filipinos. DPOs play a critical role in ensuring the organizations comply with data privacy laws, uphold the rights of individuals, and foster a culture of privacy and trust. They are the guardians of our personal data, serving as the vital link between organizations and the individuals whose information they handle. As technology advances and data-driven practices become more prevalent, it is imperative that we equip our DPOs with the knowledge, tools, and resources they need to navigate the landscape of privacy and data protection. By empowering DPOs with the necessary skills and support, we empower them to champion privacy within their organizations and protect the personal data privacy rights of every Filipino. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to upholding privacy rights as fundamental human rights. Privacy is not just a legal concept. It is an essential aspect of our individual autonomy, dignity, and freedom. It is the cornerstone of trust in the digital age, enabling us to share our information confidently while maintaining control over how it is used and protected. As we navigate the ever-evolving landscape of data privacy, we must recognize that protecting personal data privacy rights is a collective responsibility. It requires the collaboration of government agencies, private organizations, DPOs, and individuals alike. Together, we can build a privacy-conscious society that fosters innovation, respects privacy, and safeguards the rights and well-being of every Filipino. Throughout the Privacy Awareness Week, let us engage in meaningful discussions, share best practices, and empower each other to champion privacy within our respective organizations. Let us boost our commitment to protecting personal data privacy rights and raising awareness among all Filipinos. Together, we can create a future where privacy is respected, personal data is protected, and the rights of individuals are upheld. Thank you, and let us make this Privacy Awareness Week a resounding success.
All right, thank you very much, Attorney De Jesus. Indeed, as she mentioned, privacy is the currency of trust in today's digital age, and that's super important. That's why we're all here today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a message from none other than the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Greetings to the National Privacy Commission as you hold the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference. I also greet the participants of this event who are all committed to upholding every Filipino's right to data privacy and security. This timely conference is a testament to this administration's efforts to ensure that data privacy initiatives in the country are at par with global standards. From this gathering, I hope to see innovative solutions that will safeguard and address the concerns of the private sectors as regards to data protection. I ask all the attendees and data protection officers to continue your work with the government through the NPC in fostering digital innovation and ensuring the development of data privacy practice in the Philippines. May you have an engaging and productive conference. Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you indeed to the President of the Republic of the Philippines for his support. And now, to read us a message from Her Excellency Sara Zimmerman Duterte is the Privacy Awareness Week 2023 Planning Committee Head, Attorney Rainier Anthony M. Milanes.
It is my honor and privilege to read to you the message of our Vice President. Assalamu alaikum. I extend my warmest congratulations to the National Privacy Commission as you successfully hold the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference with the theme National Privacy Commission Empowering DPOs and Protecting Personal Data Privacy Rights of Filipinos. This occasion attests to your continuing efforts to fulfill your responsibility of protecting the privacy rights of Filipinos. Your initiatives are consistent with the Marcos administration's efforts to digitalize government processes and operations and streamline bureaucracy. Amidst the free flow of information, data privacy is paramount in our shared vision of fostering growth and innovation in our country. As our society becomes increasingly digitalized, I call upon everyone to work together towards protecting our citizens, especially children, from abuses perpetuated in virtual spaces and digital platforms. Let us push the frontiers of innovation and digitalization while ensuring our technological infrastructures are resilient and our people are protected. Layunin natin na humubog ng isang bansang makabata at batang makabansa. Lahat para sa Diyos, sa bayan, at sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Shukran.
Indeed, with the mandate given to the NPC, the Philippines has been progressing in its data privacy awareness and protection initiatives, leading to the ability of its Filipino people to keep their personal data safe. We will be building on the momentum set by Attorney De Jesus and our country's leaders and rolling right into a very relevant message coming from the Secretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this video from Secretary Ivan John E. Uy.
Commissioner John Henry Naga of the NPC, Deputy Commissioner Nerissa De Jesus, and Deputy Commissioner Leandro Aguirre, and of course, Executive Director Attorney Ivan Alzona, fellow government servants, data protection officers, and data privacy stakeholders from both the public and the private sectors, and fellow colleagues. Good morning. Data is the backbone of today's technology-driven society. Whether for profit or not, non-personal or personal, data is basically intertwined in almost all aspects of our day-to-day activities, from communication, marketing, research, business planning, and even entertainment. With data seemingly transcending all our personal lives, its importance cannot be underscored. The Philippines has since recognized the importance of data and its role in building a modern nation with the passage of the Data Privacy Act of 2012. The DPA is a landmark legislation that strikes a balance between the ethical and secure collection of data and the right to privacy vis-a-vis the free flow of information made possible in this digital age. More importantly, the DPA gave rise to the establishment of the National Privacy Commission, which guides Filipinos in protecting their personal information and ensures that the Philippines is compliant with international standards for data protection. We at the DICT reaffirm our commitment in supporting the NPC in its mandate to protect the rights of our citizens as data subjects and in safeguarding the country from growing threats of data breaches. The DICT recognizes the NPC as a strategic partner in pushing the national ICT development agenda, as it assists the Philippine government in enabling a safe digital space where Filipinos can improve their quality of life through ICT. With the rapid advancement of technology that enables free flow of information, we recognize the strides that NPC has made in providing mechanisms to facilitate secure cross-border transfers of personal data through international cooperation. Last September, Commissioner Naga signed a Memorandum of Understanding which reaffirmed the agreement of the Philippines and Singapore to develop compatible mechanisms to facilitate trusted cross-border data flows. As Filipinos become active participants in the digital economy, we have all seen the ease and speed of how public part with their personal information to enjoy modern conveniences. By surrendering their data to avail various services online, Filipinos become unwitting targets of personal data breaches that could risk their identities, wealth, and reputation. Through the NPC and our data privacy champions, the data protection officers that are here today, Filipinos are assured that their data subject rights are safeguarded and their rights to privacy and data protection are upheld. DPOs are our silent heroes who have defended countless organizations and businesses in the country from possible legal repercussions through their expertise and strict compliance with the country's data privacy laws. To all our data privacy protection officers and data privacy practitioners, know that all your efforts and achievements as advocates for data privacy have not gone unnoticed. May you all continue helping our fellow Filipinos realize the importance of data privacy and keep their personal data safe from threats and attacks. I'm confident that with your help and through the guidance of NPC, we can truly position the Philippines as an innovative and knowledge-driven nation where data protection and privacy are upheld. I extend once more my warmest congratulations to the NPC for holding a successful 2023 Privacy Awareness Week. May you have insightful and engaging discussions in today's National Data Privacy Conference. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you very much, Secretary Uy. With the passage of data privacy law, the Philippines is assuring that we are complying with international standards of data privacy protection and being the National Privacy Commission as our strategic partner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your eyes back to our screens and watch a few messages from a few members of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
NPC Commissioner Attorney John Henry Naga, DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy, data protection officers from the government and private sector, and all stakeholders. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference, organized by the National Privacy Commission. First of all, I would like to commend the NPC for its tireless efforts in promoting data privacy awareness and education, and for bringing together experts and stakeholders from various sectors to collaborate and share best practices. As we gather in this significant event, we acknowledge the crucial role that data privacy plays in our increasingly digital world. As we continue to champion bills that promote digitalization, such as the Full Digital Transformation Act, I firmly believe that it is our duty to ensure that the privacy of our citizens is prioritized and protected. Kaya naman, asahan po ninyo na lagi ninyo akong makakatawang sa pagsulong ng mga panukalang batas na magsisilbing instrumento upang maprotektahan at mapagtibay ang data privacy ng ating mga kababayan. I look forward to a productive and engaging conference. Tiyak na ang mga diskusyon na magaganap sa pagtitipong ito ay magdudulot ng makabuluhang hakbang tungo sa pagtupad ng ating kolektibong mithiin ang mapagtibay ang data privacy sa ating bansa. Panalo natin ang Pilipinas.
Greetings to all attendees and participants of the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference. I would like to extend my congratulations to the National Privacy Commission for organizing this event pursuant to Proclamation No. 527 signed by former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte declaring the last week of May as the Privacy Awareness Week. The theme for this year's conference, National Privacy Commission, Empowering Data Privacy Officers and Protecting Personal Data Privacy Rights of Filipinos, highlights the importance of protecting personal data privacy rights in today's digital age. Ang teknolohiya ay nagdulot ng maraming benepisyo sa ating lipunan, pero ito rin ay nagdulot ng iba't ibang uri ng mga panganib gaya ng data breaches at cyber attacks. Kaya mahalagang magkaroon tayo ng proactive approach upang masiguro na ang personal data ng bawat Pilipino ay protektado at ligtas. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of creating a culture of privacy in our society where the protection of personal data is not just a legal obligation but also a moral responsibility. The government has taken steps to ensure the protection of personal data through the enactment of Data Privacy Act of 2012, which established the National Privacy Commission. The Commission has been instrumental in providing guidance and support to both the government and private sectors on the implementation of private policies and best practices. Kaya naman nagpapasalamat po ako sa NPC sa kanilang mga pagsisikap upang mapanatili ang data privacy sa Pilipinas. However, the protection of personal data is not solely the responsibility of government or the NPC. It requires the collective effort of all stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society organizations, and individuals. We must all work together to ensure that personal data is collected and processed in a lawful, fair, and transparent manner. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyong lahat na dumalo sa napakahalagang conference na ito. Your presence and engagement in this event signify your commitment to upholding data privacy and protecting the rights of Filipinos. Muli, maraming salamat po. Hangad ko ang tagumpay ng conference na ito. Mabuhay tayong lahat.
Maganda at mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Ito po ang inyong empleyado sa Senado, Senator Joel Villanueva. It's truly an honor to be part of the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference organized by the National Privacy Commission, headed by our Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry Du Naga, in line with the celebration of the National Privacy Awareness Week. I'd like to thank you and congratulate all of you, most especially our data protection officers, for your commitment and dedication to protect the privacy rights of every Filipino. The person's right to privacy is guaranteed by our Constitution. It is the policy of the state to safeguard the fundamental human right of privacy of communication while ensuring the free flow of information to promote innovation and growth. As a lawmaker, this is an issue that greatly concerns us. The need to always take into account privacy rights in our policy responses. Thus, we recognize the role of the National Privacy Commission in protecting personal data and ensuring the country's compliance with the international standards for data protection. We all value our privacy and the protection of the personal sphere of our lives. It is everybody's concern to ensure that his or her personal information is not accessible to just anyone at any time. Admittedly, however, with the advancement and sophistication of information technology, the threat to privacy is real. Hence, let me share with you the challenges we face, and I hope that through this conference, we will be able to find the right balance in our desire to protect data privacy and at the same time, foster innovation and growth. First, while there is a necessity for a state-level IT management, there is also a distrust to the government's handling of data, as evident in the national ID and SIM registration. So, how can we improve trust in government in this regard? Second, there is indeed a necessity of upholding the right to privacy, data privacy in particular, as manifested in various cyber security concerns such as what we recently experienced in our electronic banking system. But is digitalization really an advancement, or will it open doors for digital scams like phishing and other tech support scams? I am confident that this conference will help us find some leads to laying down the foundation for balancing the previous two challenges I mentioned. Let me also emphasize that ethics and morality play a significant role in our efforts to protect our people's right to privacy. I believe that privacy in general and data privacy in particular is a moral and ethical issue. It is the state's moral responsibility to uphold the right to privacy, as it is also the state's moral and ethical responsibility to provide cutting-edge data and information technology for the benefit of our people. I am confident that the National Privacy Commission will usher our beloved nation towards this direction. Again, congratulations, and may you have a fruitful and meaningful and productive conference. God bless you all.
Today, we are gathered as one community advocating for data privacy and protection. Buo po ang tiwala ko na magiging mabunga ang ating talakayan. Ito ay isang maliit ngunit mahalagang hakbang para sa patuloy na pagpapayaman ng ating kaalaman. Kamakailan lamang tayo'y nagulantang sa mga sunod-sunod na balita ng data breach maging sa gobyerno man o pribado. Nakakabahala na nagkakaroon ng data leaks sa ating mga law enforcement agencies, sa mga election data, at pati na rin attempted data hacks sa ating mga e-wallet. Kaya kaakibat dapat ng pagtaas ng ating mga online activity ay ang maayos na patakaran sa data protection. In this era, when data is power, data privacy must be assured, for it be a tool for development. It is an undeniable imperative to ensure its protection. And the holding of this annual conference is a timely reminder of our continuing journey to fully realize its role in our governance. Ayon nga sa mga pag-aaral, ang data privacy ay nakaangkla sa sense of control and choice. Kaugnay ito ng karapatan sa malayang pamamahayag, komunikasyon at ekspresyon ng sarili. Mahalaga sa mga kababayan ang maramdaman at malaman na ang mga datos na kanilang binabahagi ay maayos na nagagamit. Walang data leak, walang data breach. Sa aking mahabang karanasan bilang mambabatas, masasabi ko na ang tagumpay ng data privacy ay nagmumula sa pagkilala ng lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. We engage the consent of the stakeholders in every deal. We keep in our hearts that accountability comes from transparency, na dapat ay patas ang paggamit sa mga datos na ating nakakalap. I commend the National Privacy Commission for its continuing initiatives and commitment to uphold the balance between data protection and the free flow of information in a post-pandemic economy. Dahil ang pagkakaroon ng malakas na data privacy policies ay marka ng isang maunlad na bayan at mapagkakatiwalaang pamahalaan. Hangad ko na matuto ang bawat isa sa mga pagbabahagi ngayong araw. Sama-sama nating pandayin ang mga polisiya ng data privacy sa bansa. Muli po, welcome to the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference. Kaya maraming salamat at magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. God bless you all.
Good morning to all. I'm pleased to take part in the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference 2023 organized by the National Privacy Commission, even through this pre-recorded message. In today's digital world, every swipe, click, and share online can reveal fragments of our personal information, our names, addresses, important dates, bank and credit cards, accounts, and financial details. While these digital activities bring great convenience, they also present challenges, particularly when it comes to protecting our personal data. To address these challenges, Republic Act No. 10173, also known as the Data Privacy Act of 2012, was enacted. It serves as a rule book for entities that handle personal data, providing guidelines on proper data handling. The Act regulates the collection, processing, storage, and sharing of personal information while mandating protection through appropriate measures. At the heart of enforcing the guidelines and data processing are our Data Protection Officer or DPOs. Empowering DPOs is crucial to ensure strict adherence to the principles of the Data Privacy Act, thereby safeguarding the integrity of online transactions. By providing DPOs with the necessary training, resources, and authority, they can effectively protect the personal data privacy rights of Filipinos. The theme of this conference emphasizes a cycle of empowerment and protection. By empowering DPOs, we equip them to better protect the personal data of Filipinos, and by safeguarding data privacy rights, we cultivate the environment of trust and security that enables better data management and usage, further empowering DPOs in their roles. As we embrace the digital revolution, may this conference serve as a vital reminder of your commitment to respect and protect personal data. I wish you a most productive conference and good luck in fulfilling your role of safeguarding the data privacy rights of all Filipinos. Thank you, God bless, and stay safe.
Thank you very much to our Senator, Senator Gatchalian, Go Villanueva Revilla, and Senator Villar. We have another message from Senate President Pro Tempore of Senate of the Philippines, Senator Lauren Legarda. Let me read her message to everybody. My warmest greetings to DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy, NPC Commissioner Attorney John Henry Naga, Attorney Nerissa de Jesus, and Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, NPC Deputy Commissioners, NPC Executive Director Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona, and all participants of the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference. I wish to express my gratitude to the National Privacy Commission for making me part of the significant event. We all have the right to determine the specifics of how, when, and to whom we want to disclose our personal information. This includes the amount of information we wish to share. In this technological and data-driven generation, where unauthorized access to personal information and breach of privacy is prevalent, we thank our information gatekeepers, our data protection officers, from both the government and the private sector for upholding our data privacy rights. I would like to convey my support for strengthening the capabilities of our DPOs so they may effectively carry out their duties and responsibilities as guardians of personal information and ensure that the privacy rights of Filipino citizens are upheld. Through strict enforcement of laws and regulations, and the implementation of appropriate measures, we can establish a more secure digital environment that prioritizes the safety and security of Filipinos. Our commitment to cultivating a culture of data privacy and accountability establishes credibility with our stakeholders globally, which is crucial to the growth and innovation in this country. The implementation of our data privacy laws attract both local and foreign investors who are looking for a secure environment to operate in. In business and similar transactions, trust is everything. Our economy is influenced by innovative ideas and a governance approach that upholds the privacy and security of the people. Our investors are also able to fully innovate when assured that the rights and interests of clients and other stakeholders are protected. I believe that our economy will continue to flourish as long as data are handled responsibly and ethically. I call on all our DPOs to share the same conviction and help instill a culture of privacy in the country. I wish you fruitful discussions and a valuable learning experience during this conference. Thank you very much. Isang luntiang Pilipinas para sa ating lahat. There you have it, our message from Senator Lauren Legarda. Thank you to all our senators who have shared and given their messages to us this morning, and to all our esteemed members of Congress for their support. Now, moving forward with our event this morning, we are on our 6th year of putting this event together that features the importance of data privacy for Filipinos. To give us a deeper insight into where we stand as a nation on this cause, allow me to introduce to you the Privacy Commissioner of the National Privacy Commission, who is a lawyer with a profound passion for public service, with an impressive track record. Privacy Commissioner's journey has been nothing short of remarkable. Prior to his current position, he served as a provincial board member in Masbate for 2 terms. Building on his success, he then joined a prestigious law firm in the Philippines where he tackled high-profile cases in labor, telecommunications, and corporate law. With his exceptional skills, he was appointed as Assistant Secretary of the Department of Information and Communication Technology in 2016, followed by his promotion as Undersecretary for Management and Operations in 2018, where he led the Development and Innovations Cluster, overseeing the implementation of significant initiatives such as the National Broadband Plan, National Government Portal, and the Philippine Identification System, among other notable projects. Before being appointed as the Privacy Commissioner in 2021, he first served as the NPC as one of its Deputy Privacy Commissioners since 2019. As the Privacy Commissioner, his foremost priority is to ensure the efficient and effective enforcement of law while safeguarding the rights and interests of data subjects. He firmly believes that compliance is not limited to individual organizations, but extends to the people and our nation, emphasizing that protecting one another through compliance is a crucial step towards achieving national stability and security. Privacy Commissioner is married to a fellow lawyer, Attorney Maria Katrina Naval Naga, and a dedicated father to his two children, Timothy and Miguel. With his expertise, experience, and unwavering commitment to public service, he is passionate in championing data privacy rights, an exemplary leader in the field of data protection. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry D. Naga.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Okay. Ganun talaga. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Take two. Good morning. Okay. His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., Vice President Sara Duterte Carpio, Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo, Senator Ramon Revilla Jr., Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Lauren Ligarda, to our dear Secretary, the ICT Secretary Ivan John Uy. We also have here OSG Senior State Solicitor Joel Villaseran, DOH Assistant Secretary Attorney Frances Ontalan, to my Deputy Commissioners Leandro Angelo Aguirre and Deputy Commissioner Nerissa De Jesus, Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alzona, to the Data Privacy Council and its Executive Committee members, our President, Ms. Jeline Bucarin, Attorney Francis Acero, Attorney Michael Montero, to the officials and staff of the National Privacy Commission, to our speakers and guests, and to our audience watching live via Microsoft Teams, Facebook, and YouTube, good morning. Before I begin, I would like to once again welcome everyone to the National Privacy Commission's Privacy Awareness Week, or what we call PAW 2023. I would also like to thank everyone for being here and for continuously supporting the Commission. Our mission to forge a nation that inherently protects the fundamental human right to privacy is unviable without the contribution of our partners in championing data privacy in the Philippines. In retrospect, the past years have been a challenging time as we continuously built a strong digital economy and navigated the digital world while preserving our citizens' data privacy. Nonetheless, the Commission persevered in delivering world-class public service and successfully carried out its mandate provided by the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Our accomplishments during the year 2022 is a proof that the NPC remains true to its mandate and principles to invariably uphold data subject rights and be an able partner to personal information controllers and personal information processors. In 2022, the Commission published relevant issuances to address various data privacy concerns of our kababayans. The Commission issued 4 circulars, 1 advisory opinion, and 1 advisory and 29 advisory opinions. During this year, the Commission published NPC Circular 2022-01, or the Guidelines on Administrative Fines, which took effect on August 27, 2022. The issuance of the Administrative Fines Circular is a recognition that the imposition of administrative fines, which are proportionate and dissuasive of data privacy infractions, is beneficial for public interest. The Administrative Fines Circular aims to encourage organizational accountability among PICs and PIPs by establishing measures to enhance their compliance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. With this circular, PICs and PIPs will be encouraged to adopt optimal levels of data protection, safeguarding the personal data they process. We also published NPC Circular 2022-02, or amending certain provisions of NPC Circular number 20-01, or the guidelines on the processing of personal data for loan-related transactions. The amendment of the loan-related transaction circular covers the processing of personal data for evaluating loan applications, granting loans, collection of loans and closure of loan accounts, character references, and a newly added provision for guarantors. In addition, these amendments are supplementary protection to both borrowers and lending companies. With this circular, the Commission pursues to smoothen the transaction between borrowers and lending companies, where borrowers are afforded their right to data privacy, while lending companies are given the opportunity to ethically conduct their businesses. The third circular we published in 2022 is NPC Circular number 2022-03, or the Guidelines for Private Security Agencies on the Proper Handling of Customer and Visitor Information. This circular is one of our initiatives to guarantee that the personal data of customers, visitors, and other data subjects being processed by private security agencies as part of their security services are safe and secure. Further, this circular provides the obligation of PICs engaging the services of private security agencies and private security agencies acting as PICs and PIPs, among others. The Commission also published NPC Circular number 2022-04, or Registration of Personal Data Processing System, Notification regarding Automated Decision-Making or Profiling, Designation of Data Protection Officer, and the National Privacy Commission Seal of Registration. The registration circular addresses the issues encountered in implementing the old circular, such as common or multiple DPOs. It also includes new provisions, such as the requirement to display the NPC seal of registration, which exhibits that a PIC or PIP have completed the first level of DPA compliance. To further provide guidance to our stakeholders and data subjects, the Commission issued NPC Advisory number 2022-01, or the Guidelines on Request for Personal Data of Public Officers. The advisory particularly applies to the request for personal data regarding public officers, including personal data about an individual who performs or performed services under contract with the government. It also provides a set of guidelines on evaluating such requests. Along with these issuances, the Commission, through our Privacy Policy Office, was able to publish 29 advisory opinions, which addresses different privacy issues being faced by data subjects and PICs or PIPs. Among the topics being addressed by these advisory opinions include matters such as car dealers' disclosure of personal data of the owner who abandoned his car vehicle, publication of healthcare providers with denied or returned to hospital claims, requests for personal data of vehicle owners, personal data retention or deletion, permission of online lending applications, recording and uploading of online classes, use of camera during surveillance visits, and use of body-worn camera, among others. In addition, we provided technical assistance to our stakeholders in reviewing data sharing agreements, legislative bills, documents, and laws with data privacy implications. This includes protection of children against online sexual abuse or exploitation, the SIM card Registration Act, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, E-Governance Act, Law Enforcement Body-Worn Camera Act, the Internet Transaction Act of 2022, the CCTV Act, Delivery Platform Riders Protection Act, and the No Calls, No Text, No Emails Registration System Act. 2022 was also the year where the Commission intensified its privacy response by strengthening its compliance efforts, especially in terms of the registration of data protection officers. Data protection officers of various PICs and PIPs, as well as individual professional DPOs, through our Compliance and Monitoring Division. As a result, we yielded 1,670 new registration of PICs, PIPs, and individual professional DPOs. On top of this, the Commission processed 2,047 amendment requests and 711 renewal applications or requests for certificate of registration. In further strengthening our compliance efforts, we conducted 42 on-site visits to private and government sectors. Through the on-site visits, we examined whether a PIC or PIP has proper program controls, organizational and review mechanisms in place to ensure data privacy and protection in its data processing system. We were also able to conduct 534 privacy sweeps and issued 63 notice of document submissions and 45 warning letters to non-compliant PICs and PIPs. The privacy sweeps, notice of document submissions, and warning letters are all intended to appraise PICs and PIPs of any issues concerning their compliance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. In terms of complaint handling, we amplified our case investigations and enforcement programs to immediately address complaints regarding data breach, data security, and other data privacy concerns. During 2022, the Commission, through our Complaints and Investigation Division, handled 279 new complaints with an overall of 3,175 cases that are being handled by the NPC. 1,404 complaints were resolved at the Legal and Enforcement Office level. 55 quick response and special cases reports were submitted by our LEO. It is also noteworthy that the Commission issued 5 cease and desist orders in 2022 against PICs whose processing may cause grave and irreparable injury to its data subjects and possibly committed a violation under the DPA. Undeniably, these are just not numbers, but a genuine manifestation that the Commission remained firm in enforcing its mandate under the law. The NPC stood strong in being the Filipinos' champion in defending their data privacy rights. The NPC also continued to perform its adjudicatory functions, especially to resolve complaints and breach notifications filed before the Commission. The Commission conducted a number of adjudication meetings with 140 decisions, resolutions, and orders issued. The Commission was able to serve 35 decisions, 60 resolutions, and 45 orders. All of the decisions, resolutions, orders for the cases adjudicated during 2022 were already served by the Commission to all the parties involved. With the recognition of the importance of adapting to the emerging and interoperable information and communications technologies, the Commission also geared towards the transition to a digitalized and modernized services. In 2022, the Commission launched the Data Breach Notification Management System, or what we call DBNMS, and the NPC Registration System, or what we call NPCRS, for ease of registration. The DBMMS is a user-friendly interface that facilitates easy tracking and faster submission of personal data breach notifications and annual security incident reports. The DBNMS also makes it easier for PICs and PIPs to submit as required by NPC Circular number 16-03, the personal data breach notification and the annual security incident reports. On the other hand, the NPCRS is an online platform developed by the Commission to provide a secure and seamless portal for both government and private organizations to register their data processing system with the Commission. The NPCRS has multiple benefits both to the Commission and its stakeholders, which includes the ease of monitoring requests or approval of registration applications. It is a secure portal for the registration monitoring unit to access registration data using role-based access control. It's a real-time visibility in the validation of documentary requirements and accurate collection of sectors and subsectors information. It's also accurate verification of active and inactive registration, efficient retrieval of contact details of the data protection officer, and it is an easy generation of documents such as certificate of registration, statistical reports of registered entities. The Commission was able to accomplish all of this while we also continuously fortifying its position in the global data privacy scene. Following our mandate to negotiate with other data privacy authorities, the Commission renewed its ties with a longtime partner, Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding with PDPC, which was jointly witnessed by His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. and His Excellency Singapore Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong during President Marcos Jr.'s state visit in Singapore. The MOU reaffirms existing relations and strengthens cooperation between the Philippines and Singapore in personal data protection to establish trust and facilitate cross-border data flows. Through the MOU, NPC and PDPC will foster closer collaboration and cooperation in personal data protection, particularly on exchange of information on best practices and areas of mutual interest. The MOU will also facilitate links between our governments and international industry organizations, both in the Philippines and Singapore. With respect to the global cross-border privacy rules, the NPC actively participates during the working group's discussion and coordination with relevant national government agencies. Since the forum's launch, it had 3 workshops where NPC has taken part as panelists, sharing valuable insights on regulatory cooperation and CBPR implementation. The Philippines also participated in the one-year anniversary of the Global CBPR Forum in London. As a member jurisdiction, the Philippines religiously attends all Global Forum Assembly meetings, which consist of all member jurisdictions. Currently, the Philippines is a member of two committees, the Membership Committee and Communications and Stakeholder Engagement Committee. Furthermore, the Philippines was consensually voted to chair the Communications Committee. And as chair, the Philippines is tasked to make recommendations to the JFA on developing and protecting the forum brand, maintaining the website, including directory of members and associates, global CBPR system certified and global privacy recognition for processor system certified organization, and accountability agent recognized by the forum. We also manage the forum's documents and records database. And lastly, we are tasked to raise awareness in order to promote the forum to the stakeholders. During the APEX senior official meeting held in Palm Springs, California, the NPC attended the 46th Digital Economy Steering Group Data Privacy Subgroup. The NPC was also invited to be one of the speakers in the APEC Digital Trade Policy Dialogue, building a conducive regulatory environment to maximize the flow and impact of data. As a member of the Asia-Pacific Privacy Authorities, or APA, the Commission actively participated during the 57th Forum hosted by the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data, Hong Kong, China, and the 58th Forum hosted by the Personal Data Protection Commission in Singapore. During APA 58, the Commission took part in discussions focused on global privacy issues, regulatory developments, and enforcement experiences, and reconnected with one another for enhanced cooperation and collaborations. The key discussion themes during the APA 58 includes emerging technologies, cross-border privacy rules, children's online privacy, privacy-enhancing technologies, guidance and outreach, and enforcement and legislative developments. During the 58th APA Forum, we also took part in the panel on safeguarding children's online privacy, making it a reality for children to explore, learn, and play safely in the digital environment. We discussed efforts done by the NPC to foster safe digital space for children through innovative programs such as Kabataang Digital and close collaboration with our stakeholders. We likewise participated on the panel regarding the expansion of the cross-border privacy rules from APEC to global. The panel discussed practical issues, how the global CBPR can move forward, including refinement of privacy program requirements, as well as enhanced cross-border enforcement cooperation among privacy enforcement authorities. Our participation to the Global Privacy Assembly, or what we call GPA, the NPC participated in the 44th GPA hosted by the Turkish Personal Data Protection Authority, with the theme A Matter of Balance, Privacy in the Era of a Rapid Technological Advancement. During the closed session, the NPC discussed the developments in the International Standardization Organization and the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation as GPA observer to these organizations. The NPC likewise co-sponsored several resolutions on a range of important current topics, including a resolution to amend the roadmap and the timeline to achieve a funded secretariat. We also sponsored a resolution on international cooperation capacity building for improving cybersecurity regulation and understanding cyber incident harms. And lastly, we also co-sponsored a resolution on principles and expectations for the appropriate use of personal information in facial recognition technology. Aside from the attendance at the primary sessions during the GPA, we also attended various side meetings and engagements with other data protection authorities and the private sector at the sidelines of the GPA in Turkey. With our continuing efforts to collaborate with data privacy authorities, especially in the ASEAN region, the NPC, together with the Personal Data Protection Commission of Singapore and Authority for Information Technology Industry of Brunei, we held a virtual workshop which provided businesses with an introduction on the ASEAN Data Management Framework and model contractual clauses last November 2022. The workshop aimed to enhance the understanding of businesses on these initiatives and how this can benefit them. During the workshop, the NPC delivered a presentation on the model contract clauses and highlighted that the ASEAN Data Management Framework and the model contract clauses are voluntary standards that may be used as guidance relating to data management when conducting business across ASEAN. Lastly, the Commission has provided its full support to our mother agency, the Department of Information and Communications Technology, during the International Telecommunications Union Plenipotentiary Conference 2022 held in Bucharest, Romania. This has been a huge success under the able leadership of our DICT Secretary, Ivan John Uy, with the Philippines securing a seat in the ITU Council. Moving forward, the Commission will continue to expand its partnership with other data privacy authorities from different jurisdictions around the world. This is in line with the Commission's objective to constantly facilitate trusted cross-border data flows and cooperation in implementing our respective data privacy laws. To complement our strong international collaboration, the Commission also endeavored to forge interagency partnerships locally. We signed a memorandum of agreement with another regulatory body, the Philippine Competition Commission. The MOA is grounded on the vision that the NPC and PCC share, which is to empower our people and our nation through forming strategic alliances in executing our respective mandates. We also signed a MOA with the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, headed by Executive Director and Undersecretary Alexander Ramos. This is in order to synergize our efforts in combating and preventing the use of ICTs for criminal and unauthorized purposes. Through the MOA, the NPC and CICC aim to counter the use of ICTs for criminal and unauthorized purposes and to foster interagency cooperation and resource sharing towards prevention, suppression, and prosecution of cybercrimes and data privacy breaches. When it comes to educating the public, the Commission did not falter in conducting different programs that will arm our citizens and stakeholders of sufficient knowledge on data privacy and protection. Every year, we ensure that our awareness campaign become more intensive through new and fresh channels and platforms. We develop different channels for public assistance, such as Ask Priva. Thank you. Ask Priva. We also have info@privacy.gov.ph and events@privacy.gov.ph. We acted upon 10,755 requests which were received through emails, walk-ins, calls, and social media. Also, all 82 Freedom of Information requests were processed by the NPC from 2022 up to the first quarter of 2023. Hand in hand with this, the NPC also amplified its awareness campaigns through press releases, DPA briefing sessions, Kabataang Digital Summit, and PSST, Privacy, Safety, Security, and Trust. Now, Kabataang Digital Summit is the Commission's advocacy campaign promoting safe online environment for the youth. With the theme Matalino, Mapagmatyag at Mapanuri, the annual Young Privacy Advocate Summit encourages data protection by enjoining school officials and parents to educate their children on appropriate digital citizenship. It also promotes safe choices and elaborate the implications of the digital environment for children's privacy rights. The summit garnered 2,518 participants and viewers from the Kids and Teens session. The morning session was participated by elementary pupils with a goal to provide basic knowledge and information on data privacy. On the other hand, the afternoon session catered to students in junior high school to college and revolved around more serious topics on data privacy, such as promoting social media interaction, balancing privacy with application use, and knowing data privacy rights. Consequently, our PSST discussed topics such as online lending applications, Facebook, students' online and offline data security, online shopping, smishing, and data privacy of senior citizens and persons with disabilities. It is without a doubt that at the core of our work lies a profound belief in the importance of ensuring that data subjects are well informed of their rights and armed with know-how in protecting their rights. This responsibility goes beyond our mandated duties. It is our moral obligation that we uphold. We firmly believe in empowering data subjects through knowledge and awareness, and fostering a culture of privacy and data protection. Through our comprehensive advocacy programs, we strive to provide individuals with the necessary tools to navigate the complexities of the digital world. This enables them to make informed decisions about their personal data and exercise control over their privacy. We firmly believe in the Commission that by empowering data subjects through knowledge and awareness and fostering a culture of privacy and data protection, we will have a better place. Through our comprehensive advocacy programs, we strive to provide individuals with the necessary tools to navigate the complexities of the digital world. This enables them to make informed decisions about their personal data and exercise control over their privacy. We also elevated our online presence through social media campaigns and addressed various issues through social media posts. The Commission, through its Public Information and Assistance Division, regularly crafts contents advising the public on how to protect themselves against data privacy abuses and how PICs can comply with their obligations under the law. Our social media channels also serve as our platform to easily inform the public about different data privacy topics such as ad-op bits, data subject rights comic strips, Girls in ICT Day, and how to file a complaint, among others. Indeed, the year 2022 was a compelling time for the Commission. On top of delivering our usual deliverables, we also addressed urgent data privacy issues involving national and public interest. The Commission monitored and investigated the proliferation of targeted smishing, which caused concerns among the public. We immediately summoned the telecommunication companies to promptly curb the surge by blocking these anonymous numbers. To supplement our initial actions, we conducted a webinar that discussed the risks and harms of receiving these SMS messages, the best practices to protect data subjects from being scammed, and other useful information. The NPC also investigated potential sources and root causes of targeted smishing messages, such as patterns in the use of the name formats that prospectively match the names of the data subjects registered with popular payment applications, mobile wallets, and messaging applications. Further, the NPC worked closely with the telcos in formulating countermeasures against the wave of targeted smishing messages. As a support also to the SIM Card Registration Act, the Commission continuously guide our telcos in their obligation to process our citizens' personal data in accordance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. The Commission also reminded telcos to adhere to the general data privacy principles of transparency, legitimate purpose, proportionality, and all other data privacy safeguards under the law. Further, as an additional layer of protection against fraud and identity theft, the NPC ordered the telcos to verify that the ID cards submitted must match with the live selfie verification. The Commission also addressed concerns from the public in relation to the SIM Registration Act, including matters relating to the terms and conditions and privacy policies being implemented by telcos. We immediately convened with telcos to shed light on these concerns, including the notices and tick boxes that may be displayed on telcos' website and mobile applications asking for the user's permission or consent in using their personal data submitted for marketing, profiling, or sharing with their third-party partners. Overall, telcos agreed and committed to implement the changes on its SIM card registration websites and mobile applications. Hence, it also removed the notices and tick boxes related to commercial and promotional alerts. Parallel to the efforts of the Commission in tapping our stakeholders to address public data privacy concerns, we also amplified our sectoral participation through the DP Council. The DP Council was formed by the NPC in August 2019 to serve as a consultative body under the direct supervision of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Last December 22, 2022, the Commission held its 2022 DP Council election, which elected the representative and vice representative of each sector to the DP Council. From the DP Council, the DP Council Executive Committee were also elected with our President, Ma'am Jelaline Bucarin, Vice President, Attorney Kiko Acero, and Secretary, Attorney Michael Montero. This 2023, the Commission continues to craft policies strengthening privacy regulation, building a high-trust society, and realizing a privacy-empowered Philippines. In fact, we recently published the NPC Circular Number 2023-01, or Schedule of Fees and Charges of the National Privacy Commission. The Administrative Fees Circular shall provide the guidelines of the schedule of fees and charges to be collected and imposed by the National Privacy Commission. Further, we already released the draft circular on the amendments to the NPC Circular Number 2021-01, or the 2021 Rules of Procedure of the National Privacy Commission for public inputs. This circular provides amendments, particularly on the rules on pre-investigation phase, amendment of complaint, alternative dispute resolution, additional issues to be raised before the Commission, and rules for sua sponte investigation, among others. Aside from this, we released additional 5 new circulars which are currently published for public inputs. This includes the draft circular on CCTV, which provides an updated rules on CCTV to address emerging privacy risks and to update the policy framework on the use of CCTV systems. The CCTV circular aims to ensure that CCTV systems shall be used in a fair, transparent, proportional, and legitimate purpose. We also released the draft circular on consent, asking for comments from the public. The draft circular on consent shall serve as guidance to PICs and PIPs relying on consent for personal data processing. It will also discuss what constitutes valid consent and how it shall be obtained and managed pursuant to the Data Privacy Act of 2012. The Commission also released for public inputs the draft circular on identification cards, which shall provide guidance on the allowable contents of ID cards issued by the private sectors. Likewise, we also issued the draft circular amending NPC Circular Number 16-01, or the security of personal data in government agencies. This circular, we aim that this circular will expand its scope to include both private and public sectors. Such amendment is within the Commission's effort to conduct periodic review and gap analysis in our issuances. And just recently, we also published the draft circular on Data Privacy Competency Program. The circular provides that through the program, the NPC shall develop uniform curricula and modules on the legal framework of privacy law and regulations and learning outcomes to train and capacitate the public. Additionally, we are already on the final stages of the drafting of the circulars and advisory that will be released for public inputs, which includes, number one, Circular on Security Incident Management, which aims to replace NPC Circular Number 16-03, or Personal Data Breach Management, to cover not only data breaches but also security incidents. Second, amendments to the Circular on Compliance Checks, which aims to streamline and standardize the conduct of compliance checks outlined in NPC Circular Number 2018-02. This circular is parallel with the third system that the Commission, through the Compliance and Monitoring Division, is developing. Number three is the advisory on the designation of data protection officers, compliance officer for privacy, and common DPO, which aims to give guidance for PICs and PIPs relative to their selection and designation or appointment of their DPOs. As early as now, we also have executed 2 MOUs, one locally and one globally. Last May 10, 2023, the NPC signed an MOU with Globe Telecom Inc., Dito Telecommunity Corporation, and Smart Communications Incorporated. The MOU aims to strengthen the coordination and cooperation between the government and the private sector in order to further enhance the quality of services to our stakeholders while ensuring that they are protected when it comes to data privacy. And just recently, last Monday, we signed an MOU with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data in Hong Kong, China. The MOU formalizes Philippines and Hong Kong's commitment in fostering closer collaboration and cooperation to strengthen personal data protection. The MOU will allow the two authorities to exchange information in data regulation. In addition, it will also permit us to explore possible cooperation that will work towards our shared goals in building a strong and resilient digital economy. At this juncture, it is safe to say that the Commission remains consistent in elevating its accomplishments to the next level. Our achievements for the first and second quarter of this year proved that we will keep moving forward in performing the full extent of our mandate and continuously safeguard the right of every Filipino citizen. With that, no better time than now for the Commission to launch our recent initiatives, issuances, and programs. First, allow me to announce the launching of our circular on prerequisites for the Philippine Privacy Mark Certification Program. The PPM certification program is a voluntary certification program to assess government agencies and private entities to adhere to international standards for data protection and management system. The circular contains the prerequisites ISO IEC standards for interested PICs, PIPs, and certification bodies before they can take part in the certification for the PPM. And these are ISO IEC 27001, or the Information Security Management System, and ISO IEC 27701, or the Privacy Information Management System. Today, we will also launch the 2022 Compendium of the NPC issuances, which is the annual issuance of the Commission to guide and educate the Filipinos, both data subjects and PICs and PIPs on data privacy and protection. The 2022 Compendium is composed of 29 advisory opinions, 18 decisions, 37 resolutions, 4 circulars, and 1 joint administrative order. The compendium is now available and downloadable at our website, www.privacy.gov.ph. Finally, as we continue to become a better and stronger NPC, it is also vital that we upgrade our primary platform and channel to further connect with the data subjects and stakeholders. I am thrilled to announce the official launching of the NPC website version 2. The new NPC website represents a significant step forward in our endeavor to protect privacy in the digital age. With personalized drop-down menus, news and updates, mobile-friendly design, and an efficient search bar, we have prioritized the needs of our stakeholders and made privacy navigation more accessible than ever before. The NPC website version 2 signifies a transformative leap towards digitalization where privacy protection and technological advancement go hand in hand. Truly, our advocacy efforts go beyond mere compliance with legal frameworks and regulations. To reiterate, ensuring that data subjects are informed goes beyond our mandate at the NPC. It is a moral obligation we hold steadfast. Without further ado, let us all witness the new and revamped NPC website. My dear fellow countrymen and colleagues in public service, our accomplishment serves as proof that the National Privacy Commission stayed true to its obligation to protect the personal data of each and every Filipino. Before I end my report, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., not only for his continued support, but for being an effective leader and data privacy champion. I would also like to thank DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy for his able leadership and contributions to the Commission. It is a great honor to work side by side with leaders that has exceptional understanding and expertise in the field of ICT and in public service. To the Commission's Deputy Privacy Commissioners, DPC Dino Aguirre and DPC Nerissa De Jesus, I am extremely grateful for your unceasing support and cooperation. Leading the Commission has been a lot easier with your expertise and genuine dedication to serve the Filipinos. To Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alsona, to the directors and division chiefs of the Commission, thank you for your efforts and commitment in order for us to effectively execute our obligations under the law. Certainly, success would not be in our hands if not because of the commitment and sheer dedication of NPC's workforce. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to each and every employee of the NPC. You are NPC's foundation. Your diligence and perseverance are truly priceless in the name of public service. As what I have said in my past reports, NPC success is our success. And with that, I would like everyone to kindly give a round of applause to all our NPC employees who have been working so hard for the past years and going forward. Thank you. And to our kababayans, may it be data subjects or PICs and PIPs, as well as data privacy advocates, rest assured that for the rest of 2023, the Commission will move with the same enthusiasm and commitment to provide better service to the Filipino people. A privacy-empowered citizenry and nation is within our reach. The National Privacy Commission will remain at the front line in defending the Filipinos' right to data privacy. Again, maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much to Commissioner Naga for that informative and well laid out report from the National Privacy Commission. Indeed, the work never stops, but the NPC is up to the challenge of continuing to stand up for the data privacy rights of the Filipino. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have invited prominent individuals from our industry who will impart their knowledge and practices from their respective fields to everyone who is present here today and to those who are watching live on Facebook and YouTube. Later on, we're going to have the opportunity to hear from all of them as a group in a panel discussion afterwards. We're going to hear from each of our speakers individually first, and then we're going to call them up again as a group afterwards for a panel discussion led by a moderator. And all of this will, of course, be centered around the topic of personal data privacy rights for Filipinos. So to officially start, allow me to welcome Dr. David R. Hardoon, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Aboitiz Data Innovation. He wears several other hats within the Aboitiz Group, servicing as the group's Chief Data and Innovation Officer, the Chief Data and AI Officer of the Union Bank of the Philippines, and the Chief Data Officer of Union Digital Bank. Prior to his current roles, David was the Monetary Authority of Singapore's first appointed Chief Data Officer and the Head of Data Analytics Group, reporting to the agency's Deputy Managing Director for Financial Supervision, and subsequently, the Special Advisor for Artificial Intelligence, reporting to Deputy Managing Director for Markets and Development. In these roles, he led the development of the AI strategy, both for the MAS and for Singapore's financial sector, as well as driving efforts in promoting open cross-border data flows. David holds a PhD in computer science in the field of machine learning from the University of Southampton and graduated from Royal Holloway, the University of London, with first-class honors, with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. David Hardoon.
Okay, is this on? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and thank you for that extremely wonderful introduction, which is probably as long as my presentation. It's great to be here, and actually this is the first time I have the opportunity to present, and it's amazing seeing so many people who are really passionate about the importance of privacy. Is it coming up in the back? I was told to point in that direction. Okay, good, excellent. Now, I'm kind of I'll be very honest with you, I'm kind of torn in between a bit. I'm both excited and a bit terrified. I mean, it's a room full of DPOs and lawyers. But please, I'm going to give you a view and a perspective of how within Aboitiz Data Innovation, and to be quite honest, across the group to a certain extent, I'm going to point again and try if it's going to come up. Okay, there we go. We think about data privacy? How do we think about the application and the importance of it within the organization? Now, the first slide, I mean, the reason why I wanted to put it up there isn't from a marketing point of view. I wanted to start by anchoring an understanding of what we do. And that is to really substantiate why the view of data, how data is handled, how data is perceived from, and don't hate me for this. I'm not a big fan of the term of data subject. It sounds kind of, it's about people, it's about you, it's about the customers, it's about the individuals. How you experience it in the end of the day. So yes, we're part of the group. We do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm pretty sure you know about the Aboides in terms of finances, power, energy, infra capital, etc. So a whole bunch of stuff. And the goal and the objective of ADI is really to being the hub of driving possibilities using data, using digitalization, using innovation, fundamentally. And I'm just going to go very quickly. Sorry, why does this? This is when animation. Lovely stuff. So effectively, whether it is in the financial suit, and just previously there was discussion about from the on the advisory with respect to loans in terms of how do we address the potentiality of financial inclusion, financial sustainability by using alternative data. Again, a critical element of dealing and understanding with individuals' data from a different pursuit, be it Facebook, from telco. How do we do that in a transparent and open manner while addressing that need? And that's the element which I think is critically important. We're not doing this just from a compliance point of view, and I'll emphasize that point later. But it's fundamentally addressing a need, a requirement. Now, the reality at times when it comes to privacy is, as non-lawyer citizens, we only realize and appreciate of it is when something has gone wrong. How do we change that perspective? Whether it is in terms of building those underlying models, be it from a traditional analytical perspective or machine learning, AI, I kind of told myself I'm not going to say the word GPT, but I guess I have to. How do we provide that consultancy aspect? Now, but it's interesting because think about it. We don't just have those potential applications of dealing with the consumer. I can mention finance, power, again, distribution of energy. How do I get that ability of getting consumption of energy on a continuous basis and in a way that provides a service? We also deal with data that's coming from things which are, I guess, inanimate in nature. Machines, maintenance, operations, stability. Now, the reason I emphasize that point is because we take a broader view towards data, taking the guidance, the principles, the policies, the perspectives in terms of how to do the right thing, if I oversimplify it, and apply it across the board. Well, while yes, you would say that a person may have a stronger impact if something goes wrong than a machine, but the guiding principles of doing the right thing should be there. So this is what we do. And now you can get a ceasing why when I said to start with the foundation and why it is so utterly important to us. Now, I'm not going to teach you that the sun rises from the east. You know this stuff far better than me. But what I wanted to emphasize here is that this isn't, just as with data, it is a never-ending journey. Now, thankfully, the majority of the world has already reached the stage when there are one form or other from both a policy or regulatory perspective. But notice the trend. It started with privacy. Back in MAS in 2018, then 2019, there was already an indication in terms of principle with respect to the application of machine learning and AI. That has now scaled up, and you've had various legislations, to essentially EC being China as well, coming out in terms of implication, because now is realization it's not just PII. If you take my data of riding a bicycle, that's not my name, it's not my address, that's me. How does that now come into the world? So it will continuously grow. And what's important here is the contextualization of it. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with what happened with California with the banning, let's say, of facial information due to privacy. I don't know about you, but personally, I will give blood to avoid the TSA in going through immigration. It's the contextualization of it. But to contextualize, it's important to have this conversation, this interaction, that the people understand what they're consenting to, what is the service they're provided, and what it entails. It is not just having policies to protect the company. It is finding the balance between those two. And this is where I want to slightly change the tone and give you the view of how we're leveraging in terms of data policy and data governance and data privacy within ADI, is that we treat it as a business enabler. Now, I want to take a pause for a second, and hopefully this is not a controversial statement, but I would advocate that data privacy should not be seen as a compliance function. Take that for a second. Now, yes, it is a compliance function to some extent, but it should not be seen as a compliance function. It should not be seen as a traditional view of, I don't know if you ever watched Little Britain, showed my age when, the computer says no, of tick the box, or what's the minimum thing that we need to do to make sure the regulators are happy. No. All of these things are fundamentally a business differentiator. Building trust and reputation. What is the fundamental problem of data sharing? You tell any business person out there, we want to have a data sharing agreement, you will see the life drained from their faces. So we say, well, what is it that we're trying to achieve? Well, it isn't actually the data sharing. It is the end objective that we're interested in. So do we actually need to share data? Oh, in these applications, we don't. So what we need is a zero trust environment. But you see, it is the principles of data privacy. It's the principles of governance that is driving that mindset. So, and that's kind of where I'm driving with this. It is how do we drive what we do in providing those services to consumers, to the businesses, to the organizations, and assuring that data privacy, data governance isn't something that is, I'll call a spade, trying to be avoided. Or minimize, or like, just tell me I'm not doing something wrong. But it's fundamentally embedded of, help me. Because I know a lot of DPOs are lawyers, and I have to be very careful what I say, because my wife's a lawyer. But a lot of times, other people who are not lawyers don't really understand what you're saying. You are our chat GPT. You are helping us and telling us, how do we get there in a way that is embedding the hygiene, the right thing, in achieving that end goal. And it is a fundamental differentiator, because what you will find is, because of the education in the market, people want to have that trust mark. And that's also an important thing about trust mark. Now, all of you, think about your friend, someone you trust. Have they ever made a mistake? I'm pretty sure they have. But the fundamental premise of trust is transparency. Is that ability of the friend of saying, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I have learned, allow me to correct myself. That is also the mindset of an organization. We want to do the right thing, but we need to consciously be aware that we may at times make a mistake. We will try the best to prevent it, but we need to have that transparency to continuously learn. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I am constantly driving here, and what I want to get into your mind, and I know it's a semantics, it's about how do we see, how do we act, how do we embed this element of governments, be it just on privacy or on a broader stroke, as a fundamental functions of building a business. Not a case of, well, tell me what you want and I'll tell you whether it's compliant or not. No. I will tell you what I'm trying to achieve. Help me go there. And if it is fundamentally prohibited, then of course, you'll say, I'm sorry. The law does not allow you to do it. Not an issue. So, short of time, I'll just end with Tim Cook's quote. And I'll just give you another very, very overly simplistic analogy of what I'm trying to represent. Imagine you go into a taxi, and you tell a taxi driver, I want to go home. And they say to you, no. And you're like, but I want to go home. It's like, you can't. And they say, well, what about if you take this route? Well, you can't take that route. What about this other route? They say, okay, that route you can. Sometimes that's the experience when we deal with privacy. Business comes and says, this is what I want to do. No. Go away and come back and tell me something different. They'll go away, come back, no, we can't do this. It's these subtle things that we need to change by saying, okay, what you said right now you can't do, but take me back. Explain to me the rationale. Explain to me the objective. Explain to me what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it. Let's see if we can work together within the premise, within the compliance, within the objective, and more importantly, and that goes back to my earlier slide when I said it's an evolving journey of regulation, governance, and policies. At times when the policy doesn't exist yet, the fundamental principle and objective is doing the right thing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Hardoon, and for advocating that data privacy is not something to be seen as compliance function, but rather a fundamental business differentiator, an indicator for a trust mark in our consumer and of course for the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Hardoon. And now to give us another insight this morning, may we call on the President Chief Executive Officer Eugene Acevedo as the President Chief Executive Officer of Rizal Commercial Banking Corporation. Under his leadership, RCBC accelerated its business and digital transformation, winning multiple awards in innovation, including Best Digital Bank and Best Retail Bank. RCBC also took major strides in sustainable finance, resulting in landmark green bond issues and its upgrade to AA ESG rating by MSCI. He now serves as chairman of the Asian Bankers Association, or ABA, for the 2021 to 2023 term, and in 1987, he graduated from the Asian Institute of Management, where he completed the Advanced Management program at the Harvard Business School. An avid learner, he has professional certifications in clean power, customer experience, user experience, and digital marketing from Imperial College London, CX Academy, British Computer Society, and Wharton School, respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the President and CEO of RCBC, Mr. Eugene Acevedo.
Comnaga, Deputy Commissioner Dino. Good morning, everyone. As a banker, I am sadomasochistic. I read the Data Privacy Act many times. In addition to that, I volunteered to chair the banking group's Data Privacy Working Group. And to top that, I said yes when they asked me whether I was okay with speaking today. Why? Data is extremely important to me as a banker. As David said earlier, data is a source of competitive advantage. It gives you unique insights. It allows you to customize offerings. It enables you to create wonderful, delightful customer experiences. Data should be part of strategy. Data is not just a compliance issue, even if most of you here have ATTY titles before your names. Okay, when I started as a banker, the first thing they made me learn was Republic Act 1405, which I think most of you know, and following that was Republic Act 6426. Basically what it means was, or what it said was, if anyone discloses information about depositors, they go to jail. Period. Absolutely confidential, cannot be inquired without written permission, requires the order of a competent court, and as I mentioned earlier, violation will be subject to 5 years. It was enough to scare me and many of my fellow bankers. And then when you check social media, you check the news, the other day, Meta was penalized 1.2 billion euros. So I guess if my career was going to be at risk, I may as well know what I'm going to get into. The problem is, criminals have become very creative in trying to steal data. In the past, all we wanted to do was make sure nobody stole our money. Now, we're taking extreme precautions to make sure nobody steals our data. There are probably over a dozen circulars from the BSP on information security risk management. I'm not sure whether you've read those. But beyond that, the bankers meet together on a regular basis in our regular meetings, what we do is we compare notes in a very confidential manner. Believe it or not, chief technology officers of banks really get together and try to collaborate. Every time we learn something new, we keep improving our information risk management process. But the key issue is our information security is as strong as its weakest link. And we all know what the weakest link is, right? People. That is why awareness training is mandatory. But we do more than that. We actually trick our own people by doing internal phishing and smishing exercises. And if you work for me and you click in succession or you fail twice, I will send you to a retraining program, much like the one in LTO, but you actually need to attend a seminar. My other big issue is client education. I'm sure this is an issue for everyone. But despite what we do, people still click. So I started asking myself, are we addressing our messages to the right audience? If we keep using social media to deliver the message on information security, are the people who actually fail seeing all those messages that we send? My favorite message has always been, I'm not sure whether you saw this, there was a YouTube video developed by the Dubai police. And it was so much fun that I shared it with all the bank DPOs in our Viber chat. This was they basically parodied the YouTube of Shaggy that said, "It wasn't me." He asked for my password, it wasn't me. And my account details, it wasn't me. Did you see that? And also, I share it again. You have to keep sharing it again and again and find creative ways to make sure that people learn. Because even bankers click. How much more for our customers? As a result, to make sure that we have a near fail-safe system, the funding for cybersecurity has probably been the single biggest growing expense among banks, in the hundreds of millions. And then it recently got complicated. Nobody wants to work for me unless I allow them to do remote working. In certain banks, they even do remote working most of the week. You know that remote working results in far greater risk. Even if you have a VPN, if unfortunately your employee sits in the sala and talks about balances, everybody else in the household will hear. Okay, so there's a heightened sense of, or we need to address that heightened sense of risk and give personal data a much higher level of protection. I will not discuss the details here because you probably know those already, but let me go to my next favorite topic, artificial intelligence. In the past, I used to compare the data in the bank as data in a bodega, in a really badly organized bodega. You try to look for something, you cannot find it. If you want data about Mr. Juan de la Cruz and what kind of business he has with the bank, you have to go to different departments. Now, thanks to artificial intelligence, or thanks to data analytics, we have made so much effort, first, to clean the data, second, to organize it very well, and third, to make sure it is easily accessible, of course, to the authorized parties. As a result, if anybody wants to steal data, they can easily find the data. All data is centralized in the data lake, clean, and I said earlier, easily accessed. We have been discussing internally about what to do with ChatGPT. Our biggest concern has to do with the fact that OpenAI stores the data you input and you receive. And they use it to keep improving the product. Of course, they are keen on aggregating behavior. Users obviously can delete or request deletion of their accounts or disable their chat history. But how many users will actually do that? My other concern is this. We always trade our data for convenience. We trade our data for some enjoyment. Some of you might complain, oh, I have lost privacy. But then if I want to know who you are, I will simply type your name on Facebook and get to know you. You check your LinkedIn. That's how I got to know many of you here. We just have to be aware. Back in the bank, we just need to make sure that all our employees and officers are aware about the consequences of their social media behavior. Now, to close, I would echo what David said earlier. Data cannot just be compliance-driven. As a CEO, I don't look at data as a compliance issue. I happen to have an attorney as my data privacy officer, but this is really because I need somebody who will know what the rules are and how we can operate within the rules. But really, to me, data, when properly consented, properly safeguarded, is a source of competitive advantage. And as I mentioned earlier, it's really the unique insights, the ability to customize offerings, and the ability to create unique, delightful customer experiences that will make us more competitive compared to all the other banks we're competing with. You know, the customer relationship is one of trust. It is one of our most important assets. A single breach can irreparably damage that trust. That is why I keep reminding myself and my colleagues, it's not about compliance, it's about doing the right thing. It's about designing privacy at the core of our processes. It's about making privacy a default, and it's about making privacy part of our culture. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Acevedo. Indeed, what an informative talk that was, in talking about how in today's day and age, with the upcoming different things that help our businesses, such as AI and all of those extra things that help our businesses move forward, they present new data privacy risks that we as companies need to definitely be aware of, which all the more shows us the importance of the NPC and what they are doing. And so we want to continue to move forward in helping our nation stay data literate and privacy literate as well. All right. So moving on, we are going to be hearing from another respected speaker from his respective field, sharing his trusted practices from their organization. Please join me in welcoming the country head of Concentrix Philippines, Mr. Amit Jaga, who is the Senior Vice President and Country Leader at Concentrix Philippines. He's a global leader in customer engagement services. In this role, Amit is responsible for the management of Concentrix's 48 operating sites and approximately 100,000 staff in the Philippines. Amit is a seasoned leader with experience in multiple roles within the organization over the last 23 years, spanning across multiple verticals and geos. He has a proven track record of managing large teams and is extremely passionate about developing leaders for the future. After completing his undergraduate course in business management, Amit went for executive postgraduate course in XLRI in India. He has also done an advanced management program from Harvard Business School and an executive leadership course from Cornell University. He has also participated in other short-term executive programs from Columbia University, Tufts School of Business, and Indian Institute of Management. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together again for Mr. Amit Jaga.
Good morning. I'm representing Concentrix, which, as you all just heard, is one of the largest employers in the Philippines. But I'm also representing the BPO industry in the Philippines. The industry employs about 1.3 million people and generates about $30 billion of revenue for the country. So one of the largest contributors to the GDP of the country. And as you can imagine, with 1.3 million people, we process billions and billions of transactions every month, every quarter. And you can imagine that each transaction would be touching lots and lots of customer data. And therefore, our industry is actually at that very critical point within the overall ecosphere where we just don't look at the data from a Philippines perspective, but from a global perspective. Because most of our customers are actually coming out of North America, Europe, and all the other parts of the world. And therefore, we are sitting at this cusp of managing the data for the entire world right here in the Philippines. So makes our job very, very exciting. Okay. I'd first like to start with why it is important to, one second. I need some help with this. Okay, somebody was saying it's idiot-proof, maybe it's not for me. How do I go back? This is the first one. Okay. Cool. Okay. Sorry about that. So let's start from the start. So the first part of it is that, how do you think about data? And one of the key things that really comes to my mind from a general public perspective is that people still don't think about data the same way. They think about tangible goods. Somebody looks at their car and says they own the car, but they look at the data, and is the general public really thinking that they own their own personal data? I know lots of people in this room are attorneys and DPOs, so they look at it very differently. But just look at it from a general person's perspective. They are not looking at as their data as something which is their ownership. And I think that's the mindset which we have to change as an organization, as an industry, as a business. Because till the time people start owning their data and looking at it as something which is tangible for them, it is very difficult to create that mindset that we have to make it safe. And that is why we have to start from the top. We have to look at creating policies and procedures which make people understand that this is something which is their ownership. We have to look at making sure that we define the do's and don'ts and then educate those do's and don'ts very aggressively. Not just to the individuals, but also to the users of the data. Because I'm an individual who has my own personal data, but at the same time, I'm user of other people's data as well. When I look at a consumer's account, either in the bank or in the healthcare space, I'm becoming a user of the data for somebody else. And therefore, it's important that I understand how critical and sensitive it is. So that's the do's and don'ts. And then the other thing is the framework. Because the governance of this entire data, the billions and billions of pieces of data that we manage on a day-to-day basis, cannot happen automatically. So it's critical that we actually create governance frameworks which which really allow us to be very sensitive to how this entire process is working. And last but not the least, for large organizations at least, they have to invest in data privacy officers and a team. And as Concentrix, one of the largest employers, 100,000 plus people, we have a dedicated team. But at the same time, I think what is more critical is empowerment of those teams. I've seen multiple times that those teams actually get embedded into the lowest level in the organization, and nobody is actually giving the real focus and attention that they deserve. They have to be working with somebody senior in the organization. They have to be empowered to call a spade, and only then do we really feel that there is a difference that those teams are able to make. What are the benefits of doing all of this? Because, if I go back to what David said and Eugene said earlier, data does give us competitive advantage. But at the same time, it also gives us a lot of trust. Trust, not just in our ability to make sure that the consumers feel the trust, but also for a region. Because if we really have to get more work into the Philippines from a global perspective, we have to make sure that data is safe, and that's just table stakes. When we handle a healthcare transaction right here in the Philippines, we actually have to comply not just with the NPC and the data privacy laws here in the Philippines, but also the HIPAA law in the US. Whenever we get a transaction out of Europe handled here in the Philippines, we have to make sure that we are GDPR compliant. So we have to make sure that to gain that trust, we are globally at that scale and that standard which drives the right level of compliance around that data. And the reputational damage that it could create if one miss happens is immense. I mean, it could be, as our CEO continues to say, it could be an end state event if a company of our scale ends up messing around with somebody's personal information, because it could literally take our company out of business completely. So that's how critical this entire thing is for Concentrix, is also for the BPO industry in general. It's also important that the tone is set from the top, because if you look at the entire concept of data and privacy related to data, it is extremely new. Some of our team members do not understand it. Some of our team members do not understand the consequences of a breach. And therefore, the tone has to be set from the top. It has to really start from the place where the CEOs, the senior leaders are actually governing it and are making sure that their teams understand how critical it is to go for it. There are also conflicting signals. I think David mentioned very well earlier that sometimes teams will come in and say, can I do this? Can I do that? And then there'll be conflicts that arise. If a senior leader is involved, it is easier to solve the conflict because they can set the direction and the tone very quickly around it. As I mentioned earlier, the cost versus the benefit. Sometimes we look at, I'm investing in 10 people who are doing data privacy compliance for me. It's a big cost. It's the opportunity of the business that they are saving and the way they are making sure that we are away from the risk, which is the cost avoidance that they will do. That's the way we have to look at the benefits here. And really, if I look at the technology that it is changing so fast, we have to keep evolving these policies very fast. We took a decision after OpenAI came up with ChatGPT that while we will use the technology and we'll integrate the technology in multiple ways, but we just can't freely use the technology to put our information on ChatGPT. Because we could be actually using a lot of consumer data and just putting it into the open source information, and that could go anywhere. So the companies have to evolve with the evolution of technology and make sure that their own internal guidelines are updated. Their employees understand that we have to be very careful using our consumers' data onto those platforms. And lastly, what does it mean for Concentrix as a company? As I said earlier, the BPO industry has to look at it from a multi-geography consideration. The GDPR, the HIPAA acts, all the banking acts across the globe. We have to make sure that we are compliant to it. And I was very impressed with the NPC report earlier when I was listening, because it looks like we're thinking in the future. We're looking at the aspects which will help the BPO industry in general make sure that we are compliant at a global scale, not just at a Philippine scale. We need more people to drive awareness. And looking at the participation in this event today, looks like we have the team's strength behind us to really drive the right level of awareness that is needed across the Philippines. And the other thing is, we have to be very careful around how we share data privacy breaches and the best practices that happen. In large organizations, sometimes the left arm does not know what the right arm is doing. And therefore, we have to be very careful and within the constraints of making sure that we don't share too much, share the best practices. Because the best practices will help us as an organization, as an industry, as a business to really come up with the right level of security that is needed to really protect this. So with this, thank you very much and see you later in the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. What an informative take we got there, Mr. Jaga. Thank you very much for those insights of benefits of institutionalizing data privacy in organizations. Thank you very much for that. And now to talk further about data privacy, let's welcome the CEO and founder of Straits Interactive Private Limited Company, which specializes in data privacy and GRC consulting, training, and software solutions, as well as the head of the Data Protection Excellence Network, the largest community of data protection professionals in the region. He is also the author of 99 Privacy Breaches to Beware of, and a well-qualified consultant and trainer, achieving the Fellow of Information Privacy, or FIP, awarded by the International Association of Privacy Professionals, IAPP. In addition, he is both the region's official trainer for IAPP as well as the Open Compliance Ethics Group, and recently was awarded the Skills Future Fellowship Award, the highest award given to individuals in Singapore, presented by the President of Singapore, honoring them as Masters of Skills and Mentors of Future Talent. Having held Asia-Pacific leadership and management positions in his 20-plus years in the IT industry with Creative Technology, Sun Microsystems, and Oracle Corporation, he brings his experience to the area of governance and operational compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the CEO and founder of Straits Interactive Private Limited, Mr. Kevin Shepherdson.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Commissioner Naga and Commissioner Guerra for inviting me to speak today. I'd like to start off by asking all of you a question. Put up your hands if you are a certified data protection officer. Yeah, with pride, up all the way up. Now, as DPOs, you're going to play a very important role in terms of institutionalizing privacy within your organization. And I just finished a job with the Indonesian government, and we forecasted that there will be 100,000 DPOs. In fact, there'll be a shortage of 100,000 DPOs. All of you know that the Thai law has been passed. Besides the Indonesian law, the Vietnam law has also been passed, which means there's going to be a huge demand or shortage of data protection officers. And your job, our job, is to implement the data protection or data privacy management program within our organization. Okay? So what I'd like to do here is to remind all of you that you guys are in hot demand, and ASEAN will be a region where data privacy is going to be pretty new, right? In the backdrop of AI, which I will also cover. So let's start by going back to the definition here. When we talk about tone from the top, we talk about organizational culture. Never did we think that when we process privacy, we got to think of the rights of the individual. There was never a culture in place, yeah? So our job is to instill that culture, those values, and also get the priorities of the organization aligned. All right, so with that as the quick definition, I'd like all of you to think about your job in terms of institutionalizing privacy in 3 areas. There's the governance, that's working with the senior management, your board. There's the management, and these are the people. who are the heads of departments, your internal stakeholders. That's where the politics is going to be. And as I do my consultancy in the region, I'd like you all to think about the operations part, which I will tell you there's a lot of data privacy officers who are pretty weak in terms of understanding how data is processed within an organization. So you folks got to think of these three areas, and what I'd like to do here is to give you the traditional view, which will need to be changed. So when we talk about tone from the top, the current perspective is you set up the DPO office with or without your board's blessing, with senior management, and we push the compliance objectives across the organization because there's a law that requires us, right? There are now rules that govern how you collect, use, disclose, or store data. So we push it down to management, to the staff. But if we were to contextualize this to privacy, I want to challenge all of you. How many of you know the 5 pillars of compliance? You probably forgot, right? So first one is you appoint a DPO. So that part here is on governance. And then you do your PIA. You work with your management team. But here's the thing, you must know the operations. And I'm going to explain to you the consequence of not knowing that. And then you establish your privacy management program, yes? And you implement your privacy security measures and you be aware of any data breaches. Now, as I go through the 5 pillars, take a look at these 3 segments. As the DPO of your organization, can you see how the 3 parts are connected? Now, in my experience, you actually have 5 scenarios, and I'd like to invite all of you to identify which scenario is your organization currently in. Is it the first one? That's a bad sign, yeah? You got nothing in place. None of the 3 areas, you will get into trouble. In Singapore, we already have 200 over-enforcement cases, yeah? And let's go to the next one. The second scenario. Is this you? You are the DPO in name. They're looking for a DPO, so you volunteer. And the problem is there are many people who are double hatting here. In our surveys, we discovered that 60% of DPOs double hat. And it's hard, right? Because there's no top down, no bottom up. They are pure loners, and most of them don't even know how to do their jobs. Is this you? Let's extend this further. Then you have the DPO, who is the one-man army, me, myself, and I. He works pretty hard, right? He understands the operations. But guess what? The CEO comes in and he says, oh, privacy is important. If there's anything that you need, talk to our DPO. Is that you? Think about it. Yeah? So this guy doesn't have support. He doesn't have the resources. But he's dedicated to doing the job. And then we have the next scenario. You have the governance in place. You have the management in place. So you might find this familiar. You have your data protection office. You have the heads of department that makes up the data governance committee. But guess what? There's no understanding of the operations. So the attitude of the organization is, oh, this is not my problem. This is the compliance problem. This is the DPO problem. How many of you can identify with this scenario? You know the legal aspect, but you don't really understand the operational implications. So when the breach happens, you are shocked. You say, what? You mean this thing can happen? I didn't know that this mobile app would have a breach. And obviously, the part that all of us will want will be this area. This governance, we got senior management, we got the board support, we got the DPO running with the full blessing of the organization. You have the heads of department supporting you in your governance committee, and you have a pretty good understanding of all the business processes, the same processes that are causing the complaints within the organization, the same processes that are now undergoing digital transformation. So question to all of you, which scenario is yours? Before you answer that question, ask yourself again, how real is this? So let's pull the lens back. There are 5 scenarios. And what you will need to do, what we need to do to institutionalize privacy is to look at the governance portion. You heard the earlier speakers. You heard David, you heard Amit, you heard Eugene talking about these areas. Hey, but you are a DPO. This is not a junior position. You are supposed to head the governance, the data protection office. And for those of you who are not familiar, there is a standard that you can actually adopt. It's called the ISO 38505. I'd like to quickly run through 6 principles that you might want to think about, especially in today's generative AI world. First one, if you are heading the DPO office, are you aware of all the responsibilities, the roles and responsibilities? How many times I walk into an advisory session, they just get people to be appointed of the committee, but none of them actually knows what to do. Are you aligning that strategy to your organization? Yes, with good intent, as you heard from the earlier speakers. You're coming from a compliance angle. But wait, the organization is moving towards digital transformation. Yes, we are also looking at survival. So are you aligning your strategy of your data protection management program with the organization? And whether you like it or not, there's going to be an acquisition strategy. We are now acquiring data. Thanks or no thanks to generative AI. What kind of data assets are you acquiring? Are you even conscious? Are you even monitoring the performance of your data protection program? So I'd like you to ponder over that. Because your job is to manage the DPMP, Data Privacy Management Program. Your job is to comply, to identify the sectoral rules, the DPA, GDPR where applicable. And as you heard from the earlier speakers, the scary part, you are dealing with human behavior. I will get upset if any of my consultants, you walk into a deal, you don't treasure the person's time. If you're going to implement your compliance activities, be conscious. The person's got many other things to do. And as you heard, they are also the weakest link. Yeah, these guys have to be trained. You've got to communicate to them, but they are human beings. And it's a hard one. So I'd like you all to think about this area. And then when you look at the center portion, this is where you do the data management. I'd like everyone to think about upskilling yourself, because when you manage the data, you're only thinking about privacy. What about other areas, which I'm going to go through later? Your job is to get your committee in place, because these are the guys who will tell you, hey, what the hell? You are rolling out policies and procedures. Did you consult me? You are going to roll out policies and procedures that is going to be impacting my function. So you need their buy-in. So if you take a look at this, let's now look at the last point, which I'll be honest, in my experience dealing with DPOs, this is an area that needs a lot of improvement. Ask yourself, do you understand all the business processes? Now notice I added one in here called report, decide, and distribute. And this is the area that a lot of attention will be, because you could be looking at analytics, you'll be looking using generative AI to bring your data sets together. So can I ask all of you, how many of you have rolled out GPT in your organization? Put up your hands. None of you? It's okay, you can just confidently put up. None? Next question. How many of you have a free account within your organization? Put up your hands. Or at least your staff have got free accounts. Like it or not, they are using it. So let's not deceive yourself. My next question is, what about a policy that governs the use of generative AI? Think about the function is so excited. Let's load in all our support transactions so we can get GPT to answer all questions. But you forgot that in those transactions, there are tons of private data that will all be revealed. So what's my point to everyone, ladies and gentlemen? If you're going to institutionalize privacy, we have to build the skill sets of understanding how the language model works, right? How the new processes, how predictive analysis all work, and we need to know the life cycles. I'd like you all to ponder, do you have a register of every single risk within your organization? Do you? If you don't know, one of them could cause a data breach. And here you are, didn't put up your hands about ChatGPT and all that. It's lurking in your organization. People are using it to summarize what confidential document. I'm sure you read about what happened in Samsung. They used code verification. Somebody recorded a conference and used GPT to transcribe the information. Yeah. So I'd like to close off by talking about the benefits in 3 areas, which I want to remind all of you. The governance, the management, and the operations part. But that's not all, right? Because we got to build that privacy culture to respect the rights of the individual. But take a look what's missing. We as DPOs, we should take into account the digital transformation that is happening. It's also an opportunity for everyone to upgrade yourself. You've seen that IAPP, which Trevor will talk later. There's going to be an AI governance professional certification. And we are all the right candidates to govern AI. And it's not just managing privacy. You got to manage the accuracy of the data. You got to look at business intelligence. You got to look at the architecture and all of that. And obviously, my last message to you, you got to also think of not just reducing the risk, but increasing the value of data, because we're going to be using data to make decisions across the organization. So what's my closing message to all of you? Are you a showstopper? Ask again, are you a showstopper? Hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. Or are you an enabler? The focus should not just be on reducing risks, but also on increasing the value of data. And the challenges are now facing us, especially when generative AI is concerned. In the coming months, your PowerPoint, your Microsoft Word will all have synthetic content creation capability. All your organizations will be rushing to implement your chatbots because of this wonderful thing called BART and ChatGPT. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to close off by challenging all the DPOs. You are now in hot demand. It's an excellent opportunity for you to move from data protection to data governance. If you haven't set up that office yet, this is a fantastic time to do that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed to Mr. Kevin Shepherdson for that very informative talk as well. Speaking to DPOs about how we can move from data protection to data governance and how the field truly is in demand, and it is huge. There's a lot to learn and grow from because the field is constantly growing and evolving even as we speak right now with the introduction of so many new features and things to consider when it comes to data privacy. All right, wonderful talks from all of our speakers who we've heard from already. We sense a lot of through lines, a lot of very similar themes in all of their talks, specifically that data protection must go far beyond compliance. It's a separator of businesses, and it must be targeted toward data protection's weakest link, often human beings. All right, we need to evolve with the times, and we need to continue to grow, and we need to continue to educate and upskill ourselves and our organizations if we want to be on top of the game, not just for our own good, but for the good of our business and our organization. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are seeing, we are putting some chairs up, and we are going to call our panel, our speakers back up in a short while. A couple quick announcements for everybody, few housekeeping announcements. We did hear that a lot of you are coming up to us and asking about the program, asking for a copy of the program. We made an effort to go paperless for today's event, and so instead of having QR codes, if you do not currently have a QR code that you can scan at the back of your ID or at the back of your card, then please feel free to visit privacy.gov.ph/POW 2023. All right, that's privacy.gov.ph/PAW 2023. That will take you right to the program for today if you would like to keep track of that for all of you. All right. Another thing, in a bit after this panel discussion, we will be having a feedback form that we will be showing via QR code. It's something that you can scan, and it'll take you right to a feedback form. We want to hear your thoughts about this program so far. We want to hear how you feel about it and what you've been learning. For those of you who are tuning in online via Facebook and YouTube, if you would like to receive an e-certificate for your attendance to this event, then this is something you need to do. You do need to scan the QR code and fill out this feedback form. For all of you who are here with us physically, you will be receiving that certificate already, but please do fill out the feedback form as well, which we will be showing after this panel discussion. All right, again, we want to have more conversation with our speakers. We sense that there's a lot of wisdom to be gained from a discussion with these people. So I'd like to call back up our speakers for today. The CEO of Aboitiz Data Innovation, Dr. David Hardoon, please come up. The President and CEO of RCBC, Mr. Eugene Acevedo, please come up as well. The Country Head of Concentrix Philippines, Mr. Amit Jaga, please make your way up here. And lastly, the CEO of Strains Interactive Singapore, Mr. Kevin Shepherdson, please come up. Thank you so much. Please give them a warm welcome as they come up. Please give them a hand. To moderate today's discussion, we would like to call on a DPO, actually, the DPO of Maya Bank Incorporated. All right, Maya Bank Incorporated, for those of you who don't know, was the Privacy Initiative they won the Privacy Initiative of the Year Award for 2022. I'm going to call on Mr. John Christopher Retardo. JC currently heads Maya's Data Privacy Office and currently serves as the Registered Data Protection Officer of Maya Bank Incorporated. He is a certified public accountant by profession, a data protection officer in action, and a teacher by vocation. He advocates for the promotion of privacy education in the country, and prior to focusing on privacy, JC had previous professional experiences in audit, regulatory compliance, information security, and data protection. He is the representative of the non-bank financial institution sector to the National Privacy Commission's Data Privacy Council. He is also the only Southeast Asian board member of the International Association of Privacy Professionals CIPT Exam Development Board. He also serves as a co-chair for the IAPP KnowledgeNet Philippines chapter. At present, he teaches at De La Salle University and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And as a teacher, he has the privilege of sharing his professional experience in data privacy and protection with his students. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. John Christopher Retardo, who will moderate our discussion.
All right, so good morning, Okada Manila, and good morning to all those who are joining us online. So my name is JC, and I'm the DPO of Maya. And last year, our program, Maya Fraud Patrol, won the Privacy Initiative of the Year. And this year, I had the honor to be the moderator for our first session this morning. So to our finalists for the POW Awards later, now you know. All right, so let's get this started. Right, so good morning, our dear panelists, and it's an honor to have you join our panel for this morning's discussion. Let's begin with you, Sir Eugene. Okay, given your rich and vast experience in the banking industry, have you identified any gaps or overlaps in the regulatory landscape on personal data here in the Philippines, and how does your organization deal with these overlaps or gaps?
It's working. Thank you. Yes, in fact, I can give you an example. If somebody steals somebody's data and takes money away, imagine how easy it is for us to chase. Actually, it's very difficult. Because Republic Act 1405 makes it impossible for us to share information about depositors to, believe it or not, to the law enforcement agencies. Now the Data Privacy Act allows that. There's no problem there. But the problem has to do with a very, very strict bank confidentiality rule. I think something has to be done with that. Typically what happens is, if some money comes in, for example, from abroad, and we are sure that the money was stolen from someone, sure, we can put a hold. Thankfully, we can now allow that. But we can only do it up to a certain time frame. So basically, in short, without getting into much detail, I think we need to work together to make sure that the laws enable us to catch criminals quickly. The current structure of the laws do not allow us to do that. Yeah, that's just one of those things. But otherwise, I believe that we are evolving. I'm obviously not looking forward to the time when we get levied a 1.2 billion euro assessment, obviously, right? But I think we have to work with government to make sure that we come up with something very reasonable. But beyond that, even before that, we need to fix the issues related to Republic Act 1405 because it's causing all sorts of problems. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Eugene. Well, I agree that collaboration between public and the private sectors are really important, and our laws and regulation must be harmonious in order to avoid those kinds of confusion and conflicts. So what about you, Sir Amit? In the BPO sector, have you identified any gaps or overlaps on the regulations? And how are you trying to address those issues?
Yeah, I think a couple of areas where we need support. The first one is that we handle a lot of financial transactions across the globe. And with that, with that level of financial transactions that we handle comes the risk of fraud. And as we look at some of the bad actors who come into our industry and try to defraud either us or our clients, which are across the globe, we need better teeth in the system to be able to make sure that we follow the process and get them apprehended. And our team is also working on at an industry level to share some of the data, because if somebody commits a fraud in one organization, we want to make sure that the entire industry knows about it. And now there are multiple complications around that because that it has to be done in the right frame, format. We have to make sure that that the due legal process is followed. But within those constraints, if you're able to get that teeth, I think we can make sure that the country in general will be a lot more secure, and people will have a lot more disincentive to do something which is wrong.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sir Amit. Well, yeah, that is really important. We want to place the Philippines as an outsourcing destination attractive to different investors. So we really need to work hard in order to achieve that status. So now let's move on to Dr. Hardoon. So with the increasing complexity in the processing of personal data with AI, what are the emerging approaches and best practices in ensuring that privacy is still in top of mind for organizations?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, as kind of also I was alluding in the earlier presentation, and I think it came up a few times, this is where we need to kind of take that step beyond and realize that privacy, and this is the challenge, cannot be at times overly prescribedly defined. Like, oh, your privacy is PII. Privacy could be represented by the representation of an individual, for example, because at the end of the day, and this is something that came about with some, let's say, legislations that, let's say, prohibit the use of sensitive attributes, religion, gender, etc., and so forth. But we all know that sophisticated AI algorithms can infer it without having it. So you just work around it. So that's what I mean by we need to level it up to the case of privacy. And then how do you deal with privacy? It goes to the element of justifiability. Why are we having this information? Why are we doing it? Why are we using it in a particular context? And is there consent in using it in this type of context, essentially? So I know it sounded a bit abstract, but actually I really believe we have the rules, we have the policies, we have the principles. It's just expanding it from that specificity to the concept, essentially.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. David. And now, Sir Kevin, same question. So with increasing complexity in the processing of personal data using AI, from your experiences from the region, what are the emerging practices in ensuring that privacy is still on top of mind of organizations?
If we think about AI, let's take a step back. There's the privacy issue, there's the ethical issues, there are ethical issues, and there are harassment issues, yeah? So I would say that there's now a whole bunch of upskilling that is no longer just privacy. Now, if you look at your ACE program, ACE stands for Accountability, Compliance, and Ethics. I would encourage the DPOs in their privacy practices to take on ethics, because just as privacy principles are governing the data protection laws, the AI laws will be underpinned by ethical principles. Yeah? So I would say you would combine, because the same privacy principles like the right to automated decision making, right? You now need to look at it from other perspectives like safety. I'm sure all of you have seen the case where one of the chatbots, Eliza, advised someone to kill himself, and the guy committed suicide. And I bet you that the persons preparing the data sets, the programmers, never thought about it from what we call the safety principle. Yeah? So in short, what I would do is we will look at it from a three-pronged perspective: privacy, harassment, and discrimination, which obviously underpins this importance of biasness and all of that. So your privacy approach should now be holistic, and that is what I would probably say that NPC had the insight that when you talk about ACE, you're talking about accountability, compliance, and ethics.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Kevin. So again, accountability, compliance, and ethics. So now let me ask you, gentlemen, how do you ensure that your respective DPOs are getting the support they need in order for them to execute their mandate?
I would like to take that first because I'm quite passionate in this area. Now, first rule, you listen to your sponsor and all of that. He might say to you, hey, there's no need to do a DPIA. And you say, yes, sure, but let me document that you said that. I promise you, right, he will change his stand. Because a lot of the executives, you know, they are actually worried about the business objectives. Because you have to deal with the perception, as I said earlier, about a showstopper. So you want to be an enabler. But if they tell you the priorities are not important, tell them, okay, you said it, but let me document that and watch their answers after you tell it to them.
All right. So additional insights?
I'd attack it differently. I think the first thing you need to do is to train your CEO. Your CEO has to understand how important data is and how important data privacy is. You have to teach him privacy by design, privacy as default, and later he'll probably realize that privacy has to be part of your culture. And then he will panic. He will panic because he will realize that the DPO office does not have the sufficient support. You have lawyers, of course. I love my lawyers, there's a lot of them. She's here. But they need to be trained in other things. They need to be trained in at least first level data analytics. You need to make sure that the lawyers understand that when you say privacy by design, what do you mean exactly? They need to be able to figure out that the process needs to be changed, right? So they might even need some industrial engineering skill in customer journey, right? So I think all of you DPOs here should realize that there are some skills that you need to learn, but those skills can also be absorbed by hiring the right kind of individuals to support you. But before you can get your CEO to say yes, he needs to get to a state of panic. Thank you.
If I may briefly, I'm kind of very tempted to just defer the question to my DPO, but I'm not going to put Jessica in the spotlight. I would say two fundamental things, perhaps on top of the panic, is there needs to be a change of behavior, both on the business side and, let's call a spade, the DPO side. And the best way to do that, as we all know, I mean, this is kind of what's been done from a regulatory perspective, is, a carrot and a stick. You know when to dangle the carrot, you know when to dangle the stick. Is to change KPIs. It's changing the business's KPI. Is that it's not when things go wrong, it's the DPO's fault. Because then what you're creating is an environment whereby, by default, I'll just say no to everything because that's risk mitigation. Secondly, I change the KPI of the DPO. Now, I know this may sound like, hey, but you're creating a conflict of interest, but hey, we live in a complex world whereby, yes, there's accountability, there's responsibility, and that's why they need to be DPO and perhaps extended to the world of data governance. Fully agree with that, because to me, privacy is a component of governance as a whole. But now that they have a accountability, I'm going to borrow that term, on the business outcomes as well. So this is how you make sure, ultimately, there is support, because once these happen, it's like, oh, we need to build up the support in the team because of the business enablement. We need to create training, panic in the business. It's driven from that point of view. So that's how I would believe and personally advocate in driving it.
I think most of the important points have been covered. I'd probably say that the last item on my mind is to choose the right DPO. Because what happens is, especially large organizations, sometimes they end up choosing the DPO who is not able to influence the organization. And that's a very critical part of the job, because we want to, as business leaders, enable the DPO. But the DPO also needs to have the capability to influence the organization. And like our DPO sitting right here, Attorney Michael Montero right here, he's part of our executive team. So he heads all the legal aspects for the business across the Asia region. And we've got a very large presence here in the Philippines. We could have picked anybody. But the reason we picked a very senior person who sits in our executive team is because we feel that person has the capability and the authority to influence the organization. So that is the other very important aspect around this.
All right, so thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing some insights. So thank you very much, our esteemed panelists, for sharing your wisdom. So everyone, we have learned some things about AI and how to get management buy-in for the Data Privacy Office. So with that, we will conclude this panel discussion. So to our host, back to you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you as well to all our panelists. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you found that discussion very informative and fruitful. And as what Mr. Eugene Acevedo said, train your CEOs. That's my takeaway from this discussion. Train your CEOs, everybody. But yeah, again, thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you as well to everyone who have participated in the discussion. And I'm sure they have their own insights as well with that discussion. Don't you you agree with me?
For sure, there were a lot of things to take away there. And before we move on with all of the things that we're going to do after this, we wanted to take this time to take a quick photo op with with our valued speakers and the moderator as well. We're going to call up real quick as well some of our NPC officials, all right? And so please, I'll call you up. Can we call up NPC Commissioner Attorney John Henry Naga, as well as Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, and the NPC Executive Director, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona. All right, if there are any other NPC officials who are here with us, please do come up. We're going to take a photo with our speakers, just as appreciation for the wonderful time that they spent with us today.
Yes, and joining our photo op this morning is the CEO of Boitis Data Innovation, Dr. David R. Hardune, President and CEO of RCBC, Mr. Eugene Acevedo, Country Head of Concentrix Philippines, Mr. Amit Jaga, and CEO and founder of Straits Interactive Private Limited, Singapore, Mr. Kevin Shepherdson. Again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists this morning, our moderator as well, to our NPC officials for making this discussion possible for everybody in attendance here in the Cado Manila, and of course watching us live through our Facebook and YouTube videos. Thank you very much. Now, I know everybody is excited to learn more about data privacy and how we can protect the rights of the Filipino people, especially within the rights of within the premises of their companies. But before anything else, we have a little surprise for everybody present in the venue and watching us live on Facebook and YouTube. And here to give us a wonderful performance this morning is from ABCBN. Our featured performers is a true marvel of a talent, a platinum-selling recording artist, and a multi-awarded performer. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the one and only Miss Jonna.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Jonah, and before I proceed with my song for today, I'd like to acknowledge the following. Privacy Commissioner John Henry Naga, to Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Aguirre, and to the Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alzona. And of course, to the company I represent for today, ABS-CBN. Thank you for having me. Hope you like these songs. These are the classic hits from Adele. Your face, and the whole world is on your case. I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. The storms are raging on this rolling sea, and on the highway of regret, the winds of change are blowing wild and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I could make you happy, make your dreams come true. there's nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you, to make you feel my love, to make you feel my love. When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. Don't you remember? Don't you remember the reason you loved me before? Baby, please remember me once more. Gave you the space so you could breathe. I kept my distance so you would be free. I'm hoping you find that missing piece to bring you back to me. Why don't you remember? Don't you remember the reason you loved me before? Baby, please remember me once more. I heard that you're settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true, 'cause she gave you things I didn't give to you. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away, I couldn't fight it. I'd hope you see my face and that you'll be reminded that for me it isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I'm back. I'll remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I'm back. I'll remember you said sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. So I won't let you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't rescue you to just desert me. I can't give you the heart you think you gave me. It's time to say goodbye. We're turning tables. The turning tables. The thunder calls for me. Next time I'll be braver, I'll be my own savior, stand by my own 2 feet. So I won't let you close enough to hurt me. No, I won't rescue you to just desert me. I can't give you the heart you think you gave me. It's time to say goodbye. We're turning tables. We're turning tables. We're turning tables. Yeah. Should I give up or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my place? Should I leave it there? Or should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Oh, would it be a waste, even if I knew my place? Should I leave it there? Should I give up? Or should I just keep on chasing pavements? Should I just keep on chasing pavements? Oh, should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my place? Should I leave it there? Or should I give up? Or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See how I leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me off the dark. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you have my heart inside your hand, and you played it to the beat. We could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you have my heart inside of your hand, and you played it to the beat. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you have my heart inside your hand, and you played it to the beat. We could have had it all. Rolling the deep, you have my heart inside of your Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Another round of applause for Jonah. Marvelous performance and hits that I'm sure we are all aware of. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a wonderful morning program for us today. If you, we will be showing the feedback form shortly. If we could go to that slide, actually, the QR code for the feedback form will be up here shortly for you all to scan and for you all to give us your feedback on how the morning program went and your thoughts about it. So please just take out your phone and scan that QR code to give us your thoughts. Again, we have heard from some wonderful speakers so far, and we've heard about the ever-changing landscape that the Data Privacy Commission has to be able to navigate and has to be able to help this whole nation adjust to as we continue on. But for DPOs, we're looking to empower DPOs. We're looking to help leaders, organizational leaders evolve, and that is the goal of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some lunch. All right, this is lunch break right now. Okay, we've got a few minutes. We have 4 buffet tables set up around the room. We have one over there on the corner, one at the back, or 2 at the back, sorry, and one on the other side. So you can feel free. For those of you who are not in a reserved table, in a VIP table, you can feel free to line up at any of those buffet tables. We will be back shortly. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for any announcements, but you can feel free to line up as soon as you can. And for those who are in the reserved tables, in the VIP tables, you will be served your food yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great meal, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Sa panahon ngayon, halos lahat nagagawa na online. Laking tulong lalo na't nasa gitna tayo ng COVID-19 pandemic. Mula shopping, bills payment, pag-order ng pagkain, pagkonsulta sa doktor, government transactions, pati na pag-deposit at pag-transfer ng pera, magagawa na lahat ng
Hi kids! Oh, online na naman kayo! Alam niyo ba kung paano kayo magiging safe online? Simula nitong pandemya, mas lalong humabang oras natin sa internet, mapag-games man yan o online school. At dahil madalas kayong online, karaniwang target kayong mga kabataan ng iba't ibang pang-aabuso. Kaya mahalagang alam ninyo, pati na rin ng inyong mga magulang o tagapag-alaga kung paano po protektahan ang inyong personal na impormasyon at privacy sa internet. Katuwang ng National Privacy Commission ang Data Privacy Council for the Education Sector sa pagbibigay ng mga paalala para matiyak na protektado kayo online. Sa paggawa ng accounts para sa online class, tiyaking malakas o strong ang passwords mo para hindi madaling mahulaan. Tandaan, ang malakas na password hindi dapat mas maikli sa 12 characters. Mayroon itong malalaki at maliliit na letra, may mga numero at mga simbolo o special characters. Para safe ang password mo, huwag ibibigay sa ibang tao. Huwag din mag-uulit ng password. Kailangan iba ang password mo para sa online class at iba rin para sa social media o iba mo pang accounts. Habang nasa online class naman, i-on lang ang microphone kapag magre-recite o magsasalita. Kung hindi naman, pwedeng i-off muna ito. Kung kailangang mag-screenshot o mag-record ng inyong online class, ugaliing magpaalam muna sa guro at mga kaklase bago ito gawin. At syempre, huwag ipamimigay ang link ng inyong online class sa mga hindi dapat kasama sa klase. Siguraduhin din na laging mag-sign out sa iyong account pagkatapos ng klase, lalo na kung nagrerenta ka ng computer sa mga pampublikong lugar, kagaya ng internet cafe o computer shop. Para naman sa mga magulang o tagapag-alaga, hanggat kaya mainam kung mababantayan ang inyong mga anak habang nasa online class. Turuan din sila ng mga dapat at hindi dapat gawin habang nasa klase. Sa ganitong paraan, napapanatiling ligtas ang inyong mga alaga. Para sa iba pang ligtas internet tips, bisitahin ang Kabataang Digital tab sa website ng National Privacy Commission para ang bawat kabataan maging matalino, mapagmatsyag at mapanuri sa paggamit ng internet.
Sa tahanan man o paaralan, dapat doble ingat. Katuwang ng mga magulang at guro ang National Privacy Commission para tiyaking ligtas ang datos ng bawat kabataan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody is having a great time and is enjoying their lunch. But to help everyone get situated and, just enjoy the moment, we have another message for this afternoon. And to give us a message to celebrate the Data Privacy Awareness Week, we have Senator of the Philippines, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada.
Sa lahat ng mga dumadalo dito sa taunang National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference, magandang araw po sa inyo lahat. It may seem a coincidence that the Privacy Awareness Week celebration comes on the heels of what the National Privacy Commission recently noted as a potential personal data breach during a glitch in the operation of an e-wallet giant last May 9. This incident all the more heightens the need for the NPC to continue to cultivate public awareness of data privacy practices, institute more stable and secure protection policies in various media channels, and pursue initiatives that will empower our citizenry to safeguard their private data against unscrupulous groups and individuals. Sa panahon ngayon, kung saan ang teknolohiya ay malaking bahagi ng ating pang-araw-araw na buhay, napakahalaga na maprotektahan ang ating mga personal na impormasyon at magkaroon ng sapat na kaalaman sa ating mga karapatan pagdating sa usapang data privacy. Mahalaga rin ang papel na ginagampanan ng data protection officers na ang pangunahing responsibilidad ay pangasiwaan at ipatupad ang mga data protection policies and practices batay sa mga umiiral na batas at regulasyon sa data privacy. Bilang tagapangalaga ng data privacy, kayo ang mga pangunahing haligi sa pagtataguy ng tamang paggamit at proteksyon ng mga personal na impormasyon at pagpapanatili ng integridad at kumpiyansa ng publiko sa lumalawak na digital world. Every day, we see the emergence of new technologies which often give rise to our concerns about privacy protection. I am well aware of the weight of the issue as I was once a victim of tech scams. Nakakapanlumo malaman na ang gamit ko ng mobile number sa aking opisyal na gawain ay napasakamay na pala ng mga kawatan at ginagamit sa mga illegal na gawain. Nagpapasalamat ako at naisibatas na ang SIM Registration Act na isa ako sa may akda at sa pinakahuling tala ng Department of Information and Communications Technology. Nasa 96 million na o 95 to 96% ng government target ang nakapagrehistro na ng kanilang SIM cards. Dito sa isinasagawang komperensya, naasahan natin na tatalakayin ang mga patakaran, best practices sa data privacy, mga issues, hamon at solusyon upang mapabuti ang ating mga programa at pamamaraan para mapaigting ang pagprotekta sa personal impormasyon ng ating mga mamamayan. At hinihikayat ko kayong lahat na makibahagi sa talakayan, maging bukas sa diskusyon, magbahagi na inyong mga kaalaman at makipagtulungan sa mga katuwang natin sa layunin na mapanatiling ligtas at protektado ang mga personal na datos. Ang inyong pakikilahok ay nagpapakita ng inyong suporta at interes sa issue na ito. Muli, malagod ko kayo binabati sa pagdalo dito sa ika-6 na National Data Privacy Awareness Conference, isang karangalan na maging bahagi ng pagtitipo na ito. And I'd like to thank NPC Commissioner Attorney John Henry Naga for giving me the privilege to welcome all of you here today. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
All right. As we can see, even a high-standing government official like Honorary Senator Jinggoy Estrada can be a victim of the acts that the NPC is trying to prevent. So that's something that we are here again to continue to move against. We have another special video that we would like to show everybody. And this is a special greeting from the Senior Vice President of San Miguel Corporation, Mr. Ferdinand Constantino. Mr. Ferdinand K. Constantino is the Group Chief Finance Officer and Treasurer of San Miguel Corporation, and he is also the Chairman of the San Miguel Corporation. He was previously SMC Comptroller and Chief Finance Officer of San Miguel Brewery, Inc. Mr. Constantino holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of the Philippines. He also took graduate courses in economics and business in the same university. Mr. Constantino sits on the boards of several San Miguel subsidiaries, and Mr. Constantino has over 51 years of experience in financial management, financial planning and analysis, financial systems, comptrollership, economic analysis, and strategic planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this video for Mr. Ferdinand Constantino.
To all our friends at the National Privacy Commission and everyone attending this forum. I'm very glad to be here with all of you today. Thank you for having me. I speak to you today not just as San Miguel Chief Finance Officer and Chief Information Officer, but also as its Chief Historian. I've been with San Miguel for almost 49 years now. Perhaps I've been in San Miguel longer than some of you have been here on Earth. But that really just gives you an idea of how much I have witnessed and experienced in my very long career in San Miguel. Think of any major San Miguel milestone in the last 50 years or so, and chances are I have first-hand experience of them. From our internationalization, computerization, regional expansion, modernization, diversification, I've also seen all the changes in top management of SMC. I've been fortunate enough to be part of numerous developments that help shape and progress San Miguel into an organization it is today. Closer to my field, which is finance, I remember in the mid-80s, our finance teams transitioned to using software for finance systems. Many years later, I was also part of the adoption of the SAP system. I recount all this to you because I believe the role of DPOs today, apart from securing data privacy, is also that of a change agent. All those events I recall to you required significant change in processes and systems, in thinking, in attitude, and in culture. These are the same things I believe meant, as well as a group-wide SMC DPO Council. They help promote understanding of and ensure compliance to the Data Privacy Act. It helps a lot that we have a very enthusiastic, active, dedicated Data Privacy Officer and Data Privacy Office Council. They're all like a community on their own, learning together, collaborating in standardizing compliance programs. Our businesses have also fully embraced the DPO's Council's mandate. Many of them have their own expanded data privacy teams who they support and encourage. All this has afforded us many benefits. Among them, more stringent protection of our employees, customers, stakeholders, and ultimately our company. Second, more efficient and collaborative implementation of data privacy programs, owing to the active participation of the DPO Council. Third, greater appreciation of the importance of data privacy across all our businesses. Overall, our top management recognizes the important role that DPOs play in the organization and in protecting our businesses, employees, and stakeholders, particularly, of course, in this era of privacy breaches, cyber crimes, phishing, electronic fraud. Still, the challenge of institutionalizing data privacy and making it the concern of every individual in our organization is a continuing and evolving journey. brings me to my fourth role in SMC. Apart from the CFO, CIO, Chief Historian, and many times also Chief Mentor to many of our people. I hope you don't mind me providing some general practical advice that are nevertheless relevant in my experience in San Miguel. First, it's important to have continuous engagement, which is key when instituting organizational or systems change. When you encounter resistance, just keep at it. Quiet consistency pays. Also, collaborate and don't lose sight of the larger context. Data privacy may be of utmost importance, but as in any organization, there are many other competing concerns. Recognize the pain points, then work together with your peers to find a sustainable way forward. Today, technology is moving at such a fast pace, and unfortunately, those who are using it with ill intent are also very quick to adapt. The Data Privacy Act is not just a document that we need to comply to. It is there to protect us, protect our business, our customers, employees, and stakeholders. San Miguel is committed to upholding the Data Privacy Act and supporting our DPOs and enabling them to accomplish their mission as effectively as possible. I think the Privacy Commission, particularly Commissioner John Naga, Deputy Commissioners Liagro Angelo Aguirre, and Nerissa De Jesus, and all the officers and staff of the NPC for keeping this mission alive, for leading the change, and bringing us all together for this important and worthwhile event. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Constantino, for supporting the institutionalizing of data privacy. And now to give us another message this afternoon is from BPI. We have Mr. Jose Teodoro T.G. Limcauco, and he is the President and CEO of Bank of the Philippine Islands, the oldest bank in both the Philippines and Southeast Asia, and one of the most established financial institutions in the country. TG was appointed as BPI President and CEO on April 22, 2021. He has served as a director of the board and a member of the bank's executive committee since February 2019. He is the chairman of BPI Wealth, a trust corporation, Bank of the Philippine Islands Euro, BPI Capital Corporation, BPI MS Insurance Corporation, and BPI AIA Life Assurance Corporation. He is the vice chairman of BPI Century Tokyo Lease and Finance Corporation and BPI Century Tokyo Rental Corporation. He is the president and vice chairman of BPI Foundation Incorporated. Outside of BPI, he is the president of the Bankers Association of the Philippines and chairman of Philippine Payments Management Incorporated. He is also a current member of the Management Association of the Philippines, the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, or FINEX, and the Rotary Club of Makati West, where he is the past president. Lastly, TG is the director of Just for Kids Incorporated, a homegrown business of his family. Please direct your attention to the screen and watch this.
A nice day to everyone. First, I would like to express my gratitude for this invitation and extend my appreciation to Attorney John Henry D. Naga, the Privacy Commissioner of the National Privacy Commission, for organizing this year's National Data Privacy Awareness Week conference. At BPI, we recognize the importance of data privacy, not just as a legal obligation, but as a crucial component in building trust and fostering stronger relationships with our clients and stakeholders. As a member of the banking industry, we believe that data privacy is not just a responsibility, but also a way to deliver better services to the public. Guided by this belief, we have established a robust privacy management program that helps ensure that the requirements of data privacy permeate across the bank, from operations to design and delivery of services to the culture of the organization. The management program itself follows a governance framework that aligns our data privacy initiatives with our business objectives and risk management practices. A dedicated, independent, and adequately resourced data privacy office leads the bank in implementing our privacy management program. Privacy by design is not just an aspiration, but a defining feature of our privacy management program. All our products, all our services, all our processes, and interactions with our clients and the broader public are shaped, performed, and measured by how well the requirements of data privacy are adhered to. The most important component of our program is awareness and training. We believe that the key to effective data privacy management is education. To this end, we provide comprehensive training, regularly refreshed, to our employees on their roles and responsibilities in protecting personal data entrusted to us. We also conduct regular campaigns addressed to our clients with easy to understand and updated information about our data privacy policies and practices. We have also partnered with like-minded organizations with the rest of the Ayala Group through the Ayala Group Data Privacy Council, the Bankers Association of the Philippines, the Department of Justice, the NBI, and PNP Cybercrime for the prosecution of data privacy violations, including online fraud and scams, and the National Privacy Commission in support of its valuable outreach to equip individuals and organizations alike in protecting personal data. Our institutionalization of data privacy through our many initiatives over the years has allowed us to reap the following benefits. First, efficient and effective monitoring of privacy risks. Our data privacy program management dashboard allows us to monitor the number of compliance checks performed, privacy impact assessments or PIAs reviewed, comply with the latest NPC updates, and project a low to medium overall privacy risk of the bank. More skilled employees in data privacy compliance is number 2. Our comprehensive and up-to-date trainings produced employees adept in the proper collection, handling, and storage of personal data. Number 3 is stronger trust in the bank among our stakeholders. BPI's mission is to be our customers' trusted financial partner, nurturing our clients' future and making their lives easier. One of the simplest ways we earn their trust is by showing how we value and protect their personal data. In conclusion, it bears repeating that upholding the right to privacy of our clients is an imperative for any company aspiring to thrive and succeed in this age of information, especially in an industry such as ours, where trust is a currency that our businesses run on. At BPI, we remain committed to continuously improving our privacy standards and collaborating with other organizations for our shared goal of promoting data privacy in the Philippines. Thank you so much, and mabuhay kayong lahat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was again Mr. T.G. Limcauco, the President and CEO of BPI, a company that incorporates data privacy and data protection in all of their processes and conversations, even with their customers. Again, another theme that we are hearing from many of our speakers, many of our experts, is that privacy really is data is the currency of today's day and age, and so that's something that we all need to keep in mind as we are thinking about these topics. All right. Hopefully everybody had a wonderful lunch, and we are continuing on with our program today. Again, for those of you who would like to see the program online, we are paperless today, so reminder that you can check out privacy.gov.ph/POW 2023. Again, that's privacy.gov.ph/PAW 2023. We're going to continue on with our program, and here I'd like to call on somebody who will be introducing the DP Council and its officers, as well as leading us in our oath of office for the sector representatives. This person is the Data Protection Officer for San Miguel Corporation, as well as the DPO of the Year awardee during the NPC Privacy Awareness Week in 2021. She was the Secretary of the DPC Council and the President of the DPC Retail and Manufacturing Sector from 2018 until 2022, and currently she is a representative for the DPC Retail and Manufacturing Sector and the President of the DP Council as well for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Jelalyn Bokirin. Yes, the mic.
Okay. Commissioner John Henry Naga, our Deputy Commissioners, Leandro Angelo Aguirre and Nerissa de Guzman. Of course, our Executive Director, Ivan Ronald Alzona, chiefs and staffs of the NPC, to all the heads of the organizations, the DPOs, and of course the data subjects present here today, and of course online. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Isang malaking karangalan na introduce ko ulit ang Data Privacy Council. Okay na, ayan. Ang Data Privacy Council na inorganize ng National Privacy Commission para ma-ensure ang patuloy na pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga iba't ibang sectors ng industriya sa NPC at of course, tungo sa epektibong implementasyon ng ating DPA. Okay. Ang objectives ng ating DPC, ay magsilbing consultative body. Ito rin ay para maging channel para sa ating collaboration, knowledge sharing sa lahat ng stakeholders, lalo na sa atin ng mga DPOs, at syempre, ng mga data subjects din. Of course, ang Data Privacy Council ang maghuhubog or mag-shape up ng mga programa ng bawat sectors. At syempre, ang pinaka-importante na programa ng Council ay ang pag-prepare ng ating sectoral codes na magsisilbing guide nating lahat kung paano natin i-implement ang DPA sa bawat sectors natin. Ang DPC ay napapaloob sa Data Privacy Congress, wherein ang Data Privacy Council ay represented by by all the representatives and vice representatives ng bawat sectors. Sa ngayon, meron tayong 24 sectors, 22 ang na-form last year, and we have some additional sectors that we will be organizing soon. Okay? And of course, out of the officers ng ating mga DPC, we have the Data Privacy Executive Council with 3 officers. Okay, yours truly, as the one leading the team right now. And we have, on the next slide, Attorney Kiko Acero, Francis Acero, DPO of Meralco. Okay. And he's also the representative ng utility sector. And of course, we have here present likewise ang ating secretary, Attorney Mike Montero, DPO ng Concentrix. And he's the representative ng ating BPO sector. Ngayon ay alamin natin ano ang mga iba't ibang sectors, mga categories ng members, at siyempre kilalanin natin ang mga officers nito para alam natin saang sectors talaga tayo magjo-join or magpa-participate at magsusupport. Unahin ko ang banking sector. Okay. Binubuo ng lahat ng banking institutions na licensed at approved ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Ito ay may 4 na group categories, ang universal banks and commercial banks. We have the thrift banks, rural banks, and of course, digital banks. Ang officers ng banking sector, okay, we have si Attorney Maui Morales, DPO ng Standard Chartered Bank. And of course, ang Vice Representative, Attorney Katrina Garrido, okay, DPO ng RCBC. Yan. So at least you know po sino ang mga kukontakin if you're with the banking sector. Now for the non-bank, binubuo naman ito ng iba't ibang financial institutions, siyempre na hindi na-categorize under the banks. Okay? So lahat ng financial institutions na nagbibigay ng access sa financial products, consumer credits, at payment channels. Okay? Ang officers nito ay, of course, yung ating moderator kanina, si Mr. JC or John Christopher Ritardo, DPO ng Maya. At ang Vice Representative ay si Attorney Maria Victoria Sevilla, okay, from Global Dominion Financing Incorporated. Okay, syempre, ang isa nating sector where our secretary is the representative, the BP or the Business Process Outsourcing. Tinatawag din nila ito na IT and Business Process Management. Okay, ang industry na ito ay gumagamit ng mga technology to provide service-related activities tulad ng data analytics, software development, technical support, at iba pang business processes. Okay? Ang ating representatives or officers pala, of course, led by Attorney Michael Montero, our secretary likewise, DPO ng Concentrix, and Vice Representative Attorney Paul Villarosa, DPO ng Support Ninja Inc. Yan po. So sa mga taga-BPO sectors. Okay, right now, we go to our next sector, the education sector. Kasama dito ang lahat ng institutions or companies that deliver academic and learning activities that are governed by DepEd, CHED, and TESDA. Okay. Ang ating officers, Mr. Danny Cheng, DPO of De La Salle University, and Engineer Rolando Bitor, DPO of Mapua Malayan Colleges, Mindanao. Alright, so next, ang pinaka-importanting sector, okay, ang government sector, which is comprised of all government agencies and government-controlled corporations. Okay, na magsisilbing channel for collaboration regarding issues on data privacy sa day-to-day operations on governance, enforcement, at regulatory functions of its members. Yan, so medyo malaking sector nito. Okay? Now, officers, of course, we have Attorney Alicon Gloria Rubio, DPO ng Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation. And we have the Vice Representative, Mr. Bayani Asuncion, DPO ng DBP Data Center. Yan po. So thank you to the government sector for all the help sa ating lahat ng iba pang sectors. Next is our health and hospital sector. So they are all together in some seats or tables. This sector includes lahat ng facilities, companies that provide medical services, healthcare facilities, and hospital care. Kasama rin dito ang mga nursing homes at mga rehabilitation centers. Yan. Ang officers po natin, okay, our representative is Mr. John R. Bueno, DPO ng, ayan, may fans doon, Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital, and Vice Representative, okay, Miss Marlene Alanque, from Angels Medical Services. So I think they're on this side naman. Right, so health and hospitals and clinics, you belong to this group, and even diagnostics. Now the next sector, okay, which includes this beautiful place, Okada, it's the hotel sector. Okay, I miss it. Na-advance ako. HMO or the health maintenance sector, composed of companies licensed, okay, to provide or to arrange health insurance coverages of designated managed care services for plan members. I think lahat tayo, data subjects ng HMO. Ang officers po ng sector na to, we have Mr. Carlos Da Silva, DPO ng Association of Health Maintenance Organizations of the Philippines. And our Vice Representative is Mr. Jeff Datinggaling from IntelliCare, DPO ng IntelliCare. So ayan, for the next sector, take 2, kasama ang ating beautiful ang ating beautiful na venue, Okada, ang hotel sector po, okay, which includes businesses engaged in the business of providing accommodation, lodging, shelter, food and beverage, or goods to travelers or na habang nasa vacation or journey away from home, at least na-experience pa rin nila lahat ng mga comfort. Okay? Ang officers po natin sa hotel sector, we have Attorney Fresnel Santa Ana, DPO ng Blueberry Resorts and Hotels, Soler. And the Vice Representative, Attorney Choi Baldazar, DPO of Grand Plaza Hotel Corporation. Yan. Alright, syempre kung meron tayong health, HMO, meron din tayong life insurance. Okay? Industry that protects the lives of Filipinos by providing financial security, including health, savings, and investment instruments. Officers natin for this sector, okay, we have Attorney Teroy Roman, DPO ng FWD Insurance. Okay, so since meron tayong life, meron din tayong non-life insurance sector. Okay, composed of 55 insurance companies with valid certificates of authority issued by the Insurance Commission. Okay. Ang officers natin for this sector, Attorney Maria Patricia Fuera, DPO ng Insurance Company of North America. And we have our Vice Representative, Mr. Raul Tumangday, from DPO of the National Reinsurance Company of the Philippines. All right. Now we have the next sector. Medyo madami po, no? Okay, mainip. Okay. Sana hindi kayo nabubore pa. Baka yung sector nyo coming pa lang. Okay, for the next one, manning land-based sector includes businesses with activities including recruitment, staffing, business, staff augmentation, managed services, permanent placement, and RPO. Okay. Officers for this sector, or officer, we have the representative, Ms. Marites Hargio Quest, from Quest, DPO of Quest, Philippines. All right, this one is an exciting sector. The media and social media includes businesses which provide information through traditional or online modes of communication. When we see media or mass media, ito yung mga traditional communication channels natin, like television, di ba, newspapers, radio, at saka mga billboards. So that's media, social media. Now, when we talk about social media, this enable the users to create and of course share content or mag-participate sa mga social interactions using online platforms tulad ng ang mga favorites natin, Facebook, IG, Twitter, YouTube, and of course, TikTok. Yan. So officers for this sector, we have Mr. Benedict Lonzano, DPO ng ADS Park, Ads Park. And of course, Vice Representative is Mr. Ian Pahantoy, okay, DPO of JG Summit. Okay. For the next sector, pharmaceutical sector, companies that discover, develop, and produce drugs to be used as medications to be administered to patients to mitigate symptoms or disease conditions. Okay, alam na natin lahat itong sector na to. Alright? So officers for this sector, we have Mr. Michael Cabatuando, DPO of Johnson & Johnson Philippines, Inc., and our Vice Representative, Ms. Maha Hipolito, DPO of... Okay. Alright. Next sector, okay? We have the private security agency sector, companies that provide armed or unarmed security services and expertise to clients in the private or public sectors. Okay? So it covers securing premises like here kanina, marami tayong security, okay? And personal by patrolling properties, monitoring surveillance equipment, and of course, inspecting buildings and equipments. Our officers for this sector, we have the representative, Miss Mary Cheryl Matias, okay, from King Henry Security and Investigation Agency, Inc., and our Vice Representative, Mr. John Michael Godoyo. All right. Okay, going to letter R. Ayan na. We have two sectors under the alphabet letter R. Real estate sector includes the development of properties for selling, and it also provides commercial leasing and property management. So, meron 5 subsectors under this. We have the product development for sale subsector. We have the property leasing subsector, the real estate marketing, okay, the property management, and of course included dito ang condominium corporations and homeowners associations. So thank you, real estate sector, for covering everything. Our officers for this sector, Mr. Dennis Liarena, DPO of Robinson's Land. Ayan, may fans club po doon. Ayan. And of course, our Vice Representative, Ms. Sozara T, DPO of SM Supermalls. And of course, we have the retail and manufacturing sector. Includes companies which, of course, the manufacturing sector produces products, and of course, these are distributed or sold, okay, to the businesses through retailers or even direct to the consumers. These two sectors were merged as they are directly integrated or connected to each other, right? Officers for this one, it's yours truly, okay, as the representative, okay, from San Miguel Corporation po, okay. And of course, we have our Vice Representative, okay, Ms. Mary Ann Diaz, DPO of Panasonic Industrial Devices, Philippines. Okay, so the next sector, konti na lang. Technology, engaged in providing goods and services primarily intended to fulfill or enable the function of information processing and communication by electronic means. Of course, may exclusions ito, as you can read in here. Okay, it includes, okay, technology solution providers, training institutions, equipment manufacturers, and software developers. Our officers for this sector are, Ms. Jamaica Palce Riago, DPO ng SAP, Philippines. And of course, our Vice Representative, Mr. Alberto Celebre. To our next sector, one also of the most active sector, very active sectors, transportation and logistics, which includes companies which provide services such as courier and delivery, warehousing, cargo transport, both air, land, and sea, passenger transport, again, both all land, air, land, and sea, transportation support like ship management and cargo dealership and services. Okay, you're off the officers for this sector. Okay, uy, sorry, namali ako. Officers for the transport and logistics, we have, sorry, medyo namali. Can we? Okay, I'll go to the telecommunications sector. Sorry about that. Okay, these are the companies which under the Republic Act number 7925. Okay, sige, sorry. That's for the, apologies for this one. Okay, that's for the transport and logistics. And the officers are, okay, we have Attorney Irene Torres, DPO ng LBC Express, and Miss Sharon So, DPO ng To Go. Ayan, apologies for that. I'll go back to the telecommunications sector. Okay, the sector which includes companies which under the Republic Act number 7925 or any other laws implementing rules and regulations, okay, are engaged in the provision of telecommunications services to the public for compensation. Okay, our officers for this sector, we have Attorney Irish Salandan Almedea, DPO ng Globe Telecom, and our Vice Representative is Mr. Roberto Miguel Reneses, DPO of Dito Telecommunications Corp. I'm having fans club. Hello po. All right, so going to our next sector. Okay, to the next one, tourism. Yan. The tourism sector, very much kadikit ng ating hotel industry. Okay. So for the tourism, this sector refers to businesses that provide products or services related to people on travel, either internationally or domestically, to facilitate social activities within work and leisure, away from the traveler's usual environment. All those that are not attached to the hotel. Ayon. Simply put, not attached to the hotel. Right? So officers for this sector, okay, we have representative is Mr. Gary Tenchavez from the table, DPO ng Savoy Hotel, Manila. And we have the Vice Representative, Mr. Ronald Diaz, DPO of Valero Grand Suites Management Corporation. Okay, the three next sectors are the new sectors, okay? We have the foundations and associations. Okay, when we say foundation, I'm sorry, may utilities pa pala, na-advance po ako. Utility sector, I'm so sorry. Utility sector are companies engaged in services or sale of commodities available to the public and viewed with public interest. Nako, how can I forget? Ang ating officers, ang representative is Attorney Francis Acero, DPO of Meralco. Okay, our Vice President likewise in the Executive DPC. And of course, our Vice Representative is Attorney Ernesto Villarin, DPO ng Visayan Electric Company. Okay. All right, so the three new sectors, foundations and associations, sorry, napaga. Okay, when we say foundations, these are usually non-profit organizations or charitable institutions that make grants, okay, to organizations, institutions, or individuals for charitable purposes, including science, culture, religion, and others. When we say associations, these typically are groups which promote the trade, professional, or social interest of their members. So medyo marami ang members nito. Okay? Now for the next sector, we have the oil and gas. Medyo this is also a big sector. It's coming out right now. It includes the global processes of these companies, processes exploration, extraction, refinery, transportation, and marketing of petroleum products. And of course, the last sector, we have the services. Okay, the services sector, which produces intangible goods, more precisely services instead of goods. Okay, and it comprises various areas in the industry, including warehousing, of course, transport service, information services, okay, professional services, ang ating mga lawyers, mga practitioners, the doctors, okay. It also includes healthcare, yung mga private practitioners natin, mga social assistants, of course, those who are engaged in the arts, entertainment, and recreation, mga freelance natin, all those mga practitioners natin are also included here. There you go. So currently, as of this time, the count is 24 sectors. Okay, and with that, thank you so much for supporting all the sectors and for NPC for organizing all the sectors here. And I also would like to acknowledge that the Data Privacy Council is under the oversight of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, okay, with primarily with the help of Attorney Puzon, and of course, Attorney Josh Orolaza. And now I would like to request all the officers of the Data Privacy Council to come up the stage, please. Okay, so that there will be the real faces and the pictures shown earlier. May I request all the officers to come up the stage? officers. Okay, let's give a round of applause to all the officers as they come up the stage. Thank you so much. We can form probably 2 lines. The taller guys up there. Or 1 line. Ayan. Kasya naman yata lahat. Okay? Are there officers? Come on. All right. Okay. Ayan. Okay. Yeah, presenting to you the Data Privacy Council officers elected December 2022. Okay. Picture muna. Like you're going to ask someone to marry them. Hello. Yung presidente. Dapat si Jenna. Okay, ito ba sinabi? Sana nag-down ako. Nakalimutan ko mag-lipstick after lunch. Sigurado ako may kasama tayo sa picture. No? Yeah, it's okay. Later. Yeah, later. All right, at this point, okay, please stay, officers. Please stay on the stage. Please stay on the stage, please. Now we would like to request and call on our beloved Commissioner John Henry Dunaga, okay, for our second oath taking. Okay, thank you.
Version 2 kasi may yung website version. Okay. Kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Data Privacy Council Officer. Solemnly swear to uphold the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and the rules set by the National Privacy Commission. I will uphold the provisions of the Data Privacy Act and endeavor to engage my fellow DPOs towards building a culture of privacy in our respective organizations. As Data Privacy Council Officer, I shall be fair, honest, and collaborative with my fellow DPOs and remain open to collaboration with the National Privacy Commission. Furthermore, I shall endeavor to undertake knowledge sharing of data privacy practices amongst the members of my sector and ensure that our concerns as a sector is brought to the attention of the Commission. Lastly, in all my actions, I shall ensure that the personal and sensitive personal information of the data subjects and stakeholders under my care are protected. So help me God. Again, congratulations.
May we request our Data Privacy Council officers together with Attorney John Henry Naga for a quick photo op. Thank you very much, Attorney Naga, to our Commissioner for leading our oath-taking for our Data Privacy Council officers. Thank you as well to Ms. Jeneline V. Bokiren for introducing our DB Council and officers. And of course, for giving us a message this afternoon. I hope everybody is still having a great time and still very interested for our upcoming discussion, for we'll be having another panel and discussion this afternoon. But before that, of course, we would like to remind everybody here in the venue that we have QR codes later on for you to scan to be able to give your feedback about our event. As well, to all our live viewers, you can scan the QR codes for you to be eligible to get your e-certificates. Now, we are moving forward to our panel discussion this afternoon, and we will be welcoming some of the prominent leaders that we have in the industry, sharing the same insights when it comes to sharing best practices centered on data subject rights. Now, to officially start our panel, our panelists inside for this afternoon, we have Data Protection Officer Gloria Rubio, who attended Ateneo de Manila University, where she finished her AB Economics with honors, minor in Hispanic Studies in 1996, Ateneo Law School Juris Doctor in 2000, and Ateneo Graduate School of Business, Master of Business and Administration, Executive Track in 2006. She passed the bar in 2001, a career service executive eligible since 2005, and was certified by the National Privacy Commission, or NPC, as a Data Protection Officer, ACE Level 2 in March 2019. She placed second in her Certified Security Professional Program on October 30, 2021. She began her service in PAGCOR in November of 2001 as legal officer and worked her way to Assistant Vice President 2. She was appointed as the Data Protection Officer of PAGCOR in 2018 and was awarded the Data Protection Officer of the Year. During the POW Awards 2022, she is again shortlisted as one of the finalists for the Data Protection Officer of the Year for POW 2023 Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, she currently serves as the government sector representative in the National Data Privacy Council. Let's give a big hand for Attorney Gloria Rubio.
Sorry. Magandang hapon po. Narinig po niyo ako? Sorry, I can't see you very well, and today we're set up differently. So can I, if you belong to my sector, the government sector, can you raise your hand? Wow, okay. Ang sipag ng government sector talaga, no? /S. So again, good afternoon. Very quickly, I would just like to acquaint you with the best practices we've had in PAGCOR for the past several years. When the former Commissioner Liboro started his evangelization of data privacy, we were encouraged to start the pilot data privacy sector. And the data privacy section in our organization So let's see. I'm not sure how this works. Okay, it works. So very quickly, I'm sure you're very familiar with the rights of the data subjects. The right to be informed, object, access, rectify, block, remove, data portability, right to file a complaint, and the right to be indemnified. So I need all data privacy officers to be familiar with these rights. If you're a lawyer, isipin na lang ninyo yan yung Bill of Rights nila. Because it's something that you cannot ignore, and you will never know when there will be another person who will come up and claim the rights. It's also your job as a data privacy officer to inform all your data subjects of these said rights. Another item that we strongly encourage is the designation of accountable persons. For all the policies that we have, you need to know who is answerable for them, who is accountable for them, and, well, the LDR, the short version is, everyone is accountable for data privacy rights. So you have to encourage a culture of respect for data privacy. And I understand, especially in my sector, the government sector, hindi madali yun. As a matter of fact, in my sector and in my section, we call it as it is. Because as a consequence of government holding the most access to data privacy and the most access to data subjects and data itself, by and large, government is possibly the biggest violator of data privacy rights, which is why every person should be aware of their data privacy. And in turn, everyone in your organization should be briefed as to how data privacy is implemented. So in my section in PAGCOR, there is a data privacy office. And that office is built of 2 units. You have a data privacy coordination unit and the data privacy breach coordination unit. So if you need to know the difference between these two, it's very simple. Ideally, they're called before and after. Before, you should be prepared. You should have all your policies down. You should have all your practices down. And in the event minalas kayo, after is breach. I've had to explain to human resources on many, many occasions why they have to be 2 separate units. Because the fact of the matter is, policy work is different from, shall we say, putting out a fire. Policy work is something that you do for insurance. Putting out a fire is for firefighters. So when you have policy work, you need to go through all the issues in your, well, actually, my privacy impact assessment teams go all over our branches nationwide, and they go through all the business processes. That way, they can inform you of all the possible risks that you have. But my breach coordination team, they're prepared in the event that there will be a breach. That means that they can work under extreme pressure in very, very short time. And they know how to answer questions when pressed by very, very influential people. Like Attorney Ram. Saan nga ba si Attorney Ram? Hi! So we also designated myself. I have 3 deputy DPOs, 1 for IT security, 1 for HR, and the head of IT for some reason. We have compliance officers for privacy, and that is per department, per branch, satellite, primary, and alternate. Now, the reason for these compliance officers for privacy is not all the same departments have the same policies and never the same business processes. So each of these people must be able to explain to you and knock on wood, help you prepare answers in case of a breach, or if you're lucky, just an incident. Why are there primary and alternate? Because in our industry, we shift people around a lot. So kailangan walang butas. Because you can't say that, well, nobody was on duty, nobody is familiar, the post was left for a long period of time. It's not an option. And we also have a breach response team. Because again, your breach response team is your EMT, you want to call them firefighters, you want to call them emergency relief. I'm sure that many of you have seen breaches happen. But when a breach happens in your organization and your department is the one on deck, it can be a very stressful time, especially in the time of social media, digitization. There's no such thing as lag. You need to be on your feet and you have to have your templates ready. So that's the job of a breach response team. Again, why do we have a breach response team? The people that comprise my breach response team are IT security people. They have that background. Why? Because you need to understand, even in concept, you don't need to be a coder, you don't need to be a computer science graduate, but you need to understand how the attack took place. So if it is a hack, if it's phishing, you need to know immediately. We also keep our data subjects well informed. It's one of the things that makes us different, and it's possibly the only thing that informs the organization that there is a data privacy section, because we bombard them with emails almost every day. But the point of that is, you will always have notice. You will have a privacy policy notice, you will have, in our case, a CCTV surveillance notice. And if your organization has CCTVs and you don't have a CCTV notice, I strongly suggest you put one in. It becomes a problem if you have a background like me. I used to head litigation. Issue siya. As to admissibility, as to defense. Bakit? If you don't have a notice and there's a CCTV, your respondent can say, hindi ko alam eh. Wala kayong karapatang kunin yung picture ko, wala kayong karapatang whatever. It becomes a bone of contention. And for anyone who's ever been in court, it becomes a bigger issue. It could be more risk. We also have the consent forms. Hanggang lahat ng kaisa-isang raffle ticket has a consent form. If any of you have any Viber accounts, WhatsApp accounts, you will know that they are full of scammers. And 3 guesses where they get your ID, 3 guesses where they get your cell phone, or 3 guesses where they get your email address. For every time you go to a convention, to an event, and they say, "Ma'am, free raffle po," sulat lang po ninyo yung phone number ninyo or email. Well, they have you now. But if you can find out that they don't have a consent form, you have them, assuming you can find them. We also have a lot of data privacy reminders and notifications to data subjects, including in their job descriptions. As you can see, ito po yung mga pictures namin. Minsan, yung mga pictures namin, buhay, lumalakad yung mga pictures. What I mean is they move from place to place. We give notifications for any new event. And we always show the key data privacy points. We even made a privacy RV. That's the guy you see there. Freeware lang po yan. A mascot, so that it's more relatable. We hope to make him talk in the future. So we give our data privacy subjects control over their personal information as much as we can help it. We give a consent form, a data subjects right request form when they want their data, access request form, and request for disposal of personal data. Please note that wala pong saysay lahat ito if there is no culture of privacy in your organization. What do I mean by that? Because I'm government, I can only give the government example. If two government employees work in the same company, the wife cannot go to HR and ask for her husband's details. Or to health services, cannot. If you have a culture that allows that, there's no point in putting this form. Because it defeats the purpose. These are some of our consent forms, access and request forms. We secure the personal cycle in every stage. So we have a non-disclosure agreement, data sharing agreement, and outsourcing agreement. So far, we've been using 2 out of these 3 already. But since our organization intends to expand, we have a template prepared at any given time. Because I must advise you data privacy officers, let's be frank, there's no excuse for you not to be prepared. Everything is online. You can just download the template and make it for your company, for yourself. It doesn't take longer than 5-10 minutes. And if you need approval, you can always go to the board, you can always go to legal. Hindi naman nila sasabihin, don't bother me. It's up to you to protect your personnel. And in the end, you protect yourself because let's face it, the liability is with the DPO and, well, recently, with the head of agency. Those are our sample NDAs and DSAs, and that's our outsourcing agreement. If anyone has been interested in the Senate or the Congress recently, these are the starts of the problems. You need to have a very good ironclad NDA outsourcing agreement. And again, I'm sorry, you cannot say, I'm not prepared, I didn't know. The internet exists, and these documents exist in template form for free. We try to educate our employees. We have a data privacy manual, an IT department manual, many care of the good commissioner, data privacy advisories, opinions. We have a privacy page, a dashboard, DPA cascading, which is cascading the law, and CPO trainings, which where your departments must be trained. Because again, let's say 85%, sir, correct me na lang if I'm wrong, 85% to like 90% of the breaches are not hacks, or they don't begin as hacks. It's always the human factor. Because somebody wanted something. Because they were careless with their email, with their process. And although we can't discuss in length here because we have limited time, carelessness and complacency. That's usually where the leaks come from. Again, because I can speak for my sector, especially in my sector, ganun po yun. Nakasanayan, nakalimutan, tas biglang in-online, ay nandun pala. So we have a lot of data privacy information drives. We try to keep people engaged because, let's be frank also, every week there is a new issue in data privacy. There's always a new problem. Let's check. Anyone know Julian Martyr? Nobody? Oh dear. Okay, sorry. So Julian Martyr is the Filipino boy who won 30 scholarships from universities overseas. And people started calling him out for lying. Well, in the first place, they have no business. In the second place, universities have this all public. You can inquire. But people decided to bash on him before checking. And this kid is within his rights to cyber libel sue them for safe spaces, for privacy issues. So we try to keep it current by always speaking about the latest issues. So again, this is a picture of a privacy cascading and our first data privacy conference, our second data privacy conference, and sir, we will invite you to the third. Some of our speakers who are always from the NPC and our privacy page. So every PAGCOR employee is well informed of our organization as a PIC and their role in this because we are a regulator. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you so much to Attorney Gloria Rubio for that very insightful talk in terms of bringing it to a practical standpoint, bringing it to what it looks like in the processes and in the practices of our businesses. We're going to move on, and we're calling on our next panelist for later and our next speaker. Allow me to introduce her. Ms. Maria Patricia S. Encarnacion Floria is the Vice President and Head of Legal and Compliance, and concurrently the Data Protection Officer of Insurance Company of North America, which is a Chubb company. Pat chairs the Data Privacy Council for the non-life insurance sector, which was created under the auspices of the Philippine Insurers and Reinsurers Association Incorporated, that's the PIRA. She is also a member of the PIRA Legal Committee. She started her legal career in government service as confidential attorney at the Court of Appeals and later as a solicitor at the Office of the Solicitor General. Before joining Chubb in 2007, she was first Vice President and Head of Legal and Claims of then Grepa Life Insurance Corporation and Chief Legal Officer and Assistant Corporate Secretary of the MAPFRE Insurance. Pat received her Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science in 1983 and Bachelor of Law degree in 1987, both from the University of the Philippines. And she was admitted to the Philippine Bar in 1988. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Pat Encarnacion Floria.
Thank you for that kind introduction. The Honorable Privacy Commissioner John Henry D. Naga, Honorable Deputy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Y. Aguirre. How do I change it? Here. Distinguished guests, fellow DPOs, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon. To start off my presentation, allow me to provide just a brief background of the Non-Life Insurance Industries Association and the creation of the sector's Data Privacy Council. The non-life insurance sector is composed of 55 insurance companies with valid certificates of authority issued by the Insurance Commission. Of the 55 insurance companies, 47 are licensed to conduct non-life or general insurance. 6 have composite license, meaning they can conduct both life and non-life. 1 is licensed as a professional reinsurer, and 1 is a government agency. This is the GSIS. We are all member companies of the Philippine Insurers and Reinsurers Association. PIRA represents the collective interest of the Philippine non-life insurance industry. It speaks out on issues of common interest and acts as an advocate of the industry. Under the auspices of PIRA, the Data Privacy Council for the Non-Life Sector, was created on June 7, 2018, so way back in 2018. It initially acted as a technical working group for PIRA to help the non-life insurance industry in complying with the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and its implementing rules and regulations, and eventually became a full-blown council and compliance committee. The composition of the DP Council for the non-life sector is approved by the PIRA board. I would like to acknowledge all the members of the DP Council for the non-life sector for their active participation and support, as well as the PIRA Executive Board. The Data Privacy Act accords rights to data subjects and imposes obligations upon entities that deal with the information of data subjects. With the growing awareness of their rights as data subjects, it is important to understand the concepts of what a data subject is, what the data subject's rights are, and how the DPA provides protection to these rights. So you have been shown earlier the listing, the 8 rights under the DPA. I will no longer discuss this in detail. So who are the data subjects in insurance? What are the types of personal data processed by insurance companies? The insurance industry, both life and non-life, has always been data-driven. Non-life insurance covers properties, businesses, legal liabilities, and individuals as well, because we issue personal accident insurance, among others. General insurance or property and casualty insurance are the other names of non-life insurance. So non-life insurance providers need personal and sensitive personal information of their clients, applicants, insureds, policyholders, claimants, beneficiaries for a number of reasons. For example, in an employer-employee benefit insurance plan, the insurer would need to have the details of the employee's nature of work, type of employment, salary range, title and designation, date of birth, names, in order to underwrite the risk, and in order to come up with the pricing for the product and eventually issue a policy cover. Personal data of the insureds are likewise necessary in claims processing, in customer servicing, in handling settlement of claims. Further, the non-life insurance sector is a covered person under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, or AMLA. As a covered person, it is required to strictly comply with the Know Your Customer, or KYC, and Customer Due Diligence, or CDD. This entails processing of both personal and sensitive personal information. It is clear then that the insurance sector deals heavily with processing of personal data from collection, storage, to retention and disposal. What are the directives from the Insurance Commission on data protection? The distribution of insurance has already evolved from the traditional intermediary model, meaning via agents or brokers, into e-commerce through the use of websites and applications. E-commerce has greatly impacted and changed the manner by which insurance is distributed in more ways than one. With digitalization, there is no stopping e-commerce as a mode of distributing insurance. To keep up with the development, the Insurance Commission took a proactive stance and issued IC Circular Letter number 2014-47. Under this circular, the insurance providers are directed to adhere to the relevant provisions of the DPA and other applicable laws with respect to the personal information they collect from consumers as a result of electronic commerce activities. Insurance providers are required to make their privacy policy, for instance, to be easily accessible on the web page of their website or at a reasonably early stage of consumers' navigation or customer journey. In 2019, the Insurance Commission also issued IC Circular number 2019-13, recognizing that in the conduct of the respective businesses of the various entities under its regulatory supervision and control, said entities possess and/or process personal information. IC considered it prudent to remind each regulated entities that the same are legally obliged to strictly comply with the provisions of the Privacy Act. So what are the practices centered on data subject rights that can be shared by the non-life sector? So complying with the requirements under the DPA, its IRR, and various issuances of the NPC, and the related circulars from the Insurance Commission, compliance can really be a real challenge for insurance companies. Here's a list of some best practices centered on data subject rights that can help protect customers' personal data. First would be the designation of a DPO. Not only is it a best practice to have a focal point person assigned to ensure the protection of personal data and processing in the conduct of insurance business, it is a must requirement because appointing DPO is a legal requirement under the DPA. Number two would be to create a policy or SOP on data inventory and classification. Data inventory is the record of data processing activities or systems that actually all of us are required to register with the NPC under the NPCRS. With data inventory, one is able to identify categories or classifications of data, data subjects, purposes and legal basis for using the personal data, data storage, third parties the data is shared with, transfer of data, among others. It is a best practice as well to do classification of personal data and some sort of color code them, either red, yellow, or green, depending on the level of sensitivity. So for instance, SPI or sensitive personal information like our TIN, SSS, medical information, health information, can be tagged as red data. Yellow data can mean the personal information, while green data can mean information that has already been published or made public by the company. Number three would be the creation of a privacy manual. The manual would serve as a guide or a handbook to all employees for ensuring the compliance with data protection requirements. This will inform employees of the safety measures, organizational, physical, and technical measures put in place by the company to protect data. Let me just make a distinction as far as privacy policy and privacy notice is concerned. So when we say privacy policy, it is the internal policy that governs the company's handling practices of personal information, while privacy notice is the statement that is made to a data subject that describes how the organization collects, uses, retains, and discloses personal information. A privacy notice is sometimes referred to as a privacy statement and sometimes a privacy policy. Fourth would be to conduct a privacy impact assessment. This is a step or a process to evaluate and manage impacts on privacy of a particular program, project, process, measure, system, or technology product of a company. So it will take into account the nature of the data to be protected, the flow of personal data, so from where it would be coming from, the risks to privacy and security posed by the processing, the cost of security implementation, among others. Fifth would be to conduct data privacy training and awareness campaigns. We've been hearing this from the morning sessions until the discussion by the government sector. Human factor is a commonly known weakness link in the security of most organizations. So honest mistakes, inadvertent errors committed by employees are mostly the breaches that we are seeing. So conducting training to employees is key to making them aware and adept of the rudiments of data protection. Trainings and awareness campaigns on data protection compliance done on a continuous basis will inculcate the discipline and culture of compliance within the company. 6 would be to secure, monitor, limit access to, and transfer of personal data. Technical security measures like the use of encryption, password protection, SFTP, or secure encrypted file transfer ensure protection of sensitive data both at rest and in transit. 7 and 8 would be on the execution of agreements. One would be the data sharing agreement if the sharing or transfer of data would be between two PICs or personal information controllers. When it is there is a subcontracting or outsourcing of your processing of data to another party or a third party, you have to execute an outsourcing agreement and incorporate all the provisions indicated under Rule 10, Outsourcing and Subcontracting Agreements of the IRR to the DPA. 9 and 10 would be the creation of a data breach incident reporting policy and the creation of a data response team. So data breach incident reporting policy, or what we call the breach reporting procedure, will provide the guidance to all employees on what actions to take for each type of data breach or security incident, who to inform, and within what period of time frame. Because if it's a breach that would require notification to the National Privacy Commission, it must be determined already whether the same is subject to reporting to the NPC and to the affected subjects. The creation of a data breach response team, for instance, would be, in the meantime, would be responsible to develop proactive incident response plan, conduct systems vulnerability testing, maintain strong security best practices, and provide support for all incident handling measures. Regardless of the industry or the sector where we belong, incidents of breaches of the data may result in loss of customers' trust and loyalty, damaged reputation of the company, and imposition of steep fines. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria Patricia S. Encarnacion Foria, for sharing your best practices centered on data subject rights. I think we have more to go and more insights to hear from. So let's hear it from our third panelist of the afternoon, Mr. Michael Montero. He is the Asia Pacific General Counsel for Concentrix, which is currently the largest employer in the Philippines with more than 100,000 employees. He likewise serves as the company's corporate secretary, a member of the board of directors, government affairs lead, and its data protection officer. As a DPO, he is the current secretary of the Data Privacy Council as partner of the National Privacy Commission. He has been part of BPO industry for 15 years and has likewise been a professor of law at the Ateneo for more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for DPO of Concentrix, Attorney Michael Montero.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. I did try to navigate through ChatGPT to prepare for this presentation, and I have to disclose that none of it did come from whatever it is that I discovered. So this is all mine. So all the blame is on me. I'll take a different spin in talking to you this afternoon. I guess maybe the goal that is sought to be achieved by me speaking before you is really premised out of a conversation that was had several weeks back. I think it was the initial meeting of the council when all of us DPOs in the room were arguing amongst ourselves on why we all I guess, all felt in unison that DPOs are not given the importance that they should be in their organizations. No? And after 30 minutes of very lively conversation and in some instances bickering, we all agreed that we were all preaching to the choir. No? And we said that in reality, what we needed to accomplish is to come across to our CEOs. And that's the reason why we had as a first session this morning, folks that, to Eugene's point, need to be trained and need to be oriented on the importance of DPOs. So that's what I'll try to cover this afternoon in this short talk, right? So the first thing that I just, and I guess maybe the segue really is just reminding everybody who an empowered DPO is. And not much needs to be said around this, and I think everybody will agree that this is really, to a large extent, aspirational, more than really a recognition of what we actually are in our organizations, right? So we'd like to, in fact, be independent, be seen as advisors, and I think really the most critical point is that we are given a seat on the table and are indeed characterized as active participants. No? And of course, what really is the hurdle to be overcome is to try and secure the support of our companies with the resources that we need to be able to carry out our resources and our functions. No? Why do we need empowered DPOs? Again, not something that is unfamiliar to perhaps maybe everybody in this room, but just to reiterate, the theme being that we need to uphold data subjects' rights. And without having that power that needs to be with us, then really the challenge will be more difficult to overcome than it really is. We also said that, and I think this has been mentioned several times, that while we obviously should not put it at the forefront of all the decisions that we do make, we would want to be able to sidestep the 1.2 billion that hit the giant just a couple of days ago. And what that means is that we need empowered DPOs so that there's really that point that is made that all these fines and penalties are best placed somewhere else. And I think this has been mentioned several times, especially in the first session, that with technology and AI moving at lightning speed, then privacy cannot be left behind. I'm sure that a lot of you folks have attended at one time or another over the past just several weeks a session that tells us how rapidly generative AI is. I recall that I think version 3.5 was made to take the bar exams just 2 months ago in the US, and it got a measly grade of 66. But then the 4.0 took it again just a few weeks ago, and it got a grade of 99. Right? Nevertheless, what we're always told is that what is unaddressed by AI really are the two things that are quite critical, which are ethics and privacy. Right? So that necessarily means that this is something that is important on why we have to empower our DPOs. But then the question now becomes, with the aggregation of what makes an empowered DPO and why a DPO is important, each and every one of us DPOs that are here need to ask ourselves the question of, are we in fact empowered DPOs? Right? And I guess maybe, and at the point being that we have to do a self-reflection, and maybe also to a certain extent, also ask our organization, that's how it is how we are viewed in our company. And the quote that's up here really makes a point that in all probability, the answer will veer towards a negative response, right? Precisely because some companies still fail to see that data privacy compliance is a business value add and treat it more as a cost. Well, do we need do we even need to talk about conflict of interest? The premise here is that a lot of us are doing other jobs. And our inability to meet the requirements of the data protection officer hat that we are wearing is precisely because there are other stuff that needs to be done within our portfolio. That being said, one thing that each and every company needs to account for is that in reality, it's not so much or not solely a quality issue, but in reality, it's a delivery issue. So not only are we unable to deliver on what we need to deliver because there are other things that need to be done, but precisely because inherently some of our actions can actually be conflicted, right? I was thinking about an example, and in my position as a lawyer, for instance, I would want all evidence that's possible for me to be able to deliver a case that will be to the benefit of my company. It does not, however, not only make sense, but it does not marry with some data privacy principles, which precisely could lead us to that position. So I think most of us would have read some of the decided cases that are outside our jurisdiction, and these have been replicated in some of the NPC issuances on the guidance on how to be able to avoid conflicts of interest. All of this should hopefully segue into our ability to empower data subjects. And the two esteemed speakers that came before me had already walked you through all their best practices, which obviously are quite admirable. And hopefully, our small team in our large company would be able to replicate the same. The way that I want to approach this, though, is to maybe not so much talk about stuff that you are already incorporating in all your data privacy governance or all your data governance in your respective companies, but maybe just imprint some behavioral practices that we in Concentrix have adopted and hopefully in other BPO companies as well. So I think maybe the mindset that we need to take is that data subjects are not subjects in the way that the term is used in Game of Thrones, for instance, right? So we need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that the data subjects owe us because we are asking them to provide consent, we are making sure that the processing is actually consistent with all the principles. Also, we need to be able to showcase privacy as we would other things. What we mean when we say responsibly assume ignorance is that we must account for the fact that data privacy is not something that is known to all our data subjects. No? I was in a forum that was graced by Deputy Commissioner Aguirre a couple of days ago, and he very eloquently pointed out that consent, for instance, need not be a document that you as a data subject would require that a lawyer interpret for you. Otherwise, then it misses the purpose, right? So there is the assumption of ignorance is really so that you are able to come across with something that is clear, not just insofar as consent is concerned, but on every other policy that you establish within your company. The last bullet point is to be afraid but welcome disputes. Obviously, the being afraid is really as a jump off from what I mentioned, that there are pitfalls to avoid so that we could again sidestep fines and penalties. No? But why should we welcome disputes? I think the point has been made that if we are prepared, and I think our DPO from PAGCOR again put this very well, if we are prepared, then there shouldn't be any reason to be fearful. And besides, the reality is we have a very strong partner in NPC to make resolutions that will pave the way for clarity in things that we will do moving forward. So rather than working in an environment where there is so much uncertainty and so much guesswork, a dispute that is resolved will hopefully be able to put to rest all those issues. So this is really just reminding ourselves that in the private sector, as DPOs, we help businesses and ultimately we help Filipinos. I was thinking about how to end my segment, and I thought about, just quoting the metaverse. And we know the dichotomy between power and responsibility. And we always hear that with great power comes great responsibility. In our sphere, though, I think it's flipped, right? With great responsibility, which came first, I think it's about time that DPOs should have great power as well. And precisely the reason for that is so that we can uphold data subject rights. And if we achieve that, then we probably should call ourselves not just DPOs, but man-spider, no? Which is the reverse of Spider-Man. Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much to Attorney Michael Montero with some well-needed reflection for our role as DPOs and how we relate to our data, quote-unquote, subjects, as he mentioned, and the processes that we implement to take care of them as well. We are down to our final panelist or speaker that we're going to be hearing from, and then right after that, we will be calling on our moderator to go on with the panel discussion after we hear from this last speaker for this section right here. And so allow me to introduce to you all Attorney Dominic Narag, or Attorney Dom, as his former NCP colleagues address him. He served the commission as an executive assistant of Privacy Commissioner Raymond E. Liboro. Attorney Narag was entrusted with special matters, priority programs, research, policy work, and organizational management due to his wide array of experiences in the private sector, being the CEO of Ardent Paralegal and Business Solutions, a BPO company specializing in legal support services to the United States and other foreign jurisdictions. Among his notable contributions to the NPC were his direct participation in leading the NPC Training the Trainers program, or the T3, the development of the NPC Privacy Trust Mark, research on the regulatory sandbox framework, the proposed NPC Data Governance and National Digitization Initiative, and the first ever NPC and Freedom of Information Congress. He has also been designated to various roles such as the Compliance Officer for Privacy, or the COP, of the OPC, a member of the NPC Data Breach Response Team, and a member of the Technical Working Group on Contact Tracing Applications, among others. With his combined experience in both the private and the public sector, Attorney Narag is currently providing consultancy services to small to medium companies as the president of the Privalex Consulting Group. As a consultant DPO, Attorney Dom provides strategic guidance in their compliance journey through a combination of pragmatic, technical, and legal approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together for Attorney Dominic Narag.
Thank you for the generous introduction. To our Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry Naga, our Deputy Privacy Commissioners, Attorney Leandro Aguirre and Attorney Nerissa Lazaro, our Executive Director, Attorney Ivan Ronald Ozona, the NPC Directors, my former colleagues and friends at the NPC and in the public service, our attendees both here and online, a pleasant afternoon to you all. I am here at the Privacy Awareness Week to discuss some perspectives and the best practices of data protection officers in small to medium companies. As aptly discussed by my co-panelists before me, they have some practices that apply to larger organizations. And I am here to voice out some of the things that can help our small to medium companies. You see, about a decade ago, I dedicated my time to establish Ardent Paralegal and Business Solutions. It's an outsourcing company where our clients are lawyers in the United States. When we began, we were only a handful of people, 3 to be exact, who do not know anything about data privacy or have no privacy practices in place. In fact, as rather young and risk takers, we focus on chasing after profits that we brush aside data privacy. We were lucky then because the world was forgiving 8 years ago. Now, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the digitalization of almost every facet of human endeavor and the coming of the AI, the world may not be as forgiving. There are plenty of risks. And statistics show that most data, sorry, how does this work? There. That about 60% of businesses close down within 6 months after sustaining a cyber attack. So we were quite lucky back then because we do not have anything that would risk all of our processes. When companies approach me for advice, the same thing resonates, especially for small to medium enterprises. And the most common pain points that they raise are those flashed on the screen. For small to medium companies, resources are very tight, so they do not go into data protection right away. Also, they may deny knowledge on data protection, telling that they are not aware and it might be too complex for them. And also, and most worrisome would be some of the leaders would rather take the risk of being fined or facing regulatory action in order to control damages instead of preventing privacy risks from happening in the first place. And so these kinds of leaders, they come into the DPO with the expectation of outsourcing the role of the DPO and letting the DPO do the work. They would rather forego with the rigors of establishing data privacy culture within their workplace and setting up their corporations right from the start. And I think that would be one of the largest misconceptions on the role of the DPO. See, when DPOs are hired, especially lawyers such as myself, we focus on the legal aspect. And what we do is to create policies, create measures, define processes. But those might not gain traction for everyone, especially when you do not have a missing the key ingredient that I'll talk about later. So, although companies, small to medium companies, may be paper compliant, you would face companies that are not privacy institutionalized or do not have any privacy culture whatsoever. You would notice that although they were registered in the NPC, a lot of their security guard logbooks will be accessible to the public, or papers containing employee data are thrown in the trash bin. And some of the companies use technologies for performance monitoring without even giving the privacy notice to the employees and other customers. So what's missing? Well, a company could spend millions in hiring the best DPOs, in hiring the best lawyers to build their compliance. But there needs to be the hidden element, the often less talked about element, which is the leaders' buy-in. And I wish to put this forward to discussion as the first panel has done before me, as well as my co-panelists have done. And really, when you're talking about small to medium companies at the beginning of their compliance journey, what we want to impress to them is the importance of data privacy. In our compliance journey, of course, the first step is to appoint a DPO, but that is a tangible matter. We're talking about a mindset, an intangible thing that could help create institutional changes in the long run. See, changing the leader's mindset may not come at significant costs immediately. And it will create changes that go beyond into paper compliance and go directly to corporate culture and organizational building. So, leaders provide clarity and strategies as well as direction for our companies. And as a leader, you are like a ship or a captain in a ship in a stormy sea. The DPO may occasionally hold the helm of the boat, but it is the leader that provides the clear direction on where the compliance should go. It is the leader who will provide the journey, the clarity to the journey, while the DPO will make the vision a reality. And there needs to be this sort of dynamic between the leader and the DPO for this to work. Also, I need the leaders to understand that they have a larger role to play than the DPOs. After all, it is the leaders that know the ins and outs of the business better than the DPOs. And they know a lot of factors that come into play in their decision making. Once you have the leaders' buy-in, I want to talk about the leader's vision for data privacy. In the business sense, this is institutionalizing data privacy as a culture within the workplace. And the power of a compelling vision cannot be underscored. In the 1940s, when Europe was under threat of Nazi Germany, one of the great leaders, his name is Winston Churchill, stood in front of the people and rallied his country and stated his aim, and that aim is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory no matter how long the road may be, no matter how difficult, for without victory, there is survival. So a leader must have this vision, and the vision must always be communicated among the stakeholders, that is, the employees as well as the customers. A compelling vision is self-fulfilling, meaning to say, when you have a vision and you communicate it to the employees themselves will gain awareness of their data privacy rights, will gain awareness of what they are entitled to. The same goes for the customers. So in our experience, for example, what began as my typical speeches in front of the company, or the notices and advisories and other issuances that we give out to customers and employees, what began as that quickly became a hot topic among employees. Soon enough, we were getting the privacy wish list from them, and this became human resources policies. The IT, which are traditionally working on tech stuff, now became more aware of the best practices and data hygiene. And so they propounded also policies. The legal also gained experience and perspectives not previously known to them. And so we created a culture that is open, that is no longer siloed. In our organization, we aim that data privacy should not be limited to silos. Instead, data privacy protection should be a collective responsibility. Also, great leadership in and of itself empowers your company and empowers data privacy. When a DPO comes into the picture, and this is especially true for first-timers in the data privacy, when they come into the picture, they will try to introduce changes, introduce policies, as well as innovation within the workplace. And that's understandable, but more often than not, the DPOs will face resistance, which is natural. But when a leader has clear goals, has vision, and that vision is communicated well, then everything will be better. And the DPOs can influence changes within their organizations without much resistance. If any, it will be a more enjoyable and fruitful experience for everyone. Also, great leadership will save you money. I remember a time when one of the CEOs of a small firm approached me to ask me for an advice on what software he should get with advanced AI tools and all those technology stuff and complex algorithms. But see, he forgot the foundational problem in his organization, which is, as stated by my co-panelists, that is the human element. He failed to empower his employees. He failed to communicate a clear vision on data privacy. He failed to make the employees aware of the risks of not being prudent in the handling of data. So imagine he would have spent millions in buying a software, yet not addressing the fundamental problem within his institution. So it's good that we have a vision and we have a leader's buy-in. And it's good that we are having these topics, including in the first panel, as to the greater role of our leader. But how do we make this more relatable as DPOs to the CEOs of small to medium enterprises? Well, we could quantify the value of data privacy. And that is making the CEOs understand the carrot of data privacy protection. Of course, for our partners in the public sector, that may be the stick, as in case of administrative liabilities. But for businesses, it needs to be its carrot. And in a particular example, I would recommend that we build data privacy as a marketing tool to elevate our company and distinguish it from the competition. Data privacy can be your brand, a part of your brand. And when you create a branding that is trusted and secured, then it would open up many opportunities. Going back to my example on my my company, before privacy was not a topic even in the boardroom. But, and that rubbed off to the customers. But now that we institutionalize privacy as a culture, and we have programs and projects in which we elicited the participation of employees as well as customers, our customers now appreciate data privacy better. In fact, they go as far as to ask us how the monitors are oriented within the workplace so as not to make the contents of the monitors viewable by passerbys. So, in conclusion, I wish to remind our leaders, our DPOs, especially in the small to medium enterprises, and even larger companies at the start of their compliance journey, that leaders themselves can influence organizational and cultural shifts by the simple change of mindset and simple prioritization. It doesn't have to be costly. Remember, the real privacy journey starts from the moment that you get your registration certificate. There are a lot of things that come after that, as aptly discussed before me, which is the rights of the data subject and all those things. Without the leader's support, without the leader's initiative, you can only get so far. Hiring the best DPOs, lawyers, and other privacy experts can only get you so far if you do not have that kind of direction. Again, thank you everyone, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much for that, Attorney Nara, for that very insightful discussion regarding data privacy. And thank you everyone, especially to all our panelists who have shared their insights and sharing the best practices of our DPOs in the respective fields that are being centered on data subject rights, and also for ensuring that we put data privacy and information protection of our consumers, especially the Filipino people, in the highest regard. And now, of course, I'd like to also give regard to what Attorney Narag have said here on stage, that great leadership empowers data privacy. And I think that's one way to look at it for this afternoon's discussion. We'll be having another panel discussion, but before that, we're getting ready for it. Again, just a reminder for everyone, we'll be showing you later on a QR code as part of our feedback form later for this event today. You can input your details for the feedback, and also for our live viewers, you can get your e-certificate after you have filled out our feedback form, wherein you can scan the QR code on your screens later on. Also, if you guys are wondering what our program will be for this afternoon, you can check it on our website at privacy.gov.ph/POW 2023. Now, we are getting ready for our panel discussion this afternoon, wherein this will be centered on a discussion about our DPO's best practices that are centered in data subject rights. We have heard the insights, we have heard thoughts and knowledges and the practices of our respective DPOs, and now we would love to hear more from them, and this is to be moderated by, of course, one of our invited guests this afternoon. She is a Privacy Advocate of the Year 2022 and completed a Data Privacy Competency Framework certified by the DICT as a Data Privacy Trainer. She's also a member of Certified Fraud Examiners, former member of Institute of the Internal Auditors Philippines, Management Trainee Data Protection and Management, May 5 2023 to present. Also, she's one of the next leaders who will strategically plan and provide vital information for timely decision for further enhance the privacy and security of the company. This will include policy making, conceptualization of the data protection strategy, monitoring the implementation, and ensuring controls are in place as part of the complying with regulatory and statutory requirements. She will provide the leadership together with a data protection officer to successfully organize and develop the full implementation of the program to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and security of companies' data and information across all groups within the organization. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this afternoon's panel discussion, Ms. Abigail Javier. Also joining Ms. Abigail Javier here on stage are our four panelists. When we call them back on stage, Attorney Maria Concepcion Gloria Rubio, DPO of PAGCOR and Data Protection Officer of the Year 2022. Also, Attorney Maria Patricia Encarnacion Foriad, our Data Protection Officer of Insurance Company of North America. Also inviting on stage, Attorney Michael Montero, DPO of Concentrix, and Attorney Orwell Dominic Narag, DPO Consultant, Privatex Consulting Group. Ms. Abigail, you may now take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for that introduction. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Welcome to the DPO at Work session, where we share, combine, and even adopt the best practices of our DPOs of different sectors, from the government and private sectors, who are working for a good data governance. This 20-minute panel discussion will be talking with our data privacy experts, will be talking to us about an important topic that is close to our hearts, which is protecting the personal information of every Filipinos. So we've got here our DPOs who have impressive work in their line of business. So let's get to it and start to draw out ideas to implement good data governance in our respective organizations and community as well. Good afternoon. I'm going to start off with Attorney Rubio. How do you keep your data subjects informed on your campaigns to combat illegal, unlawful processing of personal data?
It's Attorney Rubio.
Yes po.
Yes, and we, as mentioned in my talk a while ago, we always keep them updated through emails. So the emails keep coming like to the point that they're annoyed. And we try to be as relevant as we can because every time somebody from the NPC posts something, we immediately link it up, or let's face it, tamad ang tao, lalo na sa gobyerno pag maraming trabaho. We have to digest that. Or if we have time, we make an infographic if it's very important. And we email blast it. If it's super important, we will post it on our website itself. And if I can help it, we'll have a small talk, get together. But so far, since, if you're not aware, we run the casinos, including the one here, the licensed casinos. Our personnel are numerous, national, and scattered. So we have to go around giving talks. And that takes a while and patience. But if you really want to have a culture of privacy, you have to really put in the effort. So yeah.
Thank you, Attorney. Attorney Foria, yes po. You've mentioned earlier the conduct of data privacy training and awareness program in your sector. Which strategy from your arsenal has worked the best in combating the same question, in combating unlawful activities where their personal data may be at risk?
So in our case, in the insurance sector, we conduct, as you mentioned, trainings initially for our new employees so that they know exactly what data to protect, because they will be processing definitely sensitive personal data within the organization and of our clients. So in the case of our data subjects, as far as the insureds are concerned, for purposes of informing them at the onset of the manner by which the organization will be protecting their information, we include in our policy wording the insurance contract a data statement of how the company will be protecting the information that we have gathered from them for purposes of us being able to issue the policy, administer the policy, in the event of claims, pay settlement claims. So just for the information of everyone who are not in the non-life or life industry, we are highly regulated. So our policy wordings have to be filed with the Insurance Commission for approval. So the regime of the Philippines is file, approve, and use. So even before we offer our products to the insuring public, there is at least a stamp of approval or imprimatur from our own regulator.
Thank you, Attorney. So your campaign really boils down on the power of connection and communication po in your respective organizations and sector. Okay po. So with your years in handling data privacy programs, what are the biggest data privacy threats in your respective industry, and how do you remain alert and ready for anything that might happen? Let's start with Attorney Michael.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it had been mentioned a while ago also in the first session that maybe even before that, I just want to, simply state the nuance or the peculiarity of our industry such that we process data subjects on two sides, right? So for most of us, we process data subjects only as employees, no? However, because again of the peculiarity of our industry, we do also process the personal information of our data subjects, which are actually our clients, no? Or the clients of our customers. And hence, it is really more on that side or on that aspect where we as an industry have felt the ill effects of unauthorized processing. No? And therefore, it's incumbent upon us to protect the rights of these data subjects. And I must admit that it's not solely arising only out of the legal obligation, but it's also to ensure that we continue on as a business. No? The term that's typically used is that a breach for our industry could result into an extinction event, right? I think it's not usual, though, that you would read instances that occur within our industry with respect to data breaches. And the reason is quite simple and quite clear. Because we don't want that kind of a reputation really puts an imprint on our industry. Nevertheless, it does not mean that it does not happen. So it certainly does. And I think the speakers in the first session had already alluded to several efforts that are being made to try and address that. And again, I have to reference the session or the forum that the NPC did attend a couple of days ago within our industry that allows us the ability, obviously within the parameters that are allowed by the Data Privacy Act, no, to actually address these kinds of issues, no, by allowing companies to go down the path of sharing information of what we call the bad actors within our industry. It's challenging, but the challenges are not insurmountable. And I think with the very active participation and counsel from the Privacy Commission, I think the industry is on its way to be able to address that that challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. How about you, Attorney Narag, in the government sector? What are the biggest security threats?
I also belong in the outsourcing private sector, by the way.
Sorry.
So, as stated by attorney here before me, one of the things that we identify as major threats when it comes to unauthorized processing of personal information, sensitive personal information, are those that crosses borders from our principals located in foreign jurisdictions up to here, in which we process the data of our employees internally. And a lot of evolvements that come with the adoption of third-party tools as well as AI, in which we identify third-party vendors as possible risks because we cannot fully vet or determine the ability of these providers to protect data and secure data. Another thing that we have been observing in the industry is the proliferation of agencies, as we call it. It's a digital companies providing outsourcing work. So it's loosely regulated at this point. It's so easy to create an agency of your own. You create your website, you create a list of services, and then you establish your own outsourcing company and then hire what you call virtual assistants. But the contract, you would notice, would be a contracting and subcontracting partnership wherein your virtual assistants are not really your employees. So you lose all your control that can be protected by contract as well as the employer-employee relationship and all the advantages of having a company institutionalized as compared to traditional business process outsourcing models.
So you laid out all your contributions and efforts to further rally behind good data governance. What is your implemented activities that you think has a far-reaching impact on the data subjects? If you would like to pick one from the list of your good practices. Attorney Rubio.
Parang recitation lang, no? We have a practice that is actually required. It's called a privacy impact assessment. It is the baseline for everything, for what you need. In HR, you would call it training needs assessment, so you would know where you start. And if we make sure that the people who are actually in charge of the data are the people who answer our questions and accomplish our forms, that way, they're aware firsthand that this is what you're doing, this is what you're supposed to do, and these are the consequences of your actions and how it affects the system as a whole and the organization as a whole. So I would think that being hands-on and participative, that's what makes the biggest cultural impact for privacy.
Thank you, Attorney. How about you, Attorney Foria?
Yeah, in our case, I think it would be as most of the players in the industry would have done is to digitalize operations. So veering away from paper-based processing, because in the case of paper-based processing, that would mean that you have to store a lot of information in bond paper, and you have to put it in a physical file and get a warehouse to store all your information. So what we have done is to ensure that we have automated most of the systems so that all the controls are put in place as far as the automation is concerned.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Attorney. Okay. Go ahead, Attorney Michael.
I think for us, there are several programs that we could always reference, and I guess foremost among which, and I spoke about it earlier, is to make sure that we do showcase data privacy. No? But I think though, what's important is that when we do, we approach it not so much from a punitive perspective, in a sense, or not solely on a punitive perspective. Obviously, we need to account for that kind of an approach precisely because of and I mentioned this a while ago, the extinction event that could occur if in case there is that inability to actually follow the processes that are imposed upon us contractually. No? But I think more than that is that we also try to reach out to them and make them understand that this does exist even outside the workplace. No? Because I think in an organization such as ours, which again is composed of more than 100,000 employees, it's very important that they do feel connected with their company. And if we come across with data privacy information that solely touches on how data privacy is linked to their work in the company, then it's going to just, enter in one ear and then exit in the other. No? But again, the way that we approach it is that, for instance, like SIM registration, right? We did tell them that this is something that everybody needs to do. If you think about it from a business perspective, it wasn't even an obligation of ours to inform our employees that these are the requirements, this is how your personal information will nevertheless be protected even if you do comply with this requirement of law. But because again, we want to be able to take that approach that more than an employee, you are in fact individuals that are partners in what we do on a daily basis. We take that approach and we feel that in conveying everything that the NPC comes out with in terms of circulars, advisories, and opinions, we don't stop at looking at only those that pertain to our business. But we again feel that these are individuals, no? Filipinos that are working with us and therefore need to be told that these are, again, certain rules, policies, and most importantly, rights that you can exercise.
Thank you, Attorney. So since we're We have a target time to run after. Let me wrap up this discussion with my one last question. We all know that it needs a community centered on data privacy to comply, thrive, and succeed. With all of your efforts, what does that come into play in the future of privacy in the Philippines? Attorney Narag.
It really boils down to the ability of the industry to be coherent and to work together in unison into approaching problems and challenges that arise, and to do so in participation with the regulators, which in this case is the NPC. I think the enabler role of the NPC in all of these and empowering the private sector to self-regulate will bring meaningful impacts later on as emerging concepts really challenge our traditional notions of conducting our businesses and by far and large stretch our definition of data privacy and how it works within our industries. So I think if we work in unison and we are veered towards a single direction and we are identifying issues, we are in effect bringing up the industry and building the industry instead of purely competing and utilizing our resources to bring the competition.
Thank you, Attorney. Attorney Foria, would you like to add more?
At this point, I would like actually to commend the NPC for continuing to espouse and support sectoral participation. So I believe that with the sectoral code that is a project of the current DPC Congress, it will be useful to each and every sector because we will have a framework of how to protect better our data subjects' rights. And in the meantime, or aligned with that, would be allowing the business to continue to process and collect information that is needed in our business.
On that note, thank you for our four panelists. Indeed, your work, your comprehensive work and good practices lies behind on the many positive changes. And as a data subject, we will take it as a progressive step on our way to further create a culture and ripple effect for the next generation. Before I let you go, may we live by this message that knowledge should be shared and your personal data must be kept and protected. Again, this has been Abigail Avier from Universally Philippines Incorporated, your Privacy Advocate of the Year 2022. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, everyone.
All right, thank you so much to Ms. Abigail Javier and to our panelists for giving us some wonderful value-adding wisdom right there. Before we ask them to come down off stage, we'll ask them for a quick photo op. Can we call on our NPC officials to come on stage to take a photo with our panelists? That's Commissioner Naga, as well as Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre and Executive Director Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona. Please come up so we can take a photo with our panelists, as well as if there are other NPC officials present. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. As our wonderful panelists are going off stage, we do hope you are enjoying our program this afternoon so far. We have a couple more things in store as well as snacks to come very soon. All right, so hang in there. But before we move on to that, we do have a very special video message that we would like to share to everybody. This video message is again from from Attorney J.R. Robert Real. He is the DPO for G Exchange, otherwise known as GCash. All right, so Rob is the Vice President and Group Data Protection Officer of Globe FinTech Innovations Incorporated. This is Mint, the company behind GCash, the largest and leading mobile wallet in the Philippines. His experience spans different sectors. He was the head of privacy governance of One Meralco Group Philippines, a dispute resolution lawyer at Kelvin Chia Partnership in Singapore, a senior court attorney at the Office of the Chief Justice of the Philippines, and a research associate at the National University of Singapore Center for International Law. A published scholar, Rob has chaired panels, presented academic papers at international conferences, and taught constitutional law, international law, ICT law, and data privacy law at various Philippine law schools. His research areas include comparative constitutional law, judicial globalization, privacy, data, security, and global breach, notification policies, and human dignity. Rob has a multidisciplinary education and training from various institutions around the world. He obtained an information science degree, an MSI, from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor in the US, business administration degrees, that's a BSc and an MBA from De La Salle University in Manila, and law degrees, a JD and an LLM from the Far Eastern University Philippines and the University of Michigan Ann Arbor in the US, respectively. A certified privacy professional and a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Rob was recently honored with the prestigious Westin Scholar Award for Excellency in Privacy by the International Association of Privacy Professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this video from Mr. Robert Real.
At GCash, trust, privacy, and security is our #1 priority, which is why we made privacy and data protection integral to our vision of finance for all. Filipinos have long been financially excluded, with nearly half of the population having no bank accounts. To promote financial inclusivity, we made traditional financial services more accessible, affordable, and easy to understand. Today, GCash is an indispensable companion to 81 million Filipinos, from everyday transactions to planning and building a brighter future. For many Filipinos, GCash is their first venture into digital financial services. That's why we proactively double our efforts to keep information confidential, safeguard them from unauthorized access, and over-educate them towards digital literacy. I'll turn you over to Veron to share more about this.
Our data privacy team plays a key role in guiding the organization, from ensuring responsible data privacy practices to implementing industry best practices.
At GCash, we go beyond just meeting our users' right to be informed. We are continuously improving the way we present our privacy notice. Soon, you'll see a thoughtfully worded notice in plain language and with various translations. We're also regularly reviewing our customers' journey so that they receive just-in-time privacy notices, aiming to alert our users every time their personal data will be processed. Our privacy notice is easily accessible through the GCash app and website. For transparency, GCash lets users know what data is being collected and for which purpose through user-friendly ways. Users can check the profile screen to view their personal data on record and use it to update their account information. Users can also easily view the transaction history through the transaction screen. As data subjects, users have the right to object to the processing of their personal data, particularly on marketing SMS and emails where users can unsubscribe through the app's Help Center. We respect our users' right to deletion. Thus, users can request account deletion either by clicking the Delete Account in the Profile tab or by filing a ticket in the app's Help Center. Users can exercise their data subject rights at any time through our currently available channels such as the in-app and website help center, our chatbot Gigi, or via email. We aim to implement a privacy-aware user experience. As such, we constantly review our user experience and product design to address dark patterns. To further ensure seamless exercise of rights, we utilize the privacy by design approach, integrating privacy into product and service design. For example, we mask names to protect the recipient's name while providing sufficient details to ensure accurate fund transfers. We've also made sure to have privacy champions in each of our business units to ensure that privacy is an org-wide effort, not just the responsibility of the Data Privacy Office. To further enhance user protection and maintain their trust, we actively embed privacy safeguards and controls for our users. To prevent account takeovers and to enhance data and fund protection, our latest security feature, Double Safe, is the third factor in our multi-factor authentication system. Selfie scans are taken on top of entering their MPIN and OTP before they can log in using a new device. Thrice the authentication, thrice the safety.
Through our collective efforts, we've made significant progress in creating a trusted platform for the financial transactions of everyday Filipinos. However, we do recognize that cybercriminals and fraudsters are relentless. That's why even as we continue to improve our security, we still need our customers' help to protect their accounts and personal data. Through our G-Safe Tayo campaign, we prioritize user education and encourage everyone to practice vigilance when transacting online. We regularly send precautions and remind them to be wary of suspicious links and sellers. At the end of the day, safety and security is our shared responsibility. Together, let's work towards creating a safe GCash for all, where every Filipino can be empowered to avail themselves of financial services confidently.
Thank you very much for that, Attorney J.R. Robert Real, DPO of G-Exchange of GCash, for reminding everybody here that every Filipino deserves financial accounts, with confidence and security. And speaking, everybody, we didn't expect that he'll be here with us this afternoon, but he managed to be here with us and join us for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Attorney J.R. Robert Real, our Data Protection Officer of G-Exchange of GCash. Sir, will you be kind enough to stand up so we can recognize you? Hello to you. Good afternoon and thank you. We appreciate you being here with us this afternoon. Thank you for the reminder that companies are now ensuring the data privacy of every Filipino as they deserve. Now, moving forward with our program this afternoon, somebody will discuss, of course, data privacy competency program, something that is very vital and important for us attending this conference and watching us live via Facebook and YouTube. And he is the Deputy Commissioner of the Philippine National Privacy Commission and has served in the role since February 2018. He received his Juris Doctor degree from the University of the Philippines College of Law and his Master of Laws from Harvard Law School. He is a member of both the Philippine Bar and the New York State Bar. He is also a member of the Academe, having taught various subjects in the University of the Philippines College of Law since 2013. He served as an advisor on the bill that eventually became the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, this man deserves recognition above anything else. Let's give a round of applause to Deputy Commissioner, Attorney Leandro Angelo E. Aguirre.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I hope that you're all enjoying your time in the Privacy Awareness Week conference of the National Privacy Commission. So, pasensya na po, medyo mabagal maglakad, but I hope you just bear with me as we talk about something that I think is very important and something that's at the heart of what we've all been talking about today, and that is increasing all of our awareness and competency on various topics related to the Data Privacy Act. So, okay, what do we want to talk about with this program? So the program has a twofold purpose. So I hope if you haven't had a chance to take a look at this draft, the draft is already up on our website so that you can take a look. Please provide us with all of your comments. The deadline for comments on this is on June 16. So we all appreciate hearing from you, especially those in private practice, those that are on the ground implementing this law, because your perspective is not something that we see on a day-to-day basis. So it's very important for us to have a sense about what it is that you are encountering. Because what we want to do with this particular program is really to enhance the quality of data privacy and education in the country. And also to democratize access to data privacy and education outside of Metro Manila. Most of what we see is that training has been, for the most part, for the last couple of years, really centered in Metro Manila. Those that are in the province, they continue to process personal information, but they don't have as easy of an access to proper information on data privacy. And that's why something like this and conferences like this become important. Also, the role of the Data Privacy Council and each of your roles as data protection officers become important because you are conduit to the private sector. You share what you learn in events like this to everyone else that may not have the opportunity to be here. This program becomes important because based on a 2021 survey, data privacy awareness is concentrated only in the National Capital Region for the most part. Other urban areas where internet access is high. As of this survey, only 10% of Filipinos are aware of the National Privacy Commission. And only 25% are aware of the Data Privacy Act. And this is after the Commission has spent the better part of 5 years since 2016 trying to raise awareness. So we still have a long way to go in really getting the Philippines to have a proper culture of privacy. And that begins with education and understanding of all the crucial components that have to be considered when it comes to data privacy compliance, and all of those things. I think we can conclude that very few people really know about the National Privacy Commission, the DPA, and most especially their rights as data subjects and how they can enforce it. While the NPC has carried out one-time events in several key cities outside of Metro Manila, these are for the most part outreach. There is no consistent opportunity for people outside of Metro Manila to really have access to the information that they need, the training that they need to properly carry out compliance. So the people that are here, suerte po kayo, because you have had all the opportunity, not to be here, that's not what I'm saying, but the opportunity to take advantage of the resources available to you, the trainings that are provided. But hopefully with this program and hopefully with all of your help, we can provide the same opportunity for people outside of Metro Manila. Okay. What's important with this program is the need to break down the information in a way that will be easy for them to understand so that they can operationalize that in their respective industries. What we want to do is to formalize this particular program into a circular. We started with getting feedback from previous training partners by conducting an FGD with them to really understand what are the pain points when it came to the old program, when it came to the DPOs program. What are the learnings that we can take from these initial programs of the National Privacy Commission that we can improve on and hopefully correct when it comes to this program? We want to start by issuing a circular on this particular topic. The Train the Trainers program and the PhilDPO programs were mere ad hoc programs. And we wanted to do something about it by formalizing this in the form of a circular and being able to present in the circular how we want to engage with the different partners that will now be participating in this competency program. I think another thing that we want to communicate is having clear parameters, because when it came to the previous programs, the parameters related to the training, how the, I guess, accredited partners would be evaluated, were not properly communicated and were not necessarily established or incorporated in the agreements that were set out. So this, we want to achieve all of those things through the issuance of a circular. So the circular will introduce a comprehensive framework that covers the intention of the National Privacy Commission when it comes to the implementation of this specific initiative. So in the process of crafting the circular, the NPC, again, as I mentioned, engaged with different partners, those that were part of the Trainers partner. We engaged with the Data Privacy Council to really understand what you all need. What do DPOs need when it comes to training? What are the relevant issues that you're all facing on the ground? Okay. So we want to ensure that the training that will happen here will be sufficient. We found out, based on this consultation, that 2 days is not exactly sufficient to really get people who have zero previous experience or understanding or knowledge of the Data Privacy Act to really understand the fundamentals of what we want to achieve. So these challenges emphasize the importance of democratizing and enhancing the access and quality of data privacy education throughout the Philippines. So what this program will be is an umbrella program, but it will be composed of different courses. What we want to start with is a foundational course that will present the basic information that DPOs and those that are interested in data privacy, what they need to know. It is not meant to replace existing certifications. So the idea is you start with the foundational course. Then from there, if you want to, for example, be more on the technical side of it, you can take the ISO certification or Lead Privacy Implementer program. If you are a lawyer and you feel that it's important for you to understand how the Data Privacy Act relates to something like the GDPR, then you can take the IAPP CIPPE course. But this is the foundation program that we want to offer to people who may not have the resources to take those other certifications, those other trainings that, let's face it, is not exactly cheap. So what we want to also focus here is fundamental and operational aspects of the DPA. And I appreciate everything that's been discussed today. What we're talking about today are things that are important for DPOs to understand. The role of the DPO, how you are not there to gatekeep in terms of saying, oh, this project doesn't make sense. You should stop doing this. We've seen today, based on the sharing of the first panel and the second panel, that the DPO is there in more ways than just simply communicating to people what the DPA is about, what the regulatory aspects are about, what you need to do in terms of compliance. We've seen that the DPO is there to bridge this gap between what the law says and what the business actually needs, to be able to communicate to top management why the Data Privacy Act and compliance with the law makes sense. Before you're able to communicate with your data subjects, with your customers, you first need to get people within your organization on board with this idea of a compliance journey in relation to the Data Privacy Act. So DPOs are not there to gatekeep, they're not there to do a checklist compliance, they're not there to simply regurgitate things that are in the law. They're there to communicate to management, communicate to the different business units why it's important, why the Data Privacy Act is important. And that's the perspective that we want to bring through this particular program. The experience of all of the different DPOs, you learned all of that because you basically learned by doing. You learned the importance of all of these things as you tried to communicate with management. But what if someone outside of Metro Manila may not have that same luxury? We want to be able to present to them something that is operational, something that is practical for them. I don't want the training to be a law course where we're just telling them what the law is about, but something that's very practical, something where after they come out of it, they will already be able to have an impact in their respective organizations. So that's what we envision this foundational course under the Data Privacy Competency Program to be. Okay, next slide. So what will the circular on the Data Privacy Competency Program, what will it contain? It will focus on this idea of continued collaboration between the National Privacy Commission and the private sector as it continues to update and develop the course. Again, we don't have the monopoly of knowledge when it comes to the Data Privacy Act. We understand the law, we implement the law, but the operational aspects of it, you all know that better than I do, because you're the ones on the forefront of talking to business owners, talking to top management, talking to your customers. So your input is important, and we built a mechanism into this circular to ensure that the program will always have the input from the private sector. It will also focus on increased accountability of training providers, where the training providers will have to ensure that the trainers that they will get actually know what they're talking about. And hopefully with this program, the number of trainers that we have available in the Philippines will continue to increase. As we democratize access to training, then the quality of the trainings, or the trainers and the quality of the training providers should hopefully follow suit. So what we will do is to develop a uniform curriculum and learning outcomes for the course, and have some sort of standardized criteria to regulate the conduct of training to ensure quality across different training providers in the Philippines. So think of it as having some sort of open license where the basic things that you need to talk about, you need to discuss, you need to teach are there. Then it is up to all the different training providers to build on top of it and figure out how best to present it to their respective target audience. We want to do away with the idea also that a certification is required to effectively function as a data protection officer. So this new program will not result in the NPC certifying DPOs, but will result, hopefully, in participants who come out of the program having the necessary competence through a knowledge-based assessment of what they learned as a result of the program. So the completion of the training course and successful passing of the exam should not be regarded as a professional certification, but should at least give some level of assurance to the people that will hire these people that they know what they're talking about. Again, this is not a course strictly for data protection officers. The idea is to, again, upskill everyone in the Philippines, whoever is interested, when it comes to the basics and the foundations of the Data Privacy Act. So that's also part of the reason why we don't really want to focus on certification, but more of a knowledge-based assessment of what everyone learned. So again, this idea, however, should not be interpreted in a way that the Commission recommends just anyone to be a data protection officer. Of course, we have certain standards that we need to look at. But if we provide the necessary information, not just to DPOs, but even to management, it was mentioned earlier by Eugene Acevedo that it's important to educate also top management, to educate CEOs about the importance of the Data Privacy Act in compliance. Then we also, through this program, want to encourage top management to participate in something like this by understanding foundations of the Data Privacy Act. Hopefully, it will equip them with getting the necessary people that will be suited to their specific company. Again, what we want is to increase the number of people who know about the Data Privacy Act so that choosing a data protection officer can now be something more specific. It's not just choosing people that are competent, but choosing people that have the necessary skill set for a particular industry. So that's what we hope to achieve by democratizing access to education. So moving forward, we hope that the demand for DPOs will continue to increase as processing becomes more complicated. So it's not that we hope, we expect. It is an inevitability that processing becomes more complicated. And as that happens, the demand on the DPO will also continue to increase. And that's also why this engagement with the with the private sector becomes important. We need to continuously update the course to reflect the realities of what you all face on the ground. So we hope through this circular that we encourage everyone, not just DPOs, to deepen their knowledge on data privacy. The program intends to capacitate more people, taking into consideration their specific needs. So please, the public consultation on this draft circular is scheduled on June 16 at 2 p.m. Please take a look at the circular. Please send us your comments by June 9, 2023 by sending us an email at competency@privacy.gov.ph. Your insights are very valuable to us. Again, you're the ones that are on the ground. You're the ones that know what a DPO needs to know, how to operationalize complex points in the law to something that will become useful and tangible in your respective organizations. So it's important for us to have a view about what it is that you're actually doing so we can incorporate them in this course. So through this data privacy competency program, the NPC seeks to bring a positive impact by providing adequate, quality, and accessible data privacy education across the entire Philippines and not just centered in Metro Manila. So we hope with your continued support, we can actually make this happen. Hopefully, in the next survey, it's not just 10% knowing about the NPC, it's not just 25% knowing about the DPA, but we can increase that because giving people the necessary information and empowering them will have a multiplier effect. So please, I hope you can join us in this initiative. So you are our multiplier. What we're saying now, you spread to your respective organizations. Kayo po yung nag-evangelize ng concepts on the data privacy by making it understandable to not just top management, but business units. We have to stop looking at the DPOs as gatekeepers. Yung tipong, when people say, talk to the DPO, you already see a sort of not the best reaction from people. But if DPOs, following everything that was discussed, are able to communicate properly and they serve as guides to all of these people, hey, we'll work with you. These are the things that we can do to achieve the purpose that you want to achieve, what business wants to achieve, then we'll get to that point. Data privacy compliance becomes something that is not necessary because we need to do it, but becomes something that is encouraged within the organization. People understand it, people understand the value, because they realize that it also affects them, because we are all data subjects. So I think I hope with this, with people getting a better understanding of the law and the impact of the law across different organizations and from there across the entire Philippines, we will get to that culture of privacy that we are all working towards. So with that, we really need your help, and I hope you can support this program. But before the program even becomes a reality, we need all of your input to ensure that we have the best possible circular that we can come up with given the situation. So thank you and good afternoon to everyone.
All right, thank you very much to Deputy Commissioner Aguirre for that wonderful presentation about the initiatives that the NPC is putting together to assist, to support DPOs in the jobs that they are doing, and as you just continue to learn and grow and develop in your work today. All right, before we move on with the rest of the program, we have a quick video presentation that we would like to share with you all. Please direct your eyes to the screen to check out this video from the Compliance and Monitoring Division.
Through this fourth industrial revolution and the envisioned digitalization of public service in the country, personal data protection should be the priority. The National Privacy Commission exists to ensure the compliance of the country with international standards set for data protection. Compliance and Monitoring Division, as the main regulatory arm of the Commission, is here to guarantee that organizations, public or private, will enable data subjects complete control over their own personal information while enabling the free flow of information for innovation, growth, and national development. Your CMD strives to maintain an effective and efficient implementation of the Data Privacy Act and other issuances of the Commission through its core function to monitor personal information controllers and processors through the registration of Data Processing System and Data Protection Officer, the conduct of compliance checks, the evaluation of personal data breach notifications, and providing compliance support.
The Compliance Check Unit of the Compliance and Monitoring Division delivers a fulfillment of NPC's mandate under the law to ensure compliance of personal information controllers with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and Section 29 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations, which provides that the Commission shall monitor the compliance of natural or juridical person involved in the processing of personal data, specifically their security measures, with the relevant guidelines and issuances by the Commission. To operationalize this mandate, personnel of the Commission is tasked to conduct compliance check pursuant to NPC Circular Number 2018-02 or the Guidelines on Compliance Checks, which enables it to assess publicly available information through privacy sweeps, issue warning letters and notices of document submission, and to verify this compliance by conducting data privacy audit during an on-site visit. With the implementation of a more systematic and less business-disruptive protocol in 2022, the division conducted 63 privacy audits through on-site visits of government and private entities to date. A total of 1,540 organizations whose publicly available information was scrutinized through privacy sweeps were done from 2021 to present. 91 warning letters and 140 notices of document submission were issued in relation to these privacy sweeps. For this year, the division is on its initial draft of the amendments to NPC Circular Number 2018-02, and our third system is at the end of the planning and analysis phase. These two endeavors will boost compliance monitoring and privacy audit capabilities of the Commission. In mid-2021, the Commission, through the Compliance and Monitoring Division, started the process of amending NPC Circular Number 2017-01 and developing a new and secured web portal for the registration of data processing systems. NPC Circular Number 2022-04, particularly the registration of personal data processing system, notification regarding automated decision-making or profiling, designation of data protection officer, and the National Privacy Commission Seal of Registration took effect on January 11, 2023. On February 3, 2023, the National Privacy Commission Registration System, or NPCRS, was launched, implementing the Circular on Registration, effectively and efficiently allowing the Commission to achieve its mandate of monitoring data processing systems in the country through regulation. The system was the Commission's answer to the call for digitalization and streamlining government processes while delivering efficient and high-quality service. The implementation of the NPC Seal of Registration through the NPCRS will increase the trust and confidence of data subjects with the PICs or PIPs that process their personal data. In 2022, the Registration Monitoring Unit of the CMD has processed 21,990 registration inquiries and was able to issue 6,579 certificates of registration for data protection officers. These certificates are all set to expire on July 10, 2023. The NPCRS issued 846 Certificate of Registration and NPC Seal of Registration to date. These compliance documents have a validity of 1 year from the date of issuance and are renewable through the NPCRS 30 days before expiration. For this year, the CMD is moving for the integration of fees payment channels with NPCRS. We will also continue to guide PICs and PIPs in their data privacy compliance efforts. The Breach Notification Unit of the Compliance and Monitoring Division receives and evaluates personal data breach notifications or PDBN and annual security incident reports or ASIR. In March of 2021, the CMD started the development of the Data Breach Notification Management System or DBNMS, an online portal where personal information controllers can submit personal data breach notifications for mandatory notification to the Commission. The system covers mandatory notifications starting 2022, including the submission of a tally of security incidents of the PIC the previous year, every January 1 to March 31 of the current year. In 2022, the Commission received 208 data breach notifications, most of which were received from the financial service activities sector, the government, education, healthcare facilities, retail and trade sectors, among others. 81 or 38.94% of these notifications were caused by human error. From January to May 2023, the Commission has already received 113 data breach notifications coming from the financial service activities, retail trade, government, real estate, wholesale direct marketing, among others. Just like in 2022, many of the data breach notifications received by the Commission were caused by human error, which amounts to 63 breach notifications or 55.75%. A new circular in security incident management is targeted to be effective this year. This will enhance the 2016 Circular on Data Breach Management. This endeavor will set security measures and mandate effective reporting of security incidents and personal data breaches to the Commission. The Compliance Support and Advocacy Unit of the Compliance and Monitoring Division responds to compliance inquiries through email, phone calls, and walk-in. Aside from its frontline service, the unit conducts personal data privacy compliance workshops, trainings, and seminars for personal information controllers from the government sector, especially the LGUs. The program capacitating LGUs in personal data privacy was intensified this year in collaboration with the ILG. This is the pilot implementation of the planned Philippine Personal Data Privacy Compliance Program for 2024. We responded to 1,436 inquiries in 2022 and 525 in 2023. For 2023, we have conducted personal data privacy compliance seminars and workshops for the following LGUs. Cainta, Rizal. City Government of Muntinlupa. San Mateo, Rizal. Mabalacat, Pampanga. San Juan City. Giginto, Bulacan. General Mariano Alvarez, Cavite. City Government of Baguio. Batac, Ilocos Norte. City of Kidapawan.
Your National Privacy Commission and the Compliance and Monitoring Division is committed in protecting personal data and data subject rights of Filipinos. Effective and efficient regulation is key to guaranteeing that the Commission fulfills its mandate. The men and women of CMD are working tirelessly to ensure compliance of every personal information controller and personal information processor with the Data Privacy Act and other relevant issuances of the Commission. With the Philippine Personal Data Privacy Compliance Pilot Program underway, we encourage all individual professionals and organizations in the private sector and the whole of government to start, if not progress, in your data privacy compliance journey. Do this by implementing a sound organizational and data governance model, identify and monitor risk in the processing of personal information and sensitive personal information, and demonstrate your compliance through implementation of data protection measures. Mabuhay ang mga kampyon para sa proteksyon ng personal na impormasyon.
All right, some great stuff that the Compliance and Monitoring Division is doing. Wonderful initiatives that they have done to continue to support the NPC and its goals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing on with our program, but we do want to let you all know that the afternoon snacks have been served. All right, so you can get coffee, tea, and there are snacks in the different areas around the room there, around the room here. So you can go and grab your snacks as we continue on with the program. All right, so you can bring them back to your seats and continue to watch these videos. We do have another video that we want to show you all. As you know, we have been talking a lot about the things that the NPC is doing here within our nation in the Philippines. But we also know here that the Philippines is not alone in our quest to raise awareness and protection when it comes to data privacy. This is a global movement, and we have partnered with international organizations as well as other nations to learn best practices and to find the best ways to protect our people. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please turn your eyes toward our screens to watch a video message from the President and CEO of the International Association of Privacy Professionals, that's the IAPP, Mr. J. Trevor Hughes.
Hello. Hello to you all. I hope you are having a fantastic Data Privacy Week in the Philippines. My name is Trevor Hughes. I'm the President and CEO of the IAPP, and I am honored to be with all of you today. I want to thank the Commissioner for this kind invitation, and I want to apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I really am delighted to be with you for a little bit virtually today to share what I think is an important message to all of you. And that is that we have a call to action in the field of privacy, that there is a responsibility, a duty that is coming to us in the field of privacy. Some might even say an imperative. Let's dive in. All around the world today, we see privacy issues exploding. It is not possible to watch the news, open a website and read the news and not see something about concerns associated with the use of data in society. And it's not just data either, it's the advance of technology. That has given rise to an incredibly complex global environment of privacy laws, privacy regulations, privacy expectations. And as privacy is a cultural phenomenon, these standards differ all real challenges for today's organizations. One of the major issues that is emerging is that of international data transfers. Many of the laws on the books around the world have restrictions on data transfers and how they are permitted or allowed for organizations sending data to various organizations, partners, vendors, other processors around the world. Now, this is something that organizations have to look at carefully. Many of your organizations may think, gosh, we don't have any international partners. We operate only in the Philippines. But I'd encourage you to look at many of the technology vendors, many of the solutions that are being used inside your organization. It is absolutely the case that everything is international today. Data transfers are indeed global. And understanding the restrictions on those flows of data around the world is becoming an increasingly challenging job. We also see that there is what we joke an alphabet soup of new standards emerging. There are all sorts of acronyms in our space for sure, GDPR and others, but there are new ones as well. Without question, the EU AI Act, looking to cover AI, which is likely to pass sometime this year, will have massive consequences for the field of privacy. Let's reflect on this just for 1 second. This new acronym, the EU AI Act, will cover artificial intelligence. And just the past few months, we've seen an enormous explosion in AI technologies all around the world. These are tremendously powerful tools, and they offer us the great promise of better outcomes for society in finance, in medicine, in business, in services being offered to communities around the world. However, they come with real risks as well. And increasingly, privacy professionals, because of largely transferable skills, are being asked to manage those risks inside organizations, inside the public sector, inside the private sector, inside those companies building AI solutions, and also those organizations implementing those AI solutions. We need to watch this alphabet soup, all of these new standards as they emerge. Whether it is AI, whether it is digital governance, whether it is data ethics, whether it is digital services around the world, these new issues and standards will affect privacy professionals, and there is absolutely an imperative for us to not stop when we have become masters of the field of data protection and privacy, but rather realize that our skills are needed in many other places inside organizations as those organizations work to implement things like artificial intelligence. We also see that there is an increasingly complex risk environment for organizations. Enforcement is a reality, and it is important. Around the world, we see regulators and enforcement agencies bringing organizations to bear so that they understand the consequences of not getting it right when it comes to data protection and privacy in the broad global marketplace. Organizations need to be aware of these risks. Enforcement is real in the Philippines and beyond. And understanding the rules and making sure that you are at a minimum complying, and I think, more importantly, going beyond compliance to engender trust and a sense of safety and security within your customers, within those that you engage with and whose data you hold. That's an absolutely important issue in today's world. I think all of this rolls up to privacy professionals globally are being called to action. There is an imperative for all of us. We have an incredibly important job to fill right now. And that job is that we are the guardians of trust of the digital economy. So whether it's artificial intelligence or facial recognition, whether it's the existing digital economy and the use of the internet and various tools there, we are the professionals who help to ensure that those technologies give to societies around the world the absolute best that they have to offer, while minimizing the risks, the harms, the challenges that they may otherwise create. That's a very big job. As a guardian of trust, it is incumbent upon you to learn about these new technologies, to understand the standards, and to meet the expectations of your customers, your data subjects, the people that you serve. The IEPP is the world's largest privacy organization. We have 80,000 members in over 150 countries around the world. And every day we come to work to serve you working in the privacy profession. As guardians of trust, you have a tremendously big job. We're very proud of the work that you do, and we're very happy to come to work each day to support you in that work. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all today. I want to wish you a very happy celebration of privacy during this week of awareness around this important issue. And thanks again for this opportunity to join you.
Thank you once again to Mr. Trevor Hughes for reminding us that us here present and watching us live via live stream are guardians of trust of the people, of our consumers, our clients, and of course our countrymen. And that artificial intelligence encompasses, or data privacy encompasses even beyond artificial intelligence, and that our skill set are necessary still despite having this advancement in technologies. And so I'm sure everybody have learned so much this morning from our morning session and our afternoon panel discussion. And so I believe everybody would want to take a quick break from thinking, from having insights, from conversing from your colleagues, or from learning from our panelists this day. And so we have prepared a special presentation for everyone for you to feast your eyes on while you're having your PM snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome on stage actress, TV host, and comedian, Miss Hershey Neri.
I could have my Gucci on, I could wear my Louis Vuitton, but even with nothing on, that I made you look. I made you look. I'll make you double take soon as I walk away. Call up your chiropractor just in case your neck breaks. Ooh, tell me what you gonna do. I'm about to make a scene, double up that sunscreen. I'm about to turn the heat up, gonna make your glasses steam. Ooh, tell me what you gonna do. Ooh. When I do my walk, I can guarantee your jaw won't drop. Cause they don't make a lot of what I got. Ladies, if you feel me, that's your fault. I could have my Gucci on, I could wear my Louis Vuitton, but even with nothing on, but I made you look. Yeah, I look good in my Versace dress, but I'm hotter when my morning hair's a mess. Cause even with my hoodie on, but I made you look. And once you get a taste, you'll never be the same. This ain't that ordinary, this that 14-karat cake. Ooh, tell me what you gonna do. Ooh, when I do my walk, I can guarantee your jaw will drop. Cause they don't make a lot of what I got. Ladies, if you feel me, this your fault. I could have my Gucci on, I could wear my Louis Vuitton, but even with nothing on, but I made you look. Say I made you look. Yeah, I look good in my Versace dress, but I'm hotter when my morning hair is a mess. So even with my hoodie on, I made you look. Say I made you look.
Thank you so much, National Privacy Commission, and happy Privacy Awareness Week. Maraming salamat po. Once again, this is Hershey Neri, and have a great rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hershey Neri. She is also an artist from TV5. Thank you very much for that very energetic performance and for giving our audience this day a wonderful show. And now for another performance set to be seen this afternoon, let us all welcome on stage Born to be a Star Season 2 Grand Winner, Ms. Jeremy Changia.
'Cause I'll never change all my colors for you. Take my love, I'll never ask for too much. Just all that you are and everything that you do. I don't really need to look very much further. I don't wanna have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back again. This passion inside, I can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. Well, don't make me close one more door. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. Or must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing, nothing if I don't have you. If I don't have you, you see through, right through the heart of me. You break down my walls with the strength of your love. Ooh, I never knew love like I've known it with you. Will a memory survive? All I can hold on to. I don't really need to look very much further. I don't wanna have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back again. This passion inside, I can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. Your love I remember forever. Oh, don't make me close one more door. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. Or must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing, nothing. Don't make me close one more door. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms if you dare. Or must I imagine you there? Don't walk away from me. No, don't walk away from me. Don't you dare walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing, nothing if I don't have you. If I don't have you, have you. Thank you so much, everyone. Before anything else, I just want to say thank you for inviting me here. And also, gusto ko lang po special mention yung mga tao dito. Ayan. Pasensya na, hinihingal ako. So, ayun. I just want to say hello to Privacy Commissioner John Henry Naga, Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Aguirre, and also to Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alzona. Ayun po, hello po sa inyo, and I hope you're gonna enjoy the rest of the day. So, yes. Thank you so much. Is it okay if I'm going to sing another song? Is it okay? If you do know the song, you can sing along with me. So, music please.
Let's go. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, never from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams and no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know that there's still a chance for you? 'Cause there's a spark in you. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come and show him what you're worth. Make him go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave them all in, oh, oh, oh. Baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make them go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave them all in, oh, oh, oh. Do you ever feel like a waste of space? You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow. Baby, you're a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. Come on, say it. Baby, you're what you worth. Make them go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave them all in, oh, oh, oh. Baby, you're a firework. Come and show him what you're worth. Make him go, oh, oh, oh. As you shoot across the sky, boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. It's always been inside of you, you, you. And now it's time to let it through. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. Come and show him what you're worth. Make him go, oh, oh, oh. As you shoot across the sky, baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make them go, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna leave them all in, oh, oh, oh. Boom, boom, boom. Even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Boom, boom, boom. 'Cause even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Miss Jeremy Changi. And now we know why you won as the grand winner of Born to be a Star. It seems to us that you have gained such fans from our audience this afternoon. You really have kept them entertained. So thank you very much for that very powerful performance. And so I know you guys are enjoying the afternoon with all the snacks and all the performances and all the speakers that we had this day. And so to give another messages, we have a video messages from representatives from the equivalent of National Privacy Commission from all around the world. We have video messages from Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, Turkey, and Malta. Please feast your eyes on the screen and watch these videos.
Hi to all, and thank you for inviting me to speak at the Privacy Awareness Week 2023 conference. Some of you may have met me already, while I may be an unfamiliar face to others. I will take this valuable opportunity to introduce myself. With Mr. Yong Zikin moving on to another important role of leading the development of Singapore's legal industry, I am honoured to be taking on the mantle of Deputy Commissioner of Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission. A large part of my role will be supporting the Commissioner to drive Singapore's data protection initiatives while encouraging innovative use of data by companies in today's digital economy. I first wish to congratulate the National Privacy Commission of Philippines and Commissioner Naga in particular for organizing the Privacy Awareness Week conference that brings together data protection professionals and authorities. We have always had a good relationship with the NPC and have even signed a memorandum of understanding to crystallize our collaboration. I'm unfortunately unable to be present physically, but I am pleased to have the honor of giving my thoughts and insights on the PDPC as a data protection authority in the Asia-Pacific region. The data protection landscape in the Asia-Pacific region has transformed. While the privacy regimes are still fragmented, there is some convergence on the approach taken by the data protection authorities. For instance, we see a trend of increased financial penalties and tougher enforcement to combat the evolving risks of cyber attacks and threats. Singapore has always aimed to strike a balance between protecting individuals' personal data and organizations' need to use data for legitimate purposes. We are interested in the building of regional convergence in terms of enabling trusted flow of data across the Asia-Pacific region, as we believe it can benefit our companies in using data and promote a vibrant digital economy. As part of enabling trusted flow of data across borders, Singapore had pioneered the Digital Economy Agreements, or DEAs in short. DEAs align common digital standards and systems for digital trade. So far, Singapore has signed DEAs with countries in the Asia-Pacific, such as New Zealand, Australia, and Korea. Singapore also actively contributed to the development of ASEAN Model Contractual Clauses, which allow businesses to rely on a flexible template where terms and conditions can be tailored to the specific circumstances to ensure trusted cross-border data transfer. Both Singapore and the Philippines have issued guidance endorsing the use of ASEAN Model Contractual Clauses. We hope that more ASEAN countries can adopt the Model Contractual Clauses. Beyond ASEAN, we have the APEC CBPR and PRP systems, which Singapore recognizes for overseas transfers of personal data under our PDPA. They allow data transfers between and within certified companies in participating APEC member economies. With the global CBPR system, which both Singapore and the Philippines are members of, we are closer to our goal of converging data protection laws, smoother flows of data across borders, not only regionally, but globally. In the domestic context, the PDPC has developed data protection programs and initiatives that raise the data protection standard in Singapore. Not only do consumers in Singapore enjoy better data protection, but they also benefit from the enhanced products and services developed by companies using valuable insights extracted from their data. We have also focused on building up the data protection capability of smaller companies that may not have sufficient resources to implement the necessary security measures. We came up with the Data Protection Incentive, which supports smaller companies to have a basic level of data protection. Our Better Data-Driven Business Program also helps smaller companies to leverage the power of data analytics to gain deeper consumer insights while protecting data. We also have the Data Protection Trust Mark program, in which businesses can voluntarily get certified to demonstrate their accountable data protection practices. The incentive that businesses have to get certified is to showcase to customers that they have a lower tendency for data breach. which gives them a competitive advantage. Lastly, privacy-enhancing technologies allow businesses to extract value from data while ensuring personal data protection. PDPC launched a privacy-enhancing technology sandbox last year that provides guidance and grant support to companies to generate pilot projects. Through privacy-enhancing technologies, we can achieve the outcomes of enhancing business-to-business data collaboration and increasing the availability of data for developing artificial intelligence systems. I would like to end off by emphasizing that such conferences and forums are important in fostering stronger ties within the data protection community and kickstarting collaborative projects that tap on each other's strengths. PDPC actively participates in the Asia Pacific Privacy Authorities Forum, in short the APA Forum, twice a year. The Privacy Awareness Week is one of the important initiatives that came out of the APA Forum. I wish all of you present in the Philippines a happy and safe Privacy Awareness Week.
There we have seen the video message of Ms. Denise Wong from ACE Designate Data Innovation Protection Deputy Commissioner, Personal Data Protection Commission of Singapore. And now we'll be hearing a message from a representative from Hong Kong, Ms. Ada Chong Lai Ling, Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data.
Commissioner Naga, colleagues of National Privacy Commission, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak at this conference. I'm very honored and excited to join you at today's conference, as this is the first event organized by NPC in which we participate since the execution of the MOU between the NPC and the Hong Kong PCPD on Monday, just 3 days ago. So, Commissioner Naga, we are losing no time in implementing the MOU to share and learn from each other's experience. As you are aware, the values of data and data privacy have been increasingly important in recent years. While we are enjoying the fruits brought by emerging technologies, such as generative AI systems and powerful chatbots like ChatGPT, these technologies also bring with them inherent privacy and ethical risks. These potential risks call for clear data privacy safeguards and secure, responsible, and ethical use of data, in particular personal data, must be a priority for all organizations. One way to achieve this is through the development and implementation of a privacy management program, also known as the PMP, which my office, the Hong Kong PCPD, has been advocating all along. A PMP is about making a conscious business decision and change for the company's customers from the boardroom. A PMP, if designed and implemented properly, can help companies garner trust from its customers and other stakeholders. This would in turn bring long-term benefits to the company's overall competitiveness, reputation, and goodwill. In other words, a holistic PMP strategy can lay the bedrock for good data governance, business sustainability, and growth. You may ask me, what are the core elements of a PMP? An effective PMP is about implementing an accountability framework that entails the responsible collection, holding, processing, and use of personal data. My office has been advocating three core elements. Firstly, there should be organizational commitment with an internal governance structure in place that fosters a culture respectful of personal data privacy. This will often require the organization to adopt a top-down approach with a specific reporting mechanism set up with respect to the handling of data breach incidents and with a dedicated data protection officer appointed to report on data issues to the top management. As there are so many DPOs in the audience, I believe that you are aware of the importance of such reporting mechanism. Secondly, there should be appropriate program controls in place. The controls that we recommend range from establishing a personal data inventory and internal policies on personal data management and the handling of data breach incidents, to adopting risk assessment tools and having effective training and also communication channels in place. Finally, there should be ongoing assessment and revision of the PMP to keep it in pace with the changes both within and outside the organization. This is particularly important given the ever-rising expectations of customers nowadays and also the fast-changing digital innovations which we are experiencing every day. I'm very pleased to report that since 2014, my office, the PCPD, has been encouraging organizations to develop their own PMPs so that they can embrace personal data protection as part of their data governance responsibilities and apply it as a business imperative throughout the organization. To this end, my office has published a best practice guide in August 2018, about 5 years ago, to assist organizations in developing a practical and comprehensive PMP framework. Apart from organizing regular professional workshops for businesses and industry stakeholders, for them to learn more about the benefits of implementing a PMP, my office has formed a Data Protection Officers Club to provide practicing data protection officers with a platform to enhance their knowledge and build up their expertise of data privacy compliance through experience sharing and also training. The launch of the Privacy Friendly Awards of my office in 2021 has further demonstrated the PCPD's efforts in encouraging organizations to embrace the protection of personal data privacy as part of their organization policy and culture. The awards aim to recognize the commitment and efforts of enterprises, public and private organizations, as well as government departments in protecting personal data privacy. I'm glad to share with you that the 2021 awards received an overwhelming response, with 100 organizations being awarded. And with the launch of the second Privacy Friendly Awards this year, under the theme of Embrace Privacy Management Program to Gain Trust and Benefits, we envisage that more organizations in this run, over 100 companies or organizations, will be recognized for their work in protecting data privacy and in incorporating a PMP in their respective organizations. Looking forward, I strongly believe that the protection of personal data privacy should not be seen and dealt with as a mere compliance issue. It's not only about taking a box off the compliance checklist. Rather, it is about adopting a proactive approach in bringing a data privacy-friendly culture into the business equation in order to garner the necessary trust from customers for the benefit of the organization. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this year's conference is empowering DPOs and protecting personal data privacy rights of Filipinos. As Commissioner Naga pointed out at the signing of the MOU on Monday, the signing of the MOU reaffirms both authorities' firm belief that robust data governance is essential to protecting data subjects' privacy rights, ensuring trust in digital services, and harnessing the transformative potential of data for social and economic progress. Indeed, the signing of the MOU shows our joint commitment and dedication in safeguarding personal data privacy of citizens in our respective jurisdictions. Commissioner Naga, I believe that the enhanced collaborative efforts of both authorities will facilitate the growth and development of digital economies in both jurisdictions while safeguarding personal data privacy. Going forward, I'm confident that the two authorities can share our experience and expertise in areas of mutual interest amidst rapid technological developments in both jurisdictions. With that, I wish you all an insightful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
I am Akira Nakaminato, Commissioner for International Cooperation, Personal Information Protection Commission, the PPC Japan. First of all, I'd like to celebrate the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week Conference held by the National Privacy Commission Philippines. It is also my great pleasure to have this opportunity to deliver a message from the PPC Japan. And let me show my respect to Privacy Commissioner John Henry D. Naga and everyone involved in organizing this conference. Not only in Japan, but in the Philippines, flow of data, including personal information, is indispensable for our social and economic activities in this era of digitalization. Holding enormous amount of personal information enables businesses to actively conduct their activities. On the other hand, once a leak of personal information occurs, that impact on society will be severe, resulting in infringement of the rights and the interests of individuals. Consequently, businesses will lose their trust, which could lead to hindering their activities. So will public agencies responsible for handling of personal information. Therefore, proper handling of personal information has become more and more important in our whole society. In response to these circumstances, Japan's Act on the Protection of Personal Information, we call this APPI, has been amended 3 times in 2015, 2020, and 2021. Our commission was established based on that 2015 amendment, actually. Since then, the PPC Japan has been making various efforts for ensuring proper handling of personal information. I note the theme of this conference is empowering DPOs and protecting personal data privacy rights of Filipinos. DPOs, including those attending today, play very important roles in instructing and overseeing the organization's divisions and staffs from a cross-sectoral and professional standpoint. In Japan, the importance of DPO is highly recognized in the national policy for the protection of personal information formulated by the cabinet decision. Our law, the APPI, does not oblige obligations to have DPOs. However, the guidelines on the APPI encourage businesses to designate the DPO as one of the organizational security measures. In fact, about 70% of businesses have the responsible division for proper handling of personal information, according to the survey conducted in 2018. In addition, individuals also need to deepen their understanding of how their personal information is handled, because various stakeholders in both public and private sectors collectively handle personal information for use of more complicated and advanced services. As this conference is held as a part of the Privacy Awareness Week in the Philippines, the PPC Japan, as a member of APA, will also intensify its effort to raise awareness about the importance of personal information from 29th May to 4th June this year. We will strive further to deepen individuals' understanding through public relations activities in public space and online. The PPC Japan is engaging in these efforts. Each jurisdiction also needs to enhance their own efforts, given that including personal information flow across borders on a daily basis all over the world. So I'd like to emphasize the importance of this conference and commend its success. Concluding my message, I believe the Philippines and Japan will continue to strengthen bilateral relationship, including cooperation on personal information protection. Thank you very much for these opportunities and hope your great success. Salamat.
Değerli katılımcılar, kişisel verilerin korunması ancak yasal düzenlemeler, teknik güvenlik önlemleri ve farkındalık çalışmaları gibi farklı unsurların bir araya gelmesiyle etkili olabilir. Veri koruma mekanizmalarının işlevi kaybetmemesi için sürdürülebilir çalışmalara ihtiyaç vardır. Bunlardan biri de farkındalık çalışmalarıdır. Kişisel veri farkındalığı, verinin öneminin anlaşılması ve aynı zamanda korunması konusunda yeterli bilgi ve bilinç düzeyine sahip olmak anlamına gelmektedir. Kişisel veri farkındalığı genel olarak kişisel verilerin ne olduğunun anlaşılması, verilerin kullanım amacının şeffaf olması, veri mahremiyetine yönelik tedbirlere dikkat çekilmesi, bireyin sahip olduğu hakların ve hak arama yöntemlerinin bilinmesi hususlarına odaklanmaktadır. Kurumumuz kişisel veri farkındalığı oluşturmak ve farkındalığı geliştirmek amacıyla çeşitli çalışmalar yapmaktadır. Bunlardan kısaca bahsetmek gerekirse, kişisel verilerin korunmasına ilişkin zirveler, konferans ve seminerler düzenliyor, ülkemizin pek çok şehrinde farkındalık toplantıları gerçekleştiriyoruz. Kanunun doğru anlaşılması ve uygulanması bakımından rehber, doküman ve broşürler yayınlıyor, farkındalık videolarıyla hem veri sorumlularının hem de ilgili kişilerin alabileceği tedbirleri hatırlatıyoruz. Sektör bazlı farkındalık ve bilgilendirme çalışmaları yapıyor, sektörel bazda iyi uygulama örnekleri yayınlıyoruz. Öte yandan çocukların ve gençlerin verilerinin korunması bakımından bir takım projeleri hayata geçiriyor. Her yıl 7 Nisan'da ülkemiz özelinde kişisel verileri koruma günü kutlayarak farkındalık etkinlikleri düzenliyoruz. Bu tür etkinliklerin bireylerin kişisel verilerin önemini anlamalarını ve risklere karşı önlemler almalarını desteklediğine inanıyoruz. Kurum olarak ulusal çalışmaların yanı sıra uluslararası çalışmalara da önem veriyoruz. Bu kapsamda geçtiğimiz yıl 44. Küresel Mahremiyet Konferansı'na ev sahipliği yapmaktan duyduğumuz memnuniyeti ifade etmek istiyorum. Bu düşüncelerle Filipinler Veri Koruma Otoritesi tarafından düzenlenen 6. Uluslararası Mahremiyet Farkındalık Konferansı'nın katılımcılara faydalı olmasını temenni ediyorum. Kurumum adına tüm meslektaşlarımıza ve paydaşlarımıza teşekkür ediyorum.
Good day to everyone, guests, professionals, and respected authorities joined here today to celebrate the 6th National Conference of the Privacy Awareness Week under the theme Empowering Data Protection Officers and Protecting Personal Data Privacy Rights of Filipinos. On behalf of the plenary of the INAI of Mexico, I would like to extend my greetings to the team from the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines, and especially to Commissioner John Henry D. Nega. I thank him for the invitation to be a part of this event. I acknowledge your efforts and the work done in shaping an agenda that emphasizes the crucial role of data protection officers in promoting responsible use of personal information and fostering a culture of privacy protection in the Philippines. Since 2006, the APPA's Privacy Awareness Week has been celebrated annually in different jurisdictions, including Australia, Colombia, Japan, Canada, Peru, Korea, Mexico, and the United States. Its objective is to promote and raise global awareness about the challenges of privacy protection and personal data in the face of emerging technologies. This is a result of the successful cooperation among APPA members, as we have formed alliances and work programs, share information, trends, and best practices to adapt to the ever-changing landscape worldwide. This requires robust and flexible regulations that reconcile privacy respect with the promotion of innovation and digital development. Over the last few years, the APPA Forum has played a crucial role in developing standards, criteria, and guidelines on privacy and data protection, analyzing topics ranging from cross-border data flows to privacy in the digital environment and children's protection in these environments. On this occasion, the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines presents an agenda that encourages us to continue participating in this kind of forums to acquire expert knowledge that improves our role as privacy authorities and enables us to promote awareness and understanding of data privacy while fostering the protection of individual rights in the digital environment for the benefit of citizens. I am confident that the planned agenda for this conference will highlight the benefits of having robust institutional privacy protection while raising awareness about the risks associated with using technological platforms that often engage in intrusive or disproportionate processing of personal information. Finally, I just want to recognize the work and organization of this event in the Philippines, and I would also like to invite you to join us next month in Mexico for the celebration of the 59th edition of the APPA Forum. I hope we can gather to exchange ideas, concepts, and successful experiences regarding new technologies, their regulation, and the priority areas that prevent the violation of users' information. Thank you very much and see you soon.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're just having a little technical difficulty with regard to the message of our representative from Malta, but I'm sure we'll be hearing more of his message later on as we progress with our program. And now, Justin, I believe that we have come to the most awaited part of our event this afternoon.
That's right. Joy, I believe that's why a lot of you are here today. Is everybody ready for this next part of our Privacy Awareness Week program for 2023? We're here to announce the POW Awards, ladies and gentlemen. We want to talk about, we want to award specific organizations and individuals who have been flagships, been reflections of privacy, of data privacy and of awareness for this year.
That is correct, Justin. And you know, we've been here all day going through like the discussions, like the insights of our guests. We have our panelists. We have our panel discussion earlier. We have heard so many messages of support for our Data Privacy Awareness Week. But we are yet to discover who among the organizations, the companies have really shone bright when it comes to protecting really the data, the information of their consumers, the clients, and of course the Filipino as a whole. So yeah, we're really looking forward to the culmination of our event for this evening. But before anything else, I'd like to check on with our audience if they are really excited to learn and to know who will be awarded in POW Awards 2023.
That's right. All right. Can I, if you are ready for this POW Awards 2023, can I hear a whoop? Oh, I like it. I'm sure you didn't expect that sound coming out of my mouth. One more time. Can I hear a whoop? Hey, there it is. All right.
Everybody is
awesome.
very much alive this afternoon. Thank you for doing that, Justin.
Sure.
I'm sure everybody was energized from their PM snacks, as I too were able to get some energy from the delicious snacks that were provided us this afternoon, especially with the lunch that we had. That's right. I'm so full. I'm so grateful for the food. It made me, really survive this day. I hope everybody's still having a great time. How are you guys? Are you guys okay? Yes, you guys are doing great. You guys are looking forward to our event. And so, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to POW Awards 2023.
All right. Now, as we begin, we wanted to kick off this awards by, of course, bringing up somebody to talk about the NPC and the advocacies that they are that they are presenting before us as well. And so to present our NPC advocacies, please join me in welcoming the Division Chief of Public Information and Assistance Division. This is Ms. Roran Marie M. Chin. She is currently the Chief of Public Information and Assistance Division of the NPC, implementing and managing public awareness initiatives, youth online protection campaigns, and media relations of the Commission. She previously served as a policy advisor for the health sector, and before joining the NPC, she worked at the Department of Health Central Office handling the implementation of the National eHealth Program and its major project, the Philippine Health Information Exchange, and coordinator for the National Health Data Privacy Experts Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Roran Marie M. Chin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roran Marichin again, and I will be showing you the advocacy programs of the National Privacy Commission. So please, may I request everyone to please get all your phones? Kindly, kung hindi nyo pa hawak ang inyong phones, kindly get your phones. Unlock them. Open your Viber app or Messenger app if you don't have a Messenger app. Ayan. Okay na lahat? Now, please exchange phones with your seatmate. What? Privacy. Actually, that reaction right there you have is a normal reaction of a person with a right. No? Tama po? After all this discussion, I would be more disappointed if you just freely given your phone to your seatmate. Parang hindi po yun tama. Okay? Privacy has already been a human right even before there was a law. That's why we inherently feel uncomfortable if ever we are put in a situation that we need to share or forced to share our information to someone we don't know. Maswerte na lang po tayo ngayon that we have a law. Pwede na po tayong tumanggi kung ayaw nating magbigay ng impormasyon or mapunta sa ganitong sitwasyon. Each and every one of us here inside this conference hall is privileged enough to understand that we have the right to privacy. We are privileged enough, we are fortunate enough to know that we have control over our personal data. But that is not the same out there. May I request po ang aking slide? Okay. But that is not the same out there, wherein 75% of the Filipino people doesn't even know that they have the right to privacy. They don't have any awareness that DPA is already in existence. This is based po sa ating survey conducted, outsourced by the National Privacy Commission last December 2021, no, saying that there are only 25% Filipino people who have heard or read the DPA. Meaning, actually this number is already an improvement from 2017 where we started in only 13%. No? But kahit na ganon, there are still 3 out of 4 Filipinos who are still unfamiliar with the DPA. And unfortunately, these Filipino people most of them belong to class D and E. These people we call masa. The people we call very poor. And these people, I have problem with my presentation. Okay. These people sometimes are very much willing to share their personal information in exchange of money, of food and goods, just to meet their daily needs or just to survive. Kaya itong mga tao na to, kuminsan kahit ayaw nila, napipilitan po silang i-share yung mga personal information nila because they don't know that they can say no. Also, we need to face the fact na minsan kahit gawin natin yung part natin as PICs, as regulators, there will always be bad people out there who will take advantage of the data subject. There will always be people with ill intent who will feed on the vulnerability of the old, the young, the very poor, the women, the people with disabilities, and indigenous people. So if we don't teach them, if we don't teach these people, they will just fall victim again and again. Sabi nga po ni Deputy Commissioner Leandro Aguirre sa kanyang post is, data subjects are also responsible for the protection or security of their own personal information. And they can only do this if they know what to do. Earlier, our commissioner said that the advocacy efforts of the National Privacy Commission extend beyond mere compliance and legal frameworks. That's why in the National Privacy Commission, we have campaigns not only for PICs, but also for data subjects. We have PSST, Kabataang Digital, and social media campaigns. So our PSST online campaign stands for Privacy, Safety, Security, Trust Online. These are webinars, seminars, and even posts that reminds people that we need to create a safe space online for all ages. We also have Kabataang Digital, whose goal is to protect and equip not only the teens, but also the children of school age on how to protect themselves, and also engage with teachers and their parents, guardians, para alam din nila on how to protect their children. Because sometimes it's the parents who's been willingly share to the world the pictures of their newborn babies. Also, we have social media campaigns. These social media campaigns are created and developed based on the needs of the people. Usually, depende kung ano yung subject, data subject na target ng National Privacy Commission. So we have bingo cards, advisories, and even comic series for the social media campaigns. In 2022, the total participants and viewers of PSST campaigns all the efforts earned us 63,521 total viewers and PSST viewers and participants. And also for the Kabataang Digital, we had a total of 5,088 data subjects. And for Facebook, right now we have our Facebook page already reached 1,800,000 since the last year, no? And also, right now we have 138 plus Facebook followers. So some of you would say, medyo maliit naman yan. Medyo konti pa yan compare sa ibang Facebook page. But for a small government agency like us, it means a lot. Okay. And also, aside from the data that we had, we also have proof that we are doing well with our social media campaign. Imagine receiving a bomb threat. Lately, naka-receive kami ng bomb threat, and ako, I don't know what to feel. Kasi the person behind the comment sa aming social media page, ang sabi niya, yung NPC po kasi yung una kong nakita sa Facebook. So I was like, I should be scared. I should be scared. But yes, napunta kami sa Aklan. Umabot yung aming Facebook post sa Aklan, somewhere sa isang baryo far away. Kaya nakita yon ng person of interest. Also, another proof that another proof that our social media is very active is that recently the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and the Privacy Policy Office received a feedback from PDPC of Singapore, the Personal Data Protection Commission of Singapore, saying that they were impressed with how the National Privacy Commission is communicating with the public. And they were asking on how we do it. So I say before we share sa Singapore, we share it here first. So how do we roll our campaign? We have 5 steps. No? First, goal setting. Goal setting is, for me, I call this meeting with the bosses. You meet your boss so that you would know what are the targets for the entire year. This will be the easiest step if you have a very supportive leadership. And I can still remember the first time that I met with Commissioner Naga as the Privacy Commissioner. He said, Roren, we have a good advocacy programs, but we need to make it better. Make it better by targeting the masa. Because according nga sa ating survey, we need to put more effort doon sa mga lower classes. Okay? So that's the goal setting. Next, we have knowing your audience. Knowing your audience is assessing kung sino yung target ninyo. So, in communication, sometimes this is the very nakakalimutan, but it's a very important step when making a campaign. You need to know your audience. You need to know who are your target audience. And sometimes, experts and those intellectual people tend to have a difficulty in connecting with their audience. Kung alam niyo po yung concept, the curse of knowledge, are you familiar po with this concept? Ang concept na po nito ay sinasabi that sometimes if you know too much, not too much, if you know something and you are an expert on a subject matter, you think everyone else has the same idea or they have the same level of understanding. That's why kuminsan, very fluent, very eloquent, very long ang ating mga nilalabas na mga information material, but the audience cannot grasp it mabilis. Because ito, like for example, no, si Priva, she's an expert with data privacy. She needs to understand na hindi sila magka-level ng ibang audience. So it's important to know who are your target audience. Next, we have the planning, the promotional mix. Okay. Of course, the planning, what you do with the campaigns is the usual. You plan, you meet with the stakeholders, and you plan what you are going to do. But in the National Privacy Commission, we also emphasize knowing what message to put out there. It's important to know the messaging that you want. Also, the timing. Kailangan yung mga nilalabas po natin ng mga information materials should be on time. And you have to be creative with the characters and the mascot. And if you have some ambassador, it would be a good part of doing your campaign. And also knowing what color palette that you will use. So kung makikita nyo po sa mga posts sa social media, meron kaming mga posts that is a bit more colorful than other. No, because colors can evoke emotions. Ayan. Okay. So next, we have carrying out the plan. So carrying out the plan is easy if you have good planning. But of course, medyo siya yung nakakapagod. You need to go to places, you need to reach with other people. But of course, if you have planned better ahead, mabilis na lang po ang carrying out ng ating plano or implementation natin. And lastly, we have the evaluating the result. This is asking, did we do well with our campaign? What are the adjustments that we need to do? So sometimes, the technique that you, or the process that you conducted today may not be applicable 6 months later. So you need to evaluate if effective pa rin ba siya after 6 months. Okay, and of course, moving forward, our plans for the National Privacy Commission in the advocacy for the data subjects, is expansion of our PSST and Kabataang Digital to cover regional areas. We will, recently because of the COVID, we do it online, but next year, we will be on-site. So hopefully, regional po yung ating approach. And of course, we will have online and printed advocacy materials for children. And we acknowledge also the importance of having partners, advocacy partners in the private sector. So we also plan to expand and do more collaboration with the private sector. The National Privacy Commission po kasi is a small government agency. But we have a big responsibility and we need to use and to gather all the resources that we can so that we will be able to implement our mandate. We need each other, not only the government. We cannot do it alone as a government agency. We also need partnerships and help from the private sector. So at the end, ultimately, we can achieve our goal that there will be no data subject left behind. Maraming salamat po. That's all for our advocacy programs. Ayan, if you need to learn more about our advocacy programs, campaigns, kindly visit our websites, the National Privacy Commission, bago po ang ating website. Visit our social media, please like and follow our social media pages. We have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Again, maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chin, for giving us a rundown of the advocacies for the MPC and how they roll out their advocacies as well, the way that the steps that they take to make sure that we are all aware and receiving these changes that they roll out.
That is right, Justin. And now, I think we have come to the most awaited part of the program, the Power Awards 2023. We are now officially starting to recognize our awardees. But first, of course, let's hear it. To introduce to us the Power Awards, let's hear it from the head of the Privacy Policy Office of the National Privacy Commission, or NPC. His office is tasked to develop privacy standards, advise on the impact of laws and issuances on data privacy rights, and negotiate or coordinate with foreign and local agencies and data processors to ensure that the Philippines is aligned with global data privacy best practices. Before joining the NPC, he advised and represented key government corporations such as the Philippine Postal Corporation, PAGCOR, PCSO, BCDA, GSIS, SSS, and LBP on digitization projects and related legal concerns. He also brought to the NPC his 14 years of litigation experience representing private and government sector clients engaged in PPP, joint venture, and procurement projects in construction, energy, utilities, and transportation. To give us an introduction to Paul Awards, let's welcome on stage the head of Awards Committee, Director Franklin Anthony M. Tabakin IV.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we now have come to the most anticipated portion of our event. But before I proceed, can we give a round of applause to our host, Okada, represented by Attorney Christine Menzies. Unfortunately, Attorney Christine stepped out. Anyway, I promise to keep this short since I know that we're more interested in the naming of the winners. So just for the benefit of everyone, especially the first-time participants, the Privacy Awareness Week Awards, or POW Awards for short, aims to recognize organizations, data protection officers, and data privacy advocates who champion data privacy and data protection. So as with the previous POW Awards, we have 4 award categories. So first, we have the Privacy Management Program of the Year Award, which recognizes personal information controllers who have the best program implementation on data privacy and data protection. We also have the Privacy Initiative of the Year Award, which honors the most unique project related to personal data privacy and protection. Now, for the individual awards, we have the Privacy Advocate of the Year, which honors the efforts of individuals in helping the NPC promote a culture of privacy throughout the country. Incidentally, for this year, we received the most number of nominations for this category. And of course, the Data Protection Officer of the Year Award. We were gladly surprised by the significant increase in the number of nominations this year. We received 57 nominations for the individual awards and 42 for the organizational awards. The nomination period, as you know, ran from January to December 2022. The nominee organizations were subjected to privacy sweeps to check their data protection implementation, while the submission for the individual awards were scrutinized by a composite team of NPC personnel. This, of course, eventually culminated in the shortlisting and the final judging, as we are here today. It is worth mentioning, though, that Facebook engagements accounted for a major percentage of the grading for the finalists. So, congratulations to all the finalists in making it this far. Thank you for being staunch advocates of data privacy. We urge the finalists, and everyone for that matter, to continue championing data privacy and data privacy rights, as your efforts will surely be recognized. So now to announce the winners, the finalists and the winners, I turn it over to our hosts.
All right.
Thank you very much, Director Franklin Anthony M. Tabakin IV. Now I think everybody knows why we are doing the POW Awards 2023. So it's now time for us to officially award our winners for our awards. We have 4 awards to give out this afternoon, right, Justin?
That's right, and thank you again to Director Tabakin IV for again running us through how the nomination process went so that we are aware of how it goes. But now it is time to recognize organizations both in the private and the government sectors, data protection officers and privacy advocates who made strides by being a champion of data privacy and data protection.
And our first award for the evening is Privacy Management Program Award. This is an organizational award, and here are the criteria. First, a PIC that recognizes and practices a customer-centric approach in their products or services by demonstrating qualities of visibility and transparency in all their platforms. Second, must have a registered DPO. Also must provide a proactive embedding of privacy by default and privacy by design in their data processing system, automated and manual. And last, no current compliance issue with the NPC.
All right, so the way we're going to do this, just so everybody is aware of the flow, we're going to call on the finalists one by one. There will be a video shown of the finalists, and once we call on you right after the video, we'd like to ask your representative to come up on stage as we read out the credentials of you and your organization. All right, so once we call out your organization, please, you each should have a designated representative to come up and be on stage to as we call on each of the finalists. All right, so for our first finalist for the Privacy Management Program of the Year Award, we have That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Anglo-Eastern Crew Management Philippines. Can I ask the representative from Anglo-Eastern Management Crew Management Philippines to please come up on stage as we call you up? This is again AECMPI. There she is a leading provider of crew management services, a licensed recruitment and placement agency by the Department of Migrant Workers and renowned for its commitment to excellence, safety, and ethical practices since 2001. AECMPI's record of accomplishment speaks volumes about its expertise and reliability, annually deploying over 7,500 seafarers, including officers and ratings, for about 327 ships worldwide. AECMPI demonstrates its ability to efficiently meet the maritime industry's crewing needs. With an active crew pool of around 6,000 seafarers and a commitment to continuous growth, AECMPI remains at the forefront of this industry. Congratulations on being a finalist.
And now on to our second finalist for Privacy Management Program of the Year. We have Bank of the Philippine Islands. May we request the representative from BPI to come up here on stage. The Bank of the Philippine Islands is the first bank in Southeast Asia. Established in 1851, BPI has over a century of history of client trust, financial strength, and innovation. For 171 years, BPI's business products and services have played a significant role in every Filipino's daily life, as well as in the country's increasingly expanding and evolving economy. In 2017, the BPI Data Privacy Office was established and immediately hit the ground running and building strong foundations for a privacy-compliant culture in the bank. Its groundwork, a board-approved data privacy framework and management program, sets up the bank not only to meet legal and regulatory requirements, but also be proactive in protecting personal information by adhering to the principles of privacy by design. The DPO is an integral part of the bank's operation and advocacy of ensuring that individuals' right to privacy is upheld and the personal information entrusted to it by the banking public is protected throughout all its undertakings. Ladies and gentlemen, our second finalist, Bank of the Philippine Islands.
Congratulations. We'll move on with our third finalist for the Privacy Management Program of the Year Award. And they are...
Maya is an all-in-one money app that takes extra care of your privacy and security. Protect todo ka with Maya. We understand the importance of keeping user information safe and secure. But our commitment to privacy and security doesn't end there.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That is Maya, formerly known as PayMaya, powered by PayMaya Philippines Incorporated. And prior to that, as Smart Money, powered by Smart eMoney Incorporated. They are a Philippine financial services and digital payments company based in Metro Manila, Philippines, pegged as the country's only end-to-end digital financial service. The Maya app is powered by Maya Philippines Incorporated for its digital payment services and Maya Bank Incorporated for its digital banking services. The close synergy between the two companies means that Maya's customers can experience both payments and digital banking through an all-in-one money platform. Congratulations to Maya.
We have already seen our three finalists, and now on to our fourth finalist for Privacy Management Program of the Year. Congratulations, we have
the National Privacy Commission in its efforts to uplift our nation in a global scale, creating responsible citizenry and business practices on data privacy and protection.
Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation. PAGCOR is a 100% government-owned and controlled corporation under the office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. PAGCOR was given a three-pronged mandate: regulate, operate, authorize, and license games of chance, games of cards, and games of numbers, particularly casino gaming in the Philippines. Generate revenues for the Philippine government's social, civic, and national development programs, and help promote the Philippine tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth finalist, PAGCOR.
Congratulations. We have 4 finalists up on stage, and we are down to our last finalist for the Privacy Management Program of the Year Award. And they are... That is Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporated, formerly Lancaster Philippines Incorporated. Can the representative please come up? Thank you, sir. They are a multinational company engaged in the growing and processing of tobacco. It has been one of the key suppliers of the best value tobacco worldwide, notably in Asia since 1963. As part of the company's journey into modern agriculture, ULPI is also adept at moving forward with the trend of implementing data privacy on a large scale. Its stakeholders jump-started and continuously advocate this venture of putting privacy into practice. Congratulations, ULPI.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our 5 finalists on stage for Privacy Management Program of the Year. And now may we invite our NPC officials for a photo opportunity with our finalists. We have Privacy Commissioner Attorney John Henry D. Naga, Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Leandro Angelo E. Aguirre, Executive Director Attorney Ivan Ronald D. M. Alzona, Director and Head of the Awards Committee Attorney Franklin Anthony M. Tabakin IV, and Division Chief, Head of the Planning Committee and Vice Head of the Awards Committee Attorney Rainier Anthony Milanes. We'll be having a quick photo opportunity together with our NPC officials and our 5 finalists for our first POW Award for 2023, which is the Privacy Management Program of the Year. Thank you very much to our NPC officials, and good luck to our finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moments away of knowing our awardee for the Privacy Management Program Award.
All right, can we ask our finalists to move slightly to the side so we can all see the screen? Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so the way this will work is, again, we will be just playing the video of the winner right on screen, so you will all be seeing the winner at the same time as we do. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, again, and as well, we know that the winner of this award will be asked to you'll be asked to give an acceptance speech for a little bit, just in case you guys were not aware already. Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, the winner for this year's Privacy Management Program of the Year Award is... PAGCOR. Congratulations. Congratulations to PAGCOR. So you can come up to the middle right here.
And our Privacy Management Program of the Year awardee is Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation. We'll also be having a group photo with our NPC officials together with our winner for the Privacy Management Program of 2023. Again, Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, or PAGCOR. Congratulations to PAGCOR. And now we will be inviting our representative over here at the podium to give a short message to everybody in receiving this award.
Thank you very much. Was not expecting this, but on behalf of our chairman, Alejandro Tenco, our board of directors, everybody from PAGCOR, our DPO, our data privacy office, thank you very much for the trust that you gave PAGCOR. We assure you that all our 12,000 employees, all our customers, 300,000 of them are protected with data privacy. We've done everything to make sure that we regulate, we comply with the data privacy records and initiatives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations. And now on to our second award of the evening. For our POW Awards 2023, we have the Privacy Initiative of the Year.
That's right. So for the finalists and for ultimately the winner of the Privacy Initiative of the Year award, this organization must be currently implemented this initiative, must be currently implemented, unique, and focused on safeguarding the privacy of consumer, citizen, supplier, and or employee personal data. This could be a public campaign, an operational plan, a customer or client service initiative, or any combination of these. And it must be operational, and the impact on the data subject can be measured and proven. And lastly, there should be no current compliance issues with the NPC for this corporation.
And our finalists for our Privacy Initiative of the Year, starting with Union Bank of the Philippines. May we request a representative from Union Bank of the Philippines to come up here on stage. Union Bank has always been among the first to embrace technological innovations to empower its customers into the future of banking. It has been consistently recognized as one of Asia's leading companies, ranking among the country's top universal banks in terms of profitability and tech efficiency. Union Bank stands firm in its promise to power the future of banking through Tech Up Pilipinas to best serve the growing needs of Filipinos everywhere while pioneering innovations for a better world. Ladies and gentlemen, our first finalist, Union Bank of the Philippines.
All right, congratulations to Union Bank. And again, their initiative for the year was the hashtag CyberSure and the Seliado on Wheels campaign, or the branch caravan. All right, we'll move on here. Our next finalist for Privacy Initiative of the Year is they're back. That is the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, also otherwise known as PAGCOR, with their data privacy reminder. All right, so PAGCOR, again, as you all know, is a 100% government-owned and controlled corporation under the Office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. The state-owned gaming firm was created during the martial law years by virtue of a presidential decree that's PD 1067A, issued by then-President Ferdinand Marcos in response to calls for the Philippine government to put a stop to the growing proliferation of illegal casino operations in the various parts of the country. Congratulations to PAGCOR and their Data Privacy Reminder Initiative for 2023.
We have seen our two finalists, and now down to our third finalist for Privacy Initiative of the Year. Congratulations to Elite Initiative of Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporated. ELITE, or Electronic Literacy Initiative, was conceptualized to fulfill and realize within ULPI the tenets and principles of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information as part and vital component of its data privacy structure program. It is an all-encompassing program that aims to engage and empower all members of the organization to build a cyber workforce that enhances ULPI's information security and value data privacy through the TechnoFest and ULPI-verse. Ladies and gentlemen, again, our third finalist, ELITE Initiative by Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporated.
Congratulations, and we do have one last finalist for this Privacy Initiative of the Year award, and that last finalist is Savoy Hotel Manila with their Privacy Please initiative. All right, congratulations to Savoy Hotel Manila, which is managed by Mega World Hotels and Resorts. They are located just a stone's throw away from the Ninoy Aquino International Airport, and they are being recognized by the World Travel Awards as the leading airport hotel in Asia catering to business and leisure travelers. The hotel's 684 guest rooms have varied views of the airport and the city, and the hotel's prime location, modern interior design, and exceptional customer service make it one of the best hotels in the region. Congratulations to Savoy Hotels for their finalist nomination.
There you have it, our 4 finalists for the Privacy Initiative of the Year. Again, we have the Union Bank of the Philippines, Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, Universal Leaf Philippines, and Savoy Hotel Manila. May we please invite back on stage our NPC officials to join our finalists for the photo opportunity. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 finalists for the Privacy Initiative of the Year. For Union Bank of the Philippines is #Cybershore and Salyado on Wheels Branch Caravan. For Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, we have the Data Privacy Reminder. For Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporated, we have the ELITE Initiative. And for Savoy Hotel Manila, we have Privacy Please.
All right. We'll ask everybody to step to the side, please, as we announce the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the Privacy Initiative of the Year award is... Congratulations to the ELITE Initiative, the Electronic Literacy Initiative, and that is by ULPI. Congratulations. UPLI, sorry about that. Congratulations.
Congratulations to ULPI for the ELITE Initiative. Now we're going to be taking photo opportunity before hearing the message of our winner. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a message from the winner of our Privacy Initiative of Year 2023, a representative from ULPI.
To NPC, thank you so much. And on behalf of our President, Mr. Winston Uy, I would like to share this recognition to the DPM team, lead department, to our partners, IT, SSDG, CAC department, and Global InfoSec. To the management support, thank you very much. To all the data subjects and members of the organization, privacy champions who embrace this initiative for growth and learning and development. And to Gilbrad, for bringing life to our vision. Maraming salamat. Indeed, this success is a success for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and congratulations for winning our Privacy Initiative of the Year. Maraming salamat po. And now moving on just into our next award of the evening.
Yep, that's right. Our next award, our third POW award for the evening is the Privacy Advocate of the Year Award.
And this is an individual award. I'm really looking forward to whoever is going to win this award tonight. But before that, here's the criteria of winning the Privacy Advocate of the Year. That person has made outstanding efforts in advocating for the development, review, and/or revision of policies, guidelines, projects, and/or programs relating to privacy and data protection. Second, that person consistently shares their knowledge of and passion for advocating data privacy and data subjects' rights with others through writing, speaking, and/or consulting, and has initiated programs or projects that generated support or raised awareness on privacy and data protection, including all relevant laws, rules, regulations, and issuances of the National Privacy Commission. And of course, no current compliance issue with the NPC.
All right, and so again, we're going to be calling individuals up on stage. So if your name is called, please do make your way up on stage to join us. But our first finalist for the Privacy Advocate of the Year Award is Mr. Alan A. Custodio. Congratulations. Alan A. Custodio is an international speaker, advocate, and multi-EdTech ambassador. Alan hails from Julian Ortiz Luis National High School in SDO Nueva Ecija. From the DepEd, as an advocate, he is deeply committed to promoting digital privacy and digital citizenship with a strong emphasis on protecting the privacy of everyone. With his extensive knowledge and experience, Alan actively raises awareness about the significance of privacy and encourages responsible digital behavior in individuals and communities. His dedication to these crucial issues is truly admirable, and he serves as a valuable resource and guide for all those seeking to navigate the digital landscape with caution and mindfulness. Congratulations, Mr. Alan Custodio.
And now on to our second finalist for the Privacy Advocate of the Year. Congratulations to Miss Micah B. Magaro. Ms. Magaro stepped up the plate during the data management training of the Department of Agriculture National Livestock Program. With a lack of technical personnel, she took the glove despite being a winger. She was tasked to discuss the Data Privacy Act of 2012 to agricultural extension workers with little to no knowledge. Instead of swimming back to safety, she deep dived and persevered, making sure to scrutinize every reading material she could lay her hands on regarding the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Serving as a resource person for the data management training, she imparted the DPA of 2012 to over 300 regional and provincial agricultural extension workers all over the country. Currently, she is working together with passionate individuals in building safe and resilient communities through the Dynaslow projects, development of early warning system for deep-seated landslides of the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, and still an adamant advocate of data privacy. Ladies and gentlemen, our second finalist, Ms. Micah B. Magaro.
All right, we have a few more finalists here to call out, but our next finalist for the Privacy Advocate of the Year Award is Miss Leia R. Salcedo. Congratulations on being a finalist for this award. Miss Leia Regencia Salcedo is backed up with a solid foundation of more than 17 years of expertise in public service. She was designated as the Data Protection Officer of the Development Bank of the Philippines through her extensive experience and knowledge. during the early stage of her immediate appointment as the bank's DPO, she proved to accomplish several significant undertakings. As the bank's DPO, she served as a speaker and subject matter expert in various data privacy trainings, workshops, and seminars, capacitating and instilling data privacy knowledge to all bank personnel. As a public servant, she continuously progressed her career through achieving a third-level career executive service eligibility, which expanded her horizon towards empowering people and fulfilling her advocacies as the bank's DPO. Congratulations to Ms. Leia Salcedo.
Now for our fourth finalist of Privacy Advocate of the Year, we have Mr. Jose Paulo G. Rufo. Mr. Joey Rufo is currently the Senior Vice President and the Chief Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer of Union Bank of the Philippines, the leading bank of innovation in the Philippines. He is a Certified Information Systems Security Professional, or CISSP, founding member and treasurer of ISC2 Philippine Chapter, board member of the University of the Philippines School of Statistics Alumni Association, and the board of trustee of Go Digital Pilipinas. His career spans almost 2 decades of experience in information security, data privacy, IT, data and analytics in the telecommunications and financial service industry. Ladies and gentlemen, your fourth finalist, Mr. Jose Paulo G. Rufo.
Congratulations, and we are down to our last finalist for the Privacy Advocate of the Year, and this person is Mr. Randolfo C. Yanza. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Yanza is the President, Organization of Data Privacy Professionals Incorporated, and the President of Interglic Consultancy, OPC. He is also the registered subject matter expert and literary agent of National Book Development Board, a former senior HR manager for labor relations management and former industrial relations manager and data protection officer. Congratulations to Mr. Randolfo C. Yanza.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our 5 finalists for Privacy Advocate of the Year. May we please invite back on stage our NPC officials for a photo op with our finalists. Again, we have 5 finalists for Privacy Advocate of the Year. We have Mr. Alan A. Custodio, Ms. Micah B. Magaro, Ms. Leia R. Salcedo, Mr. Jose Paulo G. Rufo, and Mr. Randolfo C. Yanza. Moments from now, we will be announcing our Privacy Advocate of the Year.
All right, we'll ask all the finalists to step to the side as we announce, ladies and gentlemen, your Privacy Advocate of the Year for this POW Awards 2023 is...
Our Privacy Advocate of the Year is Mr. Alan A. Custodio. Congratulations, Mr. Alan A. Custodio. May we invite our NPC officials to join our Privacy Advocate of the Year for a photo opportunity.
This award clearly means a lot to Mr. Alan A. Custodio, our Privacy Advocate for 2023. Congratulations, sir. We'd love to have you, we'd love to hear a few of your thoughts.
At Thank you po in behalf of the Department of Education, Region 3. I am a teacher and an advocate of data privacy. Nagpapasalamat po ako especially sa mga tumulong po sa akin and yung Department of Education, my principal, Ma'am Mororati Aguila, Ma'am Ruby, Sir Laverne Ladignon, and all of my students. And lahat po ng ginagawa natin is for the provision of the students and sa kanilang family para mas malaman nila na hindi sila mahak at magkaroon sila ng solid foundation in our generation. Because I think our generation today is almost advanced and nakikita ko na itong data privacy with the NPC ay napakagandang advocacy in terms of futuristic na mangyayari sa kanilang data privacy. And I'm very blessed po na to have this moment shared with the Department of Education. Thank you po.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Mr. Alan Custodio. Wow, you seem to have a lot of supporter from our audience. Congratulations once again, Sir Alan. You know, it's really one thing to win an award, but if it's an award that you truly have worked hard for, it's really something sweet to achieve. So congratulations. Okay, I think we are now down to our last award for our POW Awards 2023.
The last one, ladies and gentlemen.
Most coveted award. It's the Data Protection Officer of the Year.
All right, this is a big one right here, and the criteria for the Data Protection Officer of the Year, the DPOY. Again, this is an individual award, and this person must be the official DPO of a Philippine-based organization registered in the NPC. This person should have partaken in the development, review, and/or revision of policies, guidelines, projects, and/or programs relating to privacy and data protection. And they must have shown leadership and excellence in data privacy and information security that translated to an improvement in the organization's compliance with the laws and international standards. Of course, as with all the awards, this person must not have any current compliance issue with the NPC.
Okay. Well, I think it's going to be a tough selection. I'm sure our committee had a hard time choosing who will be awarded with this year's Data Protection Officer of the Year award. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here as our first finalist is Attorney Maria Concepcion A. Gloria Rubio. Data Protection Officer Gloria Rubio, a career service executive eligible since 2005 and was certified by the National Privacy Commission as a Data Protection Officer ACE Level 2 in March 2019. She placed second in her Certified Security Professional Program on October 30, 2021. She began her service in PAGCOR in November of 2001 as legal officer and worked her way to Assistant Vice President 2, and she was then appointed as a Data Protection Officer of PAGCOR in 2018 and was awarded the Data Protection Officer of the Year during the POW Awards 2022. She is again shortlisted as one of the finalists for the Data Protection Officer of the Year for POW 2023 Awards. And Attorney Gloria Rubio is also currently the government sector representative in the National Data Privacy Council. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning queen, Miss Maria Concepcion A. Gloria Rubio.
We have a repeat finalist, someone gunning for a repeat winner right here, and congratulations. We are moving on with our next Data Protection Officer of the Year finalist, and this person is Mr. Jonathan John B. Paz from BPI. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Jonathan John B. Paz, or John, currently serves as Vice President of Enterprise Information Security Officer and Data Protection Officer of the Bank of the Philippine Islands with over 24 years of experience in information security, data privacy, systems quality assurance, risk management, and product development. As BPI's DPO, John is an integral part of the bank's data privacy and cybersecurity efforts and has led many initiatives to help safeguard the bank and its customers. He established BPI's data privacy framework and management program, oversees compliance, and leads the management of data protection risks. He was recently awarded the Best Data Privacy Officer of the Year under the Banking and Finance category during ISOG's first ever I Am Secure Cybersecurity Excellence Awards held last October 27, 2022. Congratulations to Mr. John Paz.
Our third finalist for Data Protection Officer of the Year for POW Awards 2023 is Mr. Rosel R. Roldan. As Data Protection Officer, he has played a vital part in supporting privacy and security measures inside healthcare companies in the Philippines. He was appointed in 2017 by the Administrative Council of Adventist Medical Center Manila and Manila Adventist College to manage data protection measures. He was elected Secretary of the Association of Data Protection Officers for the healthcare sector in 2020. He was chosen Vice President of the same group the following year, 2021, contributing to the organization's expansion and impact. Mr. Roldan is currently the President of the Philippine Association of Data Protection Officers in the healthcare sector. Russell R. Roldan has established himself as a dedicated and skilled data protection professional. Ladies and gentlemen, our third finalist, Mr. Russell R. Roldan.
Congratulations, and we are down to our last two finalists for this award, and our next finalist for the Data Protection Officer of the Year award is Attorney Irish Cristel S. Almeida. Congratulations. Irish is the Chief Privacy Officer of the Globe Group and the head of Globe's Governance, Risk, and Compliance Division. She's a Certified Information Policy Manager with the International Association of Privacy Professionals, that's the IAPP, and recently completed the Data, Law, Policy, and Regulation course of the London School of Economics. She likewise served as IAPP's KnowledgeNet Philippines Chapter Chair from 2021 to 2022 and currently serves as a member of the IAPP's Women Leading Privacy Advisory Board. As a mother of 3 young children, children's privacy and online safety are among Irish's personal advocacies. She participates in Globe's programs to promote digital literacy and to prevent online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, cyberbullying, fraudulent spam and scam activities, and other unlawful schemes that are rampant in the digital space today. Congratulations to Ms. Irish Almeida.
Now we are down to our finalist. Our fifth finalist for the Data Protection Officer of the Year is Mr. Peter Jason Ventura. 30 years as a registered data protection officer of ULPI, Peter is equipped with 17 years experience in legal, contract management, data privacy and health, safety and environment. With these proficiencies led him to become the forefront privacy mover and implementer of good data governance. His skill, knowledge, and leadership brought great impact and influence on the implementation of data privacy in ULPI. Ladies and gentlemen, your fifth finalist, Mr. Peter Jason Ventura.
Congratulations to our finalists. We'd like to call back up our NPC officials to take their photo op with them right before we announce the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, have a good look at your Data Protection Officer of the Year finalist. We have Ms. Maria Concepcion A. Gloria Rubio, Mr. Jonathan John B. Paz, Mr. Russell R. Roldan, Attorney Irish Cristel S. Almeida, and Mr. Peter Jason Ventura.
we ask everybody to move to the sides? Congratulations again to our finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our final award for POW Awards 2023, we have the Data Protection Officer of the Year. And this year's DPO is... Congratulations, Mr. Jonathan John B. Paz. You are our Data Protection Officer of the Year. The award will be received on behalf of Mr. Jonathan G. Paz. The year, and she'll share a message to everyone with us this evening.
Good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the Bank of the Philippine Islands and of our Data Protection Officer, Mr. Jonathan John Paz, we would like to thank the National Privacy Commission for this recognition. Unfortunately, Sir John is not around, but he would have loved to be here and receive the award personally. Sir John, or John, has been protecting the bank for more than 20 years in different capacity and has protected the bank's data since the inception of the Data Privacy Office in 2017. With this award, Sir John, as our DPO, and we at BPI reaffirm our commitment in protecting the data of our clients and stakeholders. Once again, thank you very much.
Congratulations again to all of our awardees, to everybody who won an award today. Again, this is something that we want to recognize you with to show that the data privacy and data privacy awareness is something that we are really trying to make sure that the whole nation is aware of, the whole nation is moving towards. We have a long way to go, but these people and these organizations that were awarded today are champions in that cause, and we just want to continue to support you and move you forward as well. So congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this program, as we are driving this to a close, as we are almost done, we want to try again. Earlier, we were showing you different videos from the different connecting organizations that the NCP is connected, the NPC is connected with all over the world, and we're going to try. I know we had somebody from Malta, Mr. Ian Degara from Malta, the Commissioner of the Information and Data Protection. He is the Information and Data Protection Commissioner, again, from Malta. We're going to see if we can get that video rolling right now.
Dear Commissioner John Henry Dunaga, dear colleagues, dear participants, I feel honored and privileged to be invited by the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines to deliver this short recorded message during the 6th National Data Privacy Awareness Week. I would like to wholeheartedly thank you for giving me this opportunity. Malta is a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, close to Italy. We have been full members of the European Union since the 1st of May 2004, now for almost 20 years. Together with our EU counterparts, we are currently celebrating the 5th year since the coming into application of the GDPR. Although Malta and the Philippines are geographically located far apart, more than 10,000 kilometers apart, our respective offices share a common vision, ensuring that as supervisory authorities will provide individuals with solid assurances that the right of privacy and data protection will be guaranteed. Personal data is not a commodity and is not tradable. However, personal data is valuable, and therefore our job is to protect it. This has become even more important as new technologies, namely artificial intelligence, is changing the world. Changing the world so rapidly that laws which are required to regulate such technologies are lagging behind. At EU level, we are inching closer to having the world's first rules on AI. A few weeks ago, the European Parliament reached a provisional political deal on the text. Although the text may still be subject to minor technical adjustments, a final plenary vote is expected to be taken in mid-June. This is indeed positive and augurs well for the proper regulation of artificial intelligence before significant harm to the fabric of our society will be permanently created. An important component in the data protection ecosystem is the data protection officer. Indeed, the role of the DPO is essential. The individual is not only tasked to advise the organization on how to comply with data protection rules, but should take a proactive approach and develop internal robust data privacy programs, conduct data protection impact assessments, and deliver regular training to members of staff, in particular those who are frontliners. Ongoing data protection training is imperative. Employees who handle personal data in their daily job should be regularly trained and reminded of core security elements. Phishing and social engineering attacks have become one of the most common hacking attacks. Therefore, internal awareness raising campaigns on how to spot these attempts, together with phishing tests where mock emails are sent to employees, are indeed crucial. Needless to say, DPOs should be empowered. Empowerment could be achieved by various ways. Most importantly, by providing them with the necessary resources they require to adequately fulfill the job, and by looping them in decision-making meetings. Involving the DPO when a decision has been taken is too little, too late. On the contrary, DPOs should be involved at the early stages of the business activity or at the start of a system's development lifecycle. Establishing open channels of communications with the DPO is paramount. This will build the necessary level of trust and confidence between the management and the DPOs. DPOs must be regarded as partners who work for the benefit of the company, and not persons who to avoid in corridors, lifts, or canteens. It is important that DPOs are designated on the basis of professional qualities and expert knowledge in the field of data protection. This year, the European Data Protection Board has selected the designation and position of DPOs as the subject of its 2023 Coordinated Enforcement Framework. The CEF aims to streamline enforcement and cooperation among EU data protection authorities. This activity will be done by means of fact-finding exercises, questionnaires, and investigations. The results of all the participating DPAs will then be compiled in a report that will be adopted by the board. As a concluding remark, data protection rules are not there to tell you not to do things, but rather how to do things in a proper way while respecting data protection rights of individuals. There is no one-size-fits-all approach, and the proper assessment should always be done to determine the level of risk and take the appropriate mitigation measures. Compliance with data protection rules is not a one-time tick box exercise, but is a continuous life program that is open to updates, changes, and adaptations. These are the few thoughts that I considered relevant to transmit to you today on this occasion. I really wish you a productive privacy working week, and I hope that we could find constructive ways on how we could cooperate in the future. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And to those of you who are still here with us, all right, we know it's been a long day. There's been so much going on, and we had so much to present to you. We hope that you enjoyed this session. There was a lot of wisdom. There was a lot of knowledge that was shared and implanted into all of us. And so we thank you for that. If you're still here with us right now, if you braved throughout the whole day, could you just give yourselves a hand? Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring enough to just be able to stay throughout the whole program. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little treat for you before we close with a message. Please turn your eyes to the screen and watch this same day edit of everything that happened today. We want to show you guys everything that happened. Check it out.
esteemed guests who are here with us is the 6th annual
bansang makabata at batang makabansa. Lahat para sa Diyos, sa bayan at sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Shukran.
Before I begin, I would like to once again welcome everyone to the National Privacy Commission's Privacy Awareness Week. In retrospect, the past years have been a challenging time as we continuously built a strong digital economy and navigated the digital world while preserving our citizens' data privacy.
By hundreds of others here in physical attendance here at Okada, Manila, as well as thousands of others who are tuning in live on Facebook and YouTube. All of you who recognize the importance of the NPC, the protection of personal data and information of the Philippines.
What I have said in my past reports, NPC success is our success. A privacy-empowered citizenry and nation is within our reach. The National Privacy Commission will remain at the front line in defending the Filipinos' right to data privacy. Again, maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayo.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all encapsulated, all the memories, all the moments that we have shared together this morning and this afternoon in that video. How about a round of applause once again for our celebration of our Privacy Awareness Week. Grabe, that was one way to close the program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially close the 6th National Data Privacy Conference, may we please call on stage. Put your hands together for Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Y. Aguirre.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So thank you all for staying until the end of the program. I know it's been a long day, but I hope we picked up a lot of things along the way. So I hope we realize that this doesn't end here. Everything that we learned today, I hope we can share with everyone who was not able to attend. I hope we remember and take to heart our roles as privacy advocates and our roles as data protection officers. We are basically the ones that will translate all of the things that are in the law in ways that will be easy for people to understand, easy for them to relate to. So I hope we take that to heart. People get turned off when we talk about privacy, thinking it's very complicated, it's very technical. But at the end of the day, it's not so complicated, it's not so technical. It's just about doing the right thing. Not the right thing's right, but the right thing. Because if you're doing the right thing, it should end there. At the end of the day, each of us have that role to play. Each of us here serves as the multiplier effect for the National Privacy Commission. So I hope we share everything we've learned today. We take the opportunity to communicate, laymanize everything so that people, yung common tao, naiintindihan kung ano yung mga kailangan nila, malaman ano yung mga karapatan nila na nandyan sa Data Privacy Act para mabigyang halaga natin kung ano yung fundamental human right natin. Fundamental human right po siya, hindi lang siya simple compliance. So I hope we take that to heart. And with that, thank you all for staying. Congratulations to the people in the National Privacy Commission who, well, nagpuyat para mangyari itong araw na to. So, to all of the people that are part of the organizing committee of the National Privacy Commission, Attorney Ram, and everyone else, congratulations, good job. Comnaga, congratulations everyone. And to you, all of you here, congratulations. Tulungan po tayo to really get the Philippines to the point of having a meaningful culture of privacy. Not just for us, for our children, and sana, moving forward pa po. So, salamat po ulit and good evening to everyone.
Thank you very much, Attorney Leandro Angelo Y. Aguirre, our Deputy Privacy Commissioner for the National Privacy Commission. What a message we have there. Privacy shouldn't be complicated. It's just about doing the right thing.
That's right. Couldn't have said it better myself. Congratulations to everybody who's here, and thank you to Attorney Aguirre for that message. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close this program, we do have one last request for everybody here. I do believe it is a tradition. It's kind of a long-running every event, every Privacy Awareness Week program that we have. We do have a family photo of some sort, all right? We have ask everybody to come up on stage to take a photo of just your being here. So can we ask everybody as we close today's program to please make your way up on stage here, maybe even up front here, just as we can take a photo together as one privacy family, if you will, all right?
Yes.
Please make your way.
Again, we are inviting everybody to please come forward. Join us here on stage or in front of the stage for a photo opportunity just to do the tradition of the MPC family of taking a photo with everybody present in the event. Again, this is the 6th annual data privacy conference that we have held here. And every year, hopefully even during the hybrid setup, we were able to take photos with the attendees. Last year, I've heard we have more than 2,000 attendees. And what more, diba? We have our online viewers, we have our guests who are watching via live stream, and we also have here around 650 guests who have attended today's event. Again, ladies and gentlemen, please don't be shy. Come up here on stage and join us for a photo opportunity together with the NPC officials. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the stage. And in front of the stage, position yourselves in ways that you guys are comfortable, and ways that you can show your smiles and your beautiful faces. Look at the center camera. Don't worry, guys. You'll be seeing a copy of this photo. We'll be posting this one. You can just ask the NPC officials to send you one copy for you to be able to post it on your Facebook or social media accounts. Again, look at the camera at this center. For the people here at the right side of the stage, you may move over to the left side or to the front. Okay, again, to all our guests here at the right side of the stage, you can move over to the front, position yourselves in ways that you can be seen. Okay, if everybody is ready, look at the camera at the center. Okay, we're still moving over here, positioning ourselves, making ourselves comfortable. So if everybody is ready, I'll count 3, 2, 1, then just give your best smiles, okay? Everybody ready? In 3, 2, 1. One more, say NPC. In 3, 2, 1, NPC. Okay, one more, maybe invite, ayan, si Sir. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, again, we say NPC in 3, 2, 1, NPC. Okay, one more. We can't get enough photos, everybody. Okay, maybe do a wacky pose. Jump shot. Okay, everybody, 3, 2, 1. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That officially concludes our 6th Annual National Data Privacy Conference of 2023. It was lovely hosting this event. It's an honor and pleasure to be hearing discussions, insights, knowledge from people from the prominent industries, our leaders and government officials. Thank you so much for having us. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joy Barcama.
And my name is Justin Ishak. Thank you all for being here. It was a party. We enjoyed it. Take care on your way home, everybody. Enjoy. Good night.
Good night and stay dry.
Sorry. So, thank you everyone for attending. Congratulations sa NPC. Magpapasalamat lang ako dun sa mga members ng PAO Task Force. No, alam niyo naman, marami tayong trabaho pero natawid natin to. So thank you. Also, special mention to my division, Compliance and Monitoring Division. Thank you for keeping up with me na kahit lagi akong galit, lagi akong nagsusungit, at lagi akong sumisigaw. Pagpasensyahan nyo na ako, marami lang talaga trabaho. Pero thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioners Naga, Deputy Commissioner Aguirre, Deputy Commissioner Niris, and Executive Director Ivan, and to all the members of the EXICOM. Thank you, Division Chiefs, and thank you, NPC family. Ayon, sige. Party, party. Music, please. Jitterbug.